Chapter 1351. Within the courtyard, the handsome man held a bottle of wine in his hand, and poured it into his mouth. The wine flowed out of his mouth, but he did not seem to notice it at all. His lips curled into a bitter smile. The woman I love has been lying to me all this time. She's so cute, but I pushed her away. Ha ha. The man loudly laughed. His laughter was filled with madness, causing the servants standing next to him to become impatient. However, ever since their young master had returned from the continent lord's residence, he had been drinking away his worries. No matter what they said, he would not listen. Continent lord. Suddenly, one of the servants' eyes lit up. She saw the middle-aged man rushing in from outside the courtyard. Just as she was about to call out to him, he raised his hand to stop her. Luan-er. The handsome man was still muttering, not seeing the person walking over. If I know I was wrong, can you give me another chance? A tall figure appeared in front of the man, blocking out the sunlight above his head. Ling Chen looked up in shock. After seeing the middle-aged man in front of him, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Father, why are you here? The middle-aged man's expression was dignified, and his eyes were sharp. I already know what happened between you and Hong Luan. Chen-er, come with me and apologize immediately. Apologize? Ling Chen bitterly laughed, looking quite embarrassed. She won't give me that chance. Hong Luan never wanted to see him again in this life. Servants, bring the young master some hangover soup. The middle-aged man ordered. He then turned to look at Ling Chen, and his expression softened. If you come with me and apologize, you might still have a chance. Chance? These two words caused Ling Chen's eyes to light up. He looked up at the middle-aged man. Father, I really have a chance. That's right. However, apart from bringing you to apologize, I'm also going to hand Xia Chu over to Hong Luan. Will you feel bad for her? Hearing the name Hong Luan, Ling Chen gritted his teeth. That woman lied to me. I've already cut off all ties with her. If I can exchange her for Luan-er, I won't regret it. See, this is what a man is like. When he loves you, he's willing to give you the entire world. When he no longer loves you, you're nothing in his eyes. Good. The middle-aged man said coldly, drink the hangover soup and set off with me immediately. A glimmer of hope appeared in Ling Chen's eyes. Even if Hong Luan were to reject him again, she would definitely give face to her father. In that case, he might really have a chance. East Continent. Continent Lord Mansion. Yun Luofeng had just entered a meditative state when 3 knocks came from the door. She slowly opened her eyes and said, come in. The door was pushed open, and a person dressed in embroidered clothes walked in. Hong Ling looked at the young girl sitting on the bed, and her expression was a little awkward. Ahem, he coughed twice, cleared his throat, and said, Miss Yun, I wonder if you're free right now? What's up? Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and asked the middle-aged man standing in front of him. I've come to you to ask you for a favor. The middle-aged man glanced at Yun Luofeng and continued, of course, I won't ask you to help me for free. I've heard that Miss Yun is also a doctor. As long as Miss Yun is willing to help me, you can take away any medicinal herbs in my continent lord's mansion. Chapter 1352. Yun Luofeng was able to tell Xia Chu's symptoms at a glance, so he must be a doctor. The most tempting thing for doctors were herbs. Yun Luofeng thought for a moment, what do you want me to help you with? This. Hong Ling's expression became even more awkward. I know that Luan-er has made up her mind to leave with you. I beg you, take good care of Luan-er for me. That girl is too domineering, and she can't stand a grain of sand in her eyes. How can I not worry when she's away? Yun Luofeng stared straight at Hong Ling. After a long time, she finally said, I will not accept your herbs. Miss Yun. Hong Ling's expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to persuade her, the girl's indifferent voice sounded again. It was like a heavy hammer that hammered into his heart. You must believe in Hong Luan. With her abilities, she doesn't need anyone to take care of her. You must believe in Hong Luan. All of a sudden, Hong Ling felt as if she was suddenly enlightened, and her heart became clear. Miss Yun, I understand what you mean. Luan-er is my daughter. I should believe in her abilities. Hong Ling cupped his fists. Thank you. With that, he turned and left. After Hong Ling left, Yun Luofeng entered meditation again. She felt the thin barrier inside her body shake again. Delighted, she quickly entered the divine grimoire space. As Yun Luofeng's strength increased, the medicinal field inside the divine grimoire space had expanded several times. The sky was blue. Congratulations on breaking through, Master. Little Mo looked at Yun Luofeng with a smile and sincerely congratulated him. Little Mo, I'm going to break through. Don't let anyone disturb me. With that, she sat down cross-legged. Faint spirit energy circled around her body. Boom. A powerful force attacked the paper-thin barrier inside her body. But even though the barrier was as thin as paper, it was extremely difficult to break. Every time Yun Luofeng exerted force, it only shook a little. Break! Yun Luofeng shouted coldly. The spirit energy flowing inside her body turned into power and fiercely slammed against the barrier. Spirit energy swirled in the sky. Perhaps it was because the spirit energy was too strong, it formed a vortex above her head. It was a spectacular sight. Unfortunately, because Yun Luofeng was breaking through inside the divine grimoire space, other than the spirit beasts in the space, no one could see this. Boom. Boom boom boom. Unknowingly, the lightning had also revealed itself. It rumbled as if it was about to strike down. Little Mo looked a little anxious. He clenched his fists tightly and looked at Yun Luofeng worriedly. Master will definitely succeed. She can't possibly fail. Fire was the exact opposite of Little Mo. She did not say anything as she stared at Yun Luofeng with her bright eyes. His expression was one of trust. Yes. In this world, Yun Luofeng would never fail. Ha ha ha. The small tree giggled and raised its two arms, wanting to pounce on Yun Luofeng. Fortunately, Fire stopped him in time and said in a low voice, "Don't disturb Master's breakthrough." The little tree pouted unhappily. "I want a hug, a hug." Then, the small tree struggled free from Fire's embrace and staggered in front of Yun Luofeng. He opened his mouth slightly, and in that instant, all the spiritual energy above Yun Luofeng's head was sucked into his mouth. Boom. Yun Luofeng had finally broken through that barrier, and his strength had entered a whole new level. Chapter 1353. Low-level Saint King, I've finally arrived. Once she became a Saint King, she would be considered to have truly stepped into the ranks of the strong. Little tree, why are you here? Yun Luofeng then discovered the chubby baby standing in front of him, his eyes filled with surprise. You seem to have grown up a lot. The small tree let out a satisfied burp and quickly threw itself into Yun Luofeng's arms. An innocent smile hung on its pink little face. Mother, I'm full, I want to pee. Yun Luofeng's face darkened. Let Little Mo take you there. After saying this, she raised her head, but suddenly discovered that Little Mo's body was enveloped by a group of halos, and his figure was gradually elongated. Little Mo! Yun Luofeng was startled. She released the little tree in her arms, and slowly walked towards Little Mo. Suddenly, the halos that enveloped Little Mo disappeared, the 6 or 7-year-old boy also disappeared, and what appeared in front of her was a tall, handsome, and slightly inexperienced youth. The youth had a head of black hair, a young smile on his face. He looked at his slender fingers, his eyes filled with joy. You are Little Mo. Yun Luofeng's voice carried doubt, as if he did not believe that the person who appeared in front of him was that pink jade-carved talkative boy from before. However, the aura on this youth's body was clearly Little Mo's. Master, the youth raised his head, looking at Yun Luofeng. I can explain this to you. Before Master's strength breaks through to Saint King, I can only meet you in my infant form, and I can't fight for you, nor can I stay in the outside world for a long time. However, the youth paused, then continued, once you break through to Saint King, I will also undergo a huge change. This change in my body is only a part of it. The most important thing is, from now on, I can stay by your side forever, and fight for you. Oh, Yun Luofeng gently stroked his chin, raising his eyebrows and smiling. Why do I feel that the greatest use is that you can marry Little White? Master. The youth's eyes were filled with grief. That expression was a vivid representation of being bullied. Master, look. Suddenly, Fire's shocked voice came from the front. Yun Luofeng looked up. On the grass in front of him, there was originally a cute and lively girl lying flat. However, at this moment, The girl who was originally unconscious gradually opened her eyes. Her black eyes were filled with confusion, like a lost lamb. Xiaobai is awake. Yun Luofeng's expression changed. There was no joy in his eyes. Impossible. Whitey's soul hasn't fully recovered. The third fruit of soul had not been found yet. Why did she wake up at this time? Little Mo, what are the consequences of her awakening? Before this, Yun Luofeng had used a silver needle to seal the girl's soul. Why did she wake up at this time? Little Mo's expression was ugly as well. The consequence of waking up early is mental incompetence. What caused it? I'm not sure. But I think the biggest possibility is that the storm created when you broke through affected her mind, causing her to wake up from her coma. The spiritual energy storm that was produced when one broke through to the Holy King realm was too great. As a result, the small tree could not help but absorb the remaining spiritual energy so that it would not go to waste. Therefore, it was not surprising that Xiaobai was affected. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Chapter 1354. I forgot. Little Mo had indeed forgotten, so he felt guilty. How could he forget such an important thing? Yun Luofeng frowned and quickly walked to Lin Ruobai's side. She squatted down and said gently, Xiaobai, how is your body? The girl was startled and asked word by word, Who are you? Who are you? Yun Luofeng's frown deepened as he turned to Little Mo. Did she lose her memory? I've already said that her soul has not recovered. Waking up prematurely will cause her mind to be incomplete, including losing all her memories. Little Mo lowered his head in shame. If not for him, perhaps Xiaobai would not have woken up prematurely. What's the solution? Yun Luofeng asked calmly. Find the third fruit of the soul. The third fruit of the soul? Looks like she needs to leave the East Continent early. Little Mo, since Xiaobai has woken up, the divine grimoire space will not let her stay here. So, I need you to leave and take care of Xiaobai. What? Little Mo shouted anxiously. You want me to take care of this witch? Yun Luofeng's gaze scared Little Mo. He shuddered and said pitifully, All right, I'll take care of her. It was my mistake that caused her to wake up prematurely. Just treat it as compensation. Yun Luofeng lowered his head and stared at the girl in front of him. Xiaobai, you must remember me. I am your master. Master? The young girl looked confused. She blinked her eyes and said, You're my master? My name is Xiaobai. Yes, your name is Lin Ruobai. Lin Ruobai. The young girl softly murmured these 3 words. Her face bloomed with a smile that was brighter than the sun. She looked innocent and pure. All right, my name is Lin Ruobai. For some reason, Little Mo's heart skipped a beat when he saw the girl's smile. She was different from the cruel and headstrong Lin Ruobai of the past. At this moment, she was innocent, adorable, and pure. She was like a girl next door, pitiful. Little Mo hurriedly shook his head to get rid of the thoughts in his mind. Lin Ruobai was still Lin Ruobai. Even if her mind was incomplete, he would still not fall in love with her. Master. Lin Ruobai crawled up from the ground and hooked onto Yun Luofeng's arm. She looked up with her big bright eyes and said in a soft and sweet voice, Xiaobai, I'm hungry. Acting cute is shameful. Little Mo snorted. He couldn't stand the sight of Lin Ruobai clinging to Yun Luofeng and acting cute. In comparison, he still felt that the willful Lin Ruobai from before was more likable. Xiaobai has been unconscious for so long, she should be hungry. Yun Luofeng patted Lin Ruobai's head, his eyes filled with love. Let's go, we'll take her to eat something. Master, I want to go as well. Fire curled her lips and looked at Yun Luofeng eagerly. Although the small tree didn't like eating those foods, it didn't want to stay in the divine grimoire space alone. Therefore, it had already used its limbs to cling onto Yun Luofeng, unwilling to let go. All right, let's all go out then. Towards her own people, Yun Luofeng would never be heartless. Hence, she did not reject their request. Just as Yun Luofeng was leading everyone to eat, drink, and have fun, the North Continent Lord Ling Li led a group of people to the East Continent Lord Mansion. Chapter 1355. How could Hong Ling not know why these people had come? After sending someone to invite Hong Luan, he sat in the hall and waited. After a while, a middle-aged man walked out from the hall and appeared in front of Hong Ling. Hong Ling loudly laughed as she stood up. "Continent Lord Ling, you've finally come. You've come at the right time, I have something to announce." Without giving Ling Li a chance to speak, Hong Ling directly said, "This time, the marriage alliance between our two continents ends here." "Ends here?" Ling Li's eyes darkened as he asked in a low voice, "Continent Lord Hong, what do you mean by this?" "You should ask your young master about this." Hong Ling coldly looked at Ling Chen, who had his head lowered. "I'm sure he can give you an explanation." Ling Li looked at his son, and after seeing his pained expression, he couldn't help but sigh. "Continent Lord Hong, I want to see Luan Er." Hong Ling smiled. "I've already sent someone to call her." Just as she finished speaking, a red figure hurriedly walked in. The woman was incredibly beautiful, with almond-shaped eyes, willowy eyebrows, and red lips. She had an indescribable allure to her. Ever since Hong Ling came in, Ling Chen's gaze had been on her, unable to move away. The guilt in his gaze was very strong, so strong that it could be seen in his eyes. "Continent Lord Ling, you've come?" Hong Luan stopped walking and turned to look at Ling Li. "Are you here to cancel the marriage alliance?" Hearing Hong Luan call him that, Ling Li helplessly sighed. "Luan Er, you used to call me uncle, so why are you treating me like an outsider now? I know my son was in the wrong, so I've brought him here to apologize. I've also brought that woman Xia Chu. As long as you can calm down, you can do whatever you want with her." Hong Luan laughed mockingly. "Continent Lord Ling, Ling Chen and Xia Chu have already consummated their marriage. Why do you think I should accept him?" Ling Li and Ling Li's expression became a bit ugly. Chen is a man, so it's not strange for him to have other women. Moreover, I can promise you that in the future, there will not be any women in the northern continent's continent lord's residence. In order to establish a marriage alliance with the eastern continent, Ling Li was going all out. Ling Chen did not say anything else. After the incident at the beginning of summer, he had decided to listen to his father's arrangements. "I'm sorry." Hong Luan raised her eyebrows and smiled. "I was born with misophobia. I will never accept a man who has been used by someone else." "Hong Luan!" Ling Li shouted angrily. However, just as he finished shouting, Hong Ling's hand suddenly fell on the table, her eyes imposing and fierce. "Continent Lord Ling, what do you want to do? My daughter is not someone you can yell at." Hearing this, Ling Li took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He continued, "Luan Uncle hopes that you will consider this carefully. In this world, there are far too few people who only have one woman in their life. No, it should be said that such people do not exist. Therefore, a man like Chen who doesn't take concubines in the future can be considered a good man." After speaking, Ling Li glanced at Ling Chen. Ling Chen suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly promised, "I swear that as long as Luan is willing to marry me, I won't let any other woman enter the house." All he said was not to let any woman in. What Ling Li said was that he would never take a concubine. Neither of them could guarantee that Ling Chen wouldn't take another woman in the future. How could a normal man not have any needs when living apart from his wife? As long as Ling Chen didn't take concubines, it was only natural that he would find other women to satisfy his needs. Chapter 1356. How could Hong Luan not understand what these people were implying? She sneered, her eyes filled with disdain as she slowly swept her gaze across Ling Li and his son. "Ling Chen, I once said that I, Hong Luan, only want one person for the rest of my life." Hong Luan raised her eyebrows and said condescendingly, "What right do you have to marry me when your mind is controlled by your body?" Ling Li frowned slightly. He used to think that Hong Luan was very sensible, but now this woman was as stubborn as a cow. Furthermore, Chen had already promised that he would never take another concubine. Was that not enough? "Luan, Uncle is matchmaking you and Chen for your own good. Which man does not have multiple wives and concubines nowadays? A man who is willing to marry only you in this life is already a good man. As for physical needs, that is a man's nature. No one can tolerate it." Hong Luan sneered, "Since you said that, does that mean that all humans have needs? Can all women in the world sleep with Hong Luan?" Ling Li was furious, his tone no longer as polite as before. "What are you talking about? How can a woman compare to a man? A woman should be faithful to the end of her life. Any woman who has an affair should be hacked to pieces. Actually, it was understandable for Ling Li to be so angry. After all, Hong Luan's words had pierced his heart. Years ago, his concubine could not bear the loneliness and slept with another man. In a rage, he tore the adulterers into pieces. Any woman who was unfaithful deserved to die. Ling Li. Hong Ling's eyes turned cold. This is the East Continent, and Luana is my daughter. I hope you can speak politely, otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Hong Ling, how dare you criticize me? I would like to ask you how you raised your daughter. How dare she say such dissolute words? As a woman, do you know what shame is? How dare she say that women can also satisfy their needs? If this woman was not the eldest daughter of the East Continent Prefecture, she would have been killed by the righteous people of the continent. My daughter naturally has me to teach her. You have no right to speak here. Hong Ling said coldly, her face expressionless. Men, send the guest away. From today onwards, the East Continent Prefecture does not welcome people from the North Continent. His voice was cold and resolute, and he did not care about the good relationship he had with the North Continent over the years. Moreover, this was indeed Ling Chen's fault. Now, these people had come here in the name of apologizing, but were still trying to force his daughter to marry him. Then why should he be polite to these people? 20 years ago, he had failed to protect the woman he loved. 20 years later, he would not let his daughter be hurt again. Hong Ling. Ling Li's eyes darkened and he said coldly, "Are you sure you want to do this?" "Not bad." Hong Ling sneered, "Please go back." "All right, I hope you won't regret this." Ling Li's eyes were filled with viciousness. He lifted his head to look at Hong Luan and said, "Hong Luan, you've missed out on a man like Chenna. Unless you remain unmarried for the rest of your life, your man will definitely have 3 wives and 4 concubines. It's impossible for anyone to promise you a lifetime of love." After saying this, Ling Li flung his sleeves and led the people of the North Continent Prefecture away in a hurry. Xia Chu seemed to have been forgotten by them as she was left in the hall. She looked at everyone in the hall with a pair of fearful eyes. "Luana, what do you plan to do with this woman?" Hong Ling looked at Hong Luan and asked. Hong Luan pondered for a moment. "Everything she has done has nothing to do with me. If we were to say that she has made a mistake, there can only be one. That is, she had designs on Yun Luofeng." Chapter 1357. Father, Hong Luan turned to Hong Ling and said, "Give the order to blacklist her. No one is allowed to accept her. I want her to destroy herself." In the end, Hong Luan still showed mercy. Aside from Ling Chen, Xia Chu had not done anything to harm her. Everything that she had done to Xia Chu had nothing to do with her. No. Even with such a punishment, Xia Chu could not help but cry out in despair, "Miss Hong Luan, please let me go, I beg you." If the East Continent's prefecture lord issued an order to blacklist her in the future, not only would her family expel her, it would also be extremely difficult for her to find a rich husband in the future. This was equivalent to her life being ruined. Thinking of this, Xia Chu knelt in front of Hong Luan and kowtowed fiercely. She kowtowed so hard that her forehead was quickly dyed red and blood flowed continuously from her head. "Miss Hong Luan, I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please spare me, I beg you." Hong Luan raised an eyebrow. "I've said it before, this is the price you have to pay for framing Yun Luofeng." She would not personally deal with Xia Chu. However, once the East Continent's prefecture lord issued the order, this woman's days on the mainland would be extremely difficult. Perhaps her life would be worse than death. Scram! As soon as Hong Luan shouted, 2 guards immediately stepped forward and grabbed Xia Chu's arms, violently throwing her out. Thump! Xia Chu's body rolled on the ground a few times, causing her back to ache from the fall. At this moment, her eyes were filled with helpless tears and despair. She knew that this time, she would definitely not have a chance to make a comeback. Unfortunately, her pitiful expression might be useful to men, but in Hong Luan's face, it would only increase her disgust. In the living room, silence reigned. Hong Luan turned her head, her phoenix eyes staring at the middle-aged man sitting on the high seat. Her red lips gently opened. "Thank you." Hong Ling's heart suddenly trembled. For so many years, Luana had always hated him from the bottom of her heart. No matter how much he had done, she had never heard those two words. Don't misunderstand, Hong Luan continued when she saw Hong Ling's eyes move slightly. I'm only thanking you because you protected me earlier. I'm afraid that I'll never be able to forgive you for what happened back then. How could the grief of losing his mother be easily forgiven? Otherwise, wouldn't my mother have lost her life in vain? I know. Hong Ling smiled bitterly. Even if you don't forgive me, I will use my life to make it up to you. Hong Luan wanted to say something, but the words that were at the tip of her tongue did not come out. She took one last look at Hong Ling, then turned around and walked out. Behind her, Hong Ling's gaze followed her figure until she disappeared from his sight. Miss. As soon as Hong Ling stepped out of the living room, a figure landed in front of her. He cupped his fists and said, "We have found the whereabouts of the person you asked us to find." What? Hong Luan was delighted. Where is the Ghost Emperor? Central Province, Withered Dragon Town. Alright, I understand. I'll go find Yun Luofeng now and tell her this good news. At this moment, in the Shengtian restaurant, the originally lively restaurant was completely silent. The customers eating in the restaurant were all dumbfounded as they looked at the lovely girl who was sweeping away the food on the table in front of them. They were so shocked that they could not speak. Chapter 1358. They couldn't imagine how such a cute girl could wolf down her food. How could her small stomach contain so much food? Eat slowly, don't choke. Little Mo frowned, not forgetting to remind Lin Ruobai. Even after the table was in a mess, Lin Ruobai still wasn't satisfied. She rubbed her stomach and looked at Yun Luofeng pitifully. "Master, I'm still hungry." 3 black lines appeared on Little Mo's forehead. She looked at Lin Ruobai speechlessly. "You've eaten so much and it's still not enough. My master's money isn't for you to spend like this, you wastrel." If it was the Lin Ruobai from before she had her memories, she would definitely tease Little Mo a little. But now, she only pouted her lips in dissatisfaction. Her bright eyes were filled with a pleading look. She looked so wronged that it made one's heart ache. At this time, in the restaurant, there were a few guards sitting at a table. The guards heard Lin Ruobai's words and couldn't help but look at her. This little girl is not bad. If we can bring her back to the young master, he might raise our positions. Recently, Ling Chen had been depressed. Now that they saw such a cute girl, how could they not have designs on her? Moreover, the young master liked this kind of girl who looked pure and flawless. Wasn't she a Chu like this too? I think the girl in white is even more beautiful. She's a rare beauty. It's not just rare in the human world. Such a beauty probably doesn't even exist in the heavens. Unfortunately, the girl in white is holding a child. That child must be her son. She even has a son, so she's definitely not pure. Such a woman is not good enough for the young master. Sigh. Another guard sighed with some regret. I wonder who was so lucky to marry such a stunning beauty. How good would it be if our young master had such a beauty? Can those men compare to our young master? These guards of the North Continent Prefecture, because of their low status, did not follow Ling Chen to the East Continent Prefecture. They also did not follow Ling Li to the Continent Lord's mansion. Because of this, they did something that they would regret for the rest of their lives. "Master," Lin Ruobai said shyly, "when I passed by a street, I smelled a very fragrant scent. Can I?" "No." Little Mo didn't wait for Lin Ruobai to finish before answering for Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng glanced at Little Mo. "Go with her, I have something to do later." "All right." Little Mo lowered his head helplessly with a depressed expression. "Fire, let's go." After saying this, Yun Luofeng stood up and walked out of the restaurant. She hadn't seen Hu Li for a long time, and she didn't know how he and Wu were doing, so she wanted to take this opportunity to take a look. "Hey." Seeing Yun Luofeng leave, Little Mo turned to Lin Ruobai and said unhappily, "Where are you going?" "I'll go with you." Lin Ruobai blinked lightly, curiously sizing up the young man standing in front of him. She smiled brightly and reached out to pinch Little Mo's cheeks. When Little Mo wasn't paying attention, she moved closer to him and planted a kiss on his cheeks. "Little big brother, you're really good looking. I like you." Boom. Like a bolt of lightning, Little Mo's body stiffened. He was dumbfounded, as if he couldn't believe that this crazy girl, Lin Ruobai, would dare to kiss him. Chapter 1359. Oh no, his first kiss was gone. However, when he finally recovered from this feeling, he found that the girl who had just been standing in front of him had disappeared, on the bustling street. Lin Ruobai had only taken 2 steps when she was stopped by several guards. She blinked innocently and stared at the people in front of her in confusion. "Why are you stopping me?" "Hee," a slightly older guard chuckled and said with a fake smile, "Little girl, we see that you're very cute and want to treat you to a meal. I wonder if you're willing to come with us?" Lin Ruobai's eyes lit up and her face lit up with a bright smile. Her 2 canine teeth were exposed under the sun and she looked extremely cute. "All right." The guards looked at each other. A foodie like Lin Ruobai was easy to abduct and sell. "Little girl, let's go. As long as you serve our young master well, you can eat and drink with us in the future, unlike your poor master who doesn't even give you enough to eat." Lin Ruobai suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her cheeks puffed up and she glared at the guard who had insulted Yun Luofeng. "Don't speak ill of master. You have to apologize." The guard's face stiffened. "You want me to apologize?" "Yes, you must apologize if you speak ill of master. Otherwise, I won't go with you." Food was not as important as master. For master, she could give up food. "You'd better apologize quickly." The older guard poked him and said, "Don't cause trouble." After all, this was the territory of the East Continent and they could not take the little girl away by force. If the little girl did not want to go with them, there was nothing they could do. The guard who had insulted Yun Luofeng blushed and said unwillingly, "I'm sorry." When they reached the North Continent Prefecture, he would teach them a lesson. "Miss, can we go now?" "Oh yes, I haven't asked for your name." "Master said that my name is Lin Ruobai." "Oh. Then what's your master's name?" "Yun Luofeng." "Yun Luofeng?" The guards looked at each other. They felt that the name was very familiar, as if they had heard it somewhere before. At the same time, in a small wooden hut, Yun Luofeng saw Hu Li and the little boy sitting in a daze at the door from afar. An imperceptible light flashed across her eyes. The instant Hu Li raised his head, he also saw Yun Luofeng appear in front of him. His eyes lit up, and he hurriedly stood up, madly rushing towards the young girl in front of him. But just as he was about to rush in front of Yun Luofeng and open his arms to hug her, the little tree suddenly raised its head and giggled. Just as he finished laughing, countless vines sprang up and firmly wrapped around Hu Li's body. "Yun Luofeng, I've missed you to death. Do you know how bored I was when you weren't around?" Hu Li's eyes were filled with resentment. That gaze was as if Yun Luofeng had done something that would incur the wrath of the heavens. "I'm here to inform you that we'll be leaving the East Continent in 2 days." "Really?" Hu Li's eyes lit up. "That's great. These few days in the East Continent, I've been on tenterhooks, afraid that I'll become that lunatic Hong Luan's punching bag. Do you know how many people were beaten up by her back in the academy? Now, all the students in the academy feel fear whenever they see her." Chapter 1360. Yun Luofeng listened attentively to Hu Li's words and nodded. "Let me tell you a piece of unfortunate news. Hong Luan will be leaving with me." Crack. Yun Luofeng heard the sound of his heart breaking. Hu Li's smile froze at the corner of his mouth. He asked in disbelief, "Are you joking with me? You want to take that lunatic with you? Do you think that I'm joking?" Yun Luofeng raised his brows and asked. Hu Li's expression was filled with despair. "I'm finished. Traveling with this lunatic is equivalent to taking my life. You sold yourself to me for 10 years, it's too late to regret it now." Yun Luofeng gently raised the corners of his lips. She loved to see this foxman's expression of despair. "Master." Just then, Xiao Mo's voice rang out from behind Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng raised his brows and turned around. When he saw that Xiao Mo was alone, he paused and asked, "You're alone? Where's Xiao Bai?" "Master, Xiao Mo is missing." Xiao Mo's voice sounded a little bashful when he thought of Xiao Bai's kiss. That was his first kiss after all. He had only managed to recover from his shock with great difficulty, but by the time he had regained his senses, Xiao Bai had already disappeared. Xiao Bai may not have a complete mind, but it won't be easy to hurt her. "My only worry is that she will be deceived by others." "Don't worry, Master. I have already instructed Xiao Bai that if anyone tries to take off her clothes, they must be a bad person, so she has to protect her chastity. Xiao Mo grinned at Yun Luofeng as if he was asking for a reward. Based on Xiao Bai's state of mind, she certainly does not understand the relationship between a man and a woman. He had only instructed her to be careful to prevent Xiao Bai from being deceived by other men. Yun Luofeng glanced at Xiao Mo. Did you tell her not to leave with strangers? Xiao Mo's expression froze and he scratched his head. I forgot. Let's go, we'll talk after we find Xiao Bai. Yun Luofeng's evil eyes swept across Xiao Mo's handsome face as he spoke. I'll deal with you when we get back. Seeing that Yun Luofeng was about to leave, Little Mo quickly followed behind her and nagged, Master, why is Little White so disobedient? I was just distracted for a moment, and then she disappeared. This won't do. When she comes back, I'll teach her a good lesson, lest she gets kidnapped and sold. In the courtyard, a few guards sneakily walked in with a cute girl. When they saw that no one was guarding outside, they hurriedly brought the girl to the storeroom. The guard who had insulted Yun Luofeng looked at his companions and coughed dryly. He cleared his throat and said, Help me guard the door. I need to teach this girl a lesson so she knows how to serve the young master. Serve? Lin Ruobai blinked. I don't want to be a maid. When the guards heard the soft voice, they looked at each other and smiled. Don't worry, we're not asking you to be a maid. We're here to give you a life of luxury. From now on, you can have whatever you want. The guard grabbed Lin Ruobai's arm and pulled her into the storeroom. Lin Ruobai walked in, and what she saw was a mess. Her bright eyes were filled with confusion as she turned to look at the guard. Chapter 1361. Where are the delicacies? Haha. The guard laughed sinisterly. Young lady, if you want to enjoy the delicacies, you can only use your body as an exchange. Don't worry, my young master is very gentle. If you can win his favor, there will be countless delicacies waiting for you. At the mention of delicacies, Lin Ruobai's eyes lit up again. Really? Then how can I get the delicacies? Take off your clothes first. I'll check if you're still a virgin for my young master. Lin Ruobai did not understand what being a virgin meant, but she understood. The guard in front of her wanted her to take off her clothes. No, little big brother said that I can't let anyone take off my clothes. Anyone who wants to take off my clothes is a bad person. Lin Ruobai bit her lip and took 2 steps back. Young lady, don't be afraid. My young master will definitely treat you well. The guard's smile became even more sinister as he approached Lin Ruobai. At this moment, the guard, who was in the middle of his excitement, did not notice the red light in the young lady's eyes. Get lost. Lin Ruobai bellowed as he slapped the guard across the face. Smack. The guard's head spun rapidly like a top under the slap. Thud. In the end, his neck could not bear the weight of his head and rolled down, blood splattering all over the ground. Dead. Lin Ruobai was clearly shocked. She looked at her hand, her eyes filled with grievance. I didn't do it on purpose. He couldn't take it and died on his own. It has nothing to do with me. Also, little big brother said that if anyone molests me, I'll kill him. So I didn't do anything wrong. Although she said this, Lin Ruobai's eyes were filled with tears, and her face was pale. She looked at the decapitated corpse in front of her with fear. Her body curled up in a corner, trembling. Outside the door, the remaining 2 guards felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, there should be no movement in the storeroom, but it was unusually quiet. Should we go in and take a look? The 2 of them looked at each other, feeling uneasy. However, just as they were about to push the door open, a loud bang came from the front, causing the ground to shake a few times. A young girl dressed in white walked in from outside. She evilly looked around and said in a cold voice, Tell Ling Chen to get the hell out here. Ling Li and his son had already heard the commotion. When Ling Li saw the girl in white standing at the door, his anger surged. Yun Luofeng, what are you trying to do? Yun Luofeng looked at Ling Chen. I heard that your Northern Continent's guards captured my disciple. Yun Luofeng, don't slander me. Ling Chen's anger soared to the heavens, his face ashen. I don't even know who your disciple is. How could I send people to capture her? I'm no longer bothering Hong Luan. What else do you want? Do you need to use such a lame excuse to get back at me? Ling Li frowned. Hearing his son's words, he already understood that the girl in front of him was the person pretending to be Hong Luan's man. I'll only give you one chance, hand over my disciple. Otherwise, even if my soul is destroyed, I'll make your northern continent go to hell with me. The girl's eyes were filled with arrogance. Her cold eyes fell on Ling Chen, and she said expressionlessly, "Ha ha." Ling Li coldly laughed, and looked at Yun Luofeng disdainfully. I'm the northern continent's continent lord. You're just a new saint king. What right do you have to speak to me? Chapter 1362. Indeed, Yun Luofeng had just become a saint king, and could not be compared to Ling Li. But, as long as she could save Xiao Bai, she had nothing to fear even if it cost her life. Father, Ling Chen suppressed the anger in his heart and said, she has a good relationship with Hong Luan. If you do anything to her, the East Continent Prefecture will definitely help you, so leave this matter to me. After saying this, Ling Chen stepped forward and said calmly, Yun Luofeng, I, Ling Chen, can tell you that I did not take your disciple. You came to the wrong place. I can also let you search this residence. If you can't find your disciple, then you must apologize to me. If you find her, you can do whatever you want with the people of the northern continent. However, just as Ling Chen finished speaking, two guards hurriedly walked over. When they saw Yun Luofeng standing in front of Ling Chen, a layer of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. They had not taken Lin Ruobai for long. Why did her master come looking for them so quickly? Unfortunately, even if she came looking for them, it did not matter. Could the forces of the northern continent not deal with these two women? Master. Little Mo suddenly said, I remember these two people. When we were in the restaurant, they kept staring at Xiao Bai and whispering. Because of the distance and the noise in the restaurant, I did not hear what they were talking about. But since they are the guards of the Northern Continent Prefecture, Xiao Bai's disappearance must have been caused by them. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to the two guards. Ling Li's eyes were dignified as he asked coldly, what happened? Sir Continent Lord, the older guard wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, This is what happened. We saw that young master has been depressed recently, so we brought back a woman to offer to young master. Moreover, that woman is willing. If you don't believe us, you can ask her. Since Lin Ruobai agreed to go with them, it proved that she intended to use her body to exchange for delicious food. I say, young lady. Thinking of this, the old guard raised his head and looked at Yun Luofeng. You treated your disciple harshly and didn't give her enough to eat. We really pitied her, so we brought her back. Moreover, we didn't force her, she was willing. Nonsense. Little Mo was furious and rushed over to teach the guard a lesson. Who knew that Yun Luofeng would suddenly reach out and stop him? Where is she? Yun Luofeng's voice was very low, and it was not hard to hear the murderous intent in it. Where is Whitey? At this moment, Little Mo suddenly recalled the scene from back then. In the past, in order to deal with Yun Luofeng, there was a clan that captured Whitey. In the end, they completely angered Yun Luofeng, and he slaughtered them all. This time, the North Continent Prefecture would not be able to exist for long. Ling Chen understood everything. He said mockingly, Your disciple is so debauched, and you still dare to come to my residence to ask for him. If I, Ling Chen, want a woman, she will come with a wave of my hand. Even if that disciple of yours came to me, I might not be interested. Boom. Murderous intent surged from Yun Luofeng's body as she shouted coldly, Little Mo. In an instant, Little Mo appeared in front of Ling Chen like a ghost. His speed was too fast, so fast that no one could react. Then, a hand slapped Ling Chen's face, and he was sent flying by the slap. Chapter 1363. I'll ask you one last time, where is Xiao Bai? The girl's killing intent surged, if you don't want to hand over Xiao Bai, then get out of the way. I'll find her myself. Ling Li's face was ashen. His tightly clenched fist was wrapped in a layer of valiant power. With a roar, he wanted to rush towards Yun Luofeng. At this moment, a domineering voice came from the void. Ling Li, if you dare touch my friend, the East Continent Prefecture will not let you off. Hong Luan, who was dressed in red, landed in front of Yun Luofeng. Her voice was loud, and it made Ling Li's figure stop. Hong Luan, you want to protect her against me? Ling Li's eyes narrowed, his tone threatening. Hong Luan put an arm on Yun Luofeng's shoulder and smiled. Yun Luofeng is my friend. Who do you think you are? Should I not protect her, but you? Looking at the girl in red in front of him, Yun Luofeng felt a warm feeling in his heart. Since she had come to find Ling Chen, she was prepared. Even if she could not defeat Ling Li, she was half confident that she could save Xiao Bai and escape. But, under such circumstances, Hong Luan had come. For her, he would rather fall out with the North Continent Prefecture. How could she not be moved by such friendship? Yun Luofeng. Ling Li took a deep breath and looked at Yun Luofeng coldly. You'd better not leave the East Continent for the rest of your life. Otherwise, I will kill you. Yun Luofeng smiled. That depends on whether you have the chance. Me. Ling Li snorted and turned to look at the two trembling guards. Take her to see her disciple. The two guards' eyes were filled with fear. Only now did they remember why the name Yun Luofeng was so familiar. Wasn't Yun Luofeng the name of Hong Luan's man? But why did no one tell them that Yun Luofeng was a woman? Hong Luan, you're protecting the wrong person this time. Ling Chen's eyes darkened as he said in a low voice, it's Yun Luofeng's disciple who is greedy for power and wants to seduce me. She has the face to come here and ask for me, and yet you're protecting her. Hong Luan pretended not to hear Ling Chen's mockery and followed Yun Luofeng. Bang! The noisy storeroom was kicked open. Ling Chen and the others, who had been pleased with themselves, were dumbfounded when they saw the scene in the storeroom. The two guards who had abducted Lin Ruobai almost fainted from fright. They rejoiced in their hearts. If they hadn't been able to resist pushing open the door, what would have been waiting for them? Master, little brother. Lin Ruobai raised her head and saw the crowd at the door. She let out a cry and rushed towards Little Mo Bang. Little Mo was almost knocked over by Lin Ruobai. She quickly stabilized herself and gently comforted Lin Ruobai. It's all right. Master and I are here. Boo-hoo, I killed someone. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't expect him to be so weak. I just gave him a light slap and he died. I really didn't mean to kill him. It was just a light slap. In the end, the guard's head was sent flying. Ling Li and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. Was this little girl looking down on the guards of the North Continent Prefecture? And she dared to say that the guard was weak. Don't be afraid. You didn't do anything wrong. Little Mo helplessly patted Lin Ruobai's back and looked at Yun Luofeng for help. Chapter 1364. He really didn't know how to comfort Lin Ruobai, who was like this. Xiao Bai. Yun Luofeng walked in front of Lin Ruobai, his palm gently caressing her head, and said softly, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. If you don't kill people, people will definitely kill you. Thus, if anyone bullies you in the future, just kill them. I will take care of the aftermath for you. Really? Lin Ruobai raised her head, her teary eyes gazing at Yun Luofeng. Master is definitely right. If anyone bullies me in the future, then I will kill them. A good child had to listen to her master. If her master said that killing was right, then what harm was there in killing them all? Master, these two people also lied to me. Lin Ruobai pointed at the two trembling guards. They tricked me into coming here, and even wanted to take off my clothes. Can I kill them? Yun Luofeng nodded. Yes. Then, I will kill them. Lin Ruobai smiled. This smile was very bright, innocent, and pure. No one would have thought that the cruel words just now had come from the mouth of this pure and flawless young girl. Stop. Ling Li flew into a rage. He didn't think that someone would actually dare to kill his people in front of him. Thinking of this, he quickly rushed towards Lin Ruobai, the aura on his body surging, rumbling loudly. Boom. Yun Luofeng suddenly flashed, standing in front of Lin Ruobai, and raised his hand to meet Ling Li's attack. In an instant, a powerful force penetrated her body, causing her to instantly take a few steps back. A mouthful of blood almost gushed out of her throat, but she swallowed it back down. Yun Luofeng. Hong Luan shouted loudly. Master. Little Mo and Fire's expressions also changed unknowingly. Ling Li's attack was too fast, and Yun Luofeng's speed was also very agile, to the point that they were unable to react. Compared to these people's worries, Ling Li's eyes were filled with shock. Impossible. This woman is only a person who has just entered the Saint King stage. With her strength, she will definitely die under my palm. Why did she only take a few steps back? This is impossible. At the same time, a bloody hole appeared in the chests of the two guards. Lin Ruobai calmly withdrew her blood-stained fists. She stuck out her tender tongue and licked the bright red blood. Her appearance was full of evil, no longer as innocent and pure as before. Master! As Lin Ruobai turned around, she saw Yun Luofeng's pale face. She started, then hurried to his side. Master, are you hurt? I'm fine. Yun Luofeng shook his head and raised his head slightly. Lin Ruobai's black eyes gradually turned bloodshot. She clenched her fists tightly and stared coldly at Ling Li. You injured master, I won't let you off. Little White. Seeing Xiao Bai's state, Little Mo's expression changed. She quickly rushed forward and hugged the young girl tightly. Your soul hasn't fully recovered yet, so you can't use too much power. Otherwise, you'll go berserk. Let me go. Boom. Lin Ruobai's body exploded with a powerful force, forcing Little Mo to take a few steps back. Perhaps Little Mo didn't expect Lin Ruobai's strength to be so strong. He looked at her in shock. The power of her bloodline is actually this strong? Fortunately, she is Master's disciple. Otherwise, she would definitely become Master's enemy. Little Mo was very glad that Yun Luofeng had accepted Lin Ruobai. Chapter 1365. Little White, Step Down. Yun Luofeng also understood the consequences of Lin Ruobai forcefully using his strength. She frowned and ordered. Lin Ruobai's body stiffened as he looked at Yun Luofeng with a wronged expression. Master, Little White, your soul is incomplete. Remember my words, you can't use too much power in the future. Little White was an obedient child, especially when it came to listening to his master. Even though she was so angry that she wanted to kill someone, she still retracted her power and stood beside Yun Luofeng, feeling wronged. Ling Li, you hurt my friend. One day, I will repay you for everything that happened today. Hong Luan's cold eyes swept past Ling Li, walked in front of Yun Luofeng, and supported her body. Also, I will let my father settle the score with you later. Yun Luofeng, I will help you back to rest. If it was the Hong Luan of the past, she would definitely have impulsively gone to find Ling Li to settle the score. But now, her mind was calm. She knew that she and Yun Luofeng were not Ling Li's match, so there was no point in staying here. It was better to go back and find her father to help Yun Luofeng vent his anger. Yun Luofeng didn't say anything and allowed Hong Luan to help her out. After she left the courtyard, she ordered, Fire, bring the little tree and Little White back first. All right. Fire nodded. She looked at Yun Luofeng, then picked up the little tree, pulled Lin Ruobai, and shot into the sky in a flash. At this moment, no one could see that the little tree's black eyes were filled with anger. His eyes didn't look like a child's, but more like an adult's. Master, you used the power of the divine grimoire again. Little Mo curled his lips and said. This power was naturally not the kind that Yun Luofeng had used to save Yun Xiao. Back then, in order to save Yun Xiao, she had forcefully broken through, which had led to serious consequences. And this time, although she had also increased her strength, because she did not use that power to break through, her soul would at most be weakened for 10 days to half a month. Poochie. Yun Luofeng finally spat out a mouthful of blood that he had been suppressing at the back of his throat. She smiled faintly and said, Is this the power of the continent masters? One day, I will be above them. Master. Little Mo said angrily. Little Mo, I know you're worried about me. Yun Luofeng looked at the youth beside him. But I don't regret it. As long as I can make Xiao Bai happy, I won't regret anything. If she hadn't borrowed the power of the divine grimoire, she probably wouldn't have been able to withstand Ling Li's attack. Even if she didn't die, she would have been severely injured. Xiao Mo, don't tell Xiao Bai about this. Even if that girl's mind isn't complete, she's not an idiot. I don't want her to worry too much. Yun Luofeng smiled. Besides, don't forget that I'm a doctor. My weak illness will quickly recover. The two of them spoke through soul transmissions, so Hong Luan, who was beside them, couldn't hear their conversation. By the way, Hong Luan seemed to remember something and said, You asked me to look for the little boy who was with Hu Li, but I couldn't find any information about him. He shouldn't be from the East Continent. As for the Ghost Emperor, I've already found out where he is." Yun Luofeng was startled. He stopped and turned to look at Hong Luan. "Where is he?" "The Middle State, Withered Dragon Town." "The Middle State, Withered Dragon Town?" Yun Luofeng muttered to himself for a moment. "Then go back and prepare today. We'll leave tomorrow." "No," Hong Luan frowned. "You haven't recovered from your injuries. You can't leave tomorrow." Chapter 1366. "My injury isn't a big deal. It won't affect my journey." Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes as a light flashed across them. "Yun Xiao must be waiting for me in the Middle State. No matter what, I must go to his side." Hong Luan did not say anything else in the end when she saw the determination on the young girl's face. She only silently followed Yun Luofeng's side as a smile slowly formed on her beautiful face. In the Continent Lord's residence, when Hong Ling found out that her daughter had been humiliated by Ling Li, she flew into a rage, and immediately brought people to settle the score with Ling Li and his father. Even though Xiao Bai had killed 3 of the Northern Continent's guards, they were in the wrong. As such, facing Hong Ling's fury, Ling Li could not say anything, and could only allow Hong Ling to demand compensation. Moreover, this was the Eastern Continent's territory, and most of his subordinates were not here. If he fought with Hong Ling here, a huge battle would be unavoidable. Moreover, it would result in a lose-lose situation. In contrast to Ling Li, who was holding back, Ling Chen's fury surged, and he stared at Hong Ling. He tightly clenched his fists, a vicious look in his eyes. One day, he would topple the Eastern Continent, and make Hong Ling and her daughter kneel in front of him and beg for mercy. Otherwise, he would not be able to quell his anger. After a while, the furious Hong Ling let go of Ling Li and his father. She flicked her sleeves, and led the people from the Eastern Continent's prefecture away. Ling Chen gritted his teeth, and glared in the direction that Hong Ling had left. "Dad, we're just going to let him insult us. And we're going to compensate Hong Luan for being scared." Ling Chen was incredibly dissatisfied. His father was the continent lord of the Northern Continent, and yet Hong Ling did not give him any face. "This is the Eastern Continent, and adding on the fact that we were in the wrong, we definitely won't have a good ending against Hong Ling." Ling Li narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. "Son, you must remember that the Northern Continent and the Eastern Continent will never be able to coexist. If you find an opportunity, you definitely won't let Hong Luan off. Humiliating him would require a painful price. Dad, I want Hong Luan to kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. And that woman called Yun Luofeng, they'll all die horrible death." At this moment, the guilt and remorse in Ling Chen's heart towards Hong Luan had long since disappeared, replaced by boundless anger. Ling Li patted Ling Chen's shoulder and said, "Let's go back to the Northern Continent now. When we return to the mansion, I'll immediately send you to the Forbidden Area to train. After you leave the Forbidden Area, your strength will increase." "Father, are we not going to care about Hong Luan and Yun Luofeng?" Ling Chen stared in surprise. "Didn't you say that you would kill Hong Luan and Yun Luofeng as soon as they leave the Eastern Continent?" Ling Li shook his head. "Compared to them, it's more important for you to raise your strength. Once you've raised your strength, no one will be able to stop you from taking revenge. Furthermore, I'll leave my men in the Eastern Continent. If Hong Luan and Yun Luofeng really leave, our men will kill them. As for you, there's no need for you to stay." "I understand." Ling Chen nodded, his eyes filled with determination. "Hong Luan looks down on me because I'm weaker than her. When I can step into the Forbidden Area, I will trample Hong Luan under my feet and let her understand how great of a loss it is to lose me." Even if he had Xia Chu, Hong Luan did not have the right to reject him. What man could guarantee that he would only have one woman in his life? Why would she look down on him? Chapter 1367. It was night. The moonlight was like water. A burst of giggling came from outside the door. Ling Chen's eyes, which were pretending to be asleep, suddenly opened. He looked towards the door and shouted, "Who is it?" Under the hazy night, a small figure stood in the shadow of the moon. This small person seemed to have just learned to walk, and was unable to stand steadily. However, his evil laughter was like a hungry ghost that had crawled out from hell, causing Ling Chen's body to tremble. Just when Ling Chen wanted to see who it was, with a whoosh, countless vines occupied the entire room, instantly binding Ling Chen's body to the wall. Hold, before he could finish a word, a vine full of thorns grew from the side, and instantly pierced into his mouth. Bright red blood flowed out from his mouth, and it was so painful that Ling Chen almost cried. He wanted to call for help, but he couldn't even say a single word, and could only let out whimpering sounds. Pa! Pa pa pa! The vines fiercely whipped Ling Chen's body. Adding on the fact that Ling Chen had been pampered since he was young, and his skin was soft and tender, in a short moment, his skin had already split open, and blood was dripping out. Under the night, the fat baby clapped his hands and giggled, as if the scene in the room was exceptionally interesting. On his white and cute little face, there was an innocent smile. Xiao Shu. A red dress jumped down from the tree, and stood beside the fat baby. We should go, or else master will find out that the two of us are missing. The fat baby curled his small mouth, as if he was still not satisfied, but he still obediently allowed Fire to hold his small hand, and gradually left the courtyard. After they left, the barrier around them also disappeared. When the two maids passed by, they heard the pa-pa-pa sounds coming from the door, and their faces and ears turned red. Young master's energy is really vigorous, but ever since Lady Xia Chu was chased out, young master has not had any luck with other women. I wonder who was so lucky tonight. Let's not disturb young master, in case we ruin young master's mood. As the voices became further and further away, Ling Chen, who was in the room, wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He wanted to keep the two maids, but in the end, he could only let out whimpering sounds. In reality, there was a reason why the two maidservants had such a reaction. When Xia Chu was still around, she and Ling Chen would make a lot of noise every night, as if they were afraid that others wouldn't know that they were full of energy. At first, the maidservant thought that something had happened and rushed into the room. Who knew that what she saw was an unbearable scene? From then on, no matter how loud the commotion in Ling Chen's room was, no one dared to take a single step inside, especially since these two maidservants were women who had yet to mature, so they couldn't tell where the commotion in the room was coming from. If there was a woman here, she would be able to hear that there was only the sound of pa-pa-pa in Ling Chen's room, but there were no sounds of a woman moaning. Therefore, it was not until the next day that the people of the North Continent Prefecture found their young master lying on the ground, half dead. His skin and flesh were torn, and blood was flowing from his mouth. He looked like a bloody man. Because of what had happened to the Northern Continent Palace, Ling Li had sent out all of his experts to find the culprit, as well as to evacuate with Ling Chen. He no longer had the leisure to deal with Yun Luofeng. Chapter 1368. As for why Ling Li did not suspect that it was done by the people of the Eastern Continent Prefecture. That was because, last night, his own son had been beaten up so badly, but he did not hear anything. There were very few people in the entire continent who could do this. With Hong Ling's power, if he appeared, it was impossible for him to not notice anything. Therefore, Ling Li eliminated the suspicion of the Eastern Continent Prefecture at this moment. In the Eastern Continent Prefecture, Yun Luofeng had already heard of Ling Li's tragic situation. She raised her eyebrows and looked at the two people standing in front of her. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Last night, where did you two go? Fire lowered her head, not daring to look into Yun Luofeng's eyes. Her fingers nervously rubbed the corner of her clothes, looking like she was admitting her mistake. Mother. The sapling stretched out his chubby little hand and gently stroked Yun Luofeng's face. His eyes were clear, as bright as the afternoon sun. They bullied you. The ones who bullied you are all bad people. Yun Luofeng reached out and hugged the chubby baby in front of him. He sighed helplessly. Fire, sapling, don't act on your own in the future without my orders. For the Northern Continent to have the power it has today, they must have a trump card in their hands. If you fall into their hands, won't I have to save you? Hearing this, Fire's eyes lit up. Master, don't worry, when the little tree and I were moving, Xiao Mo set up a barrier for us. With that barrier, Ling Li will not be able to feel us. Little Mo, who was originally gloating at the side, heard Fire's words, and his expression immediately changed. However, it was too late for him to stop it. Fire had already completely betrayed him. Oh. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and looked at little Mo with a smile that was not a smile. The one who reported fire and the sapling to me was you. I didn't expect you to be involved as well. What? Fire flew into a rage. He put his hands on his hips and stared angrily at little Mo. You exposed me and the sapling to the master? This, I can explain. Little Mo wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and wanted to explain. However, before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Shu lifted Xiao Mo up and gave her a good beating. Although Xiao Shu had only been born for a year, his mind was equivalent to that of a 5 or 6-year-old child because he was not human. Therefore, when he heard that little Mo had betrayed them, his little face turned red with anger. He seemed to have forgotten who had taken care of him. Little Mo was very miserable. Last night, it was because Yun Luofeng had asked him where the fire had gone that he spoke too much, causing him to suffer such a calamity today. If he had known this would happen, he would have kept his mouth shut last night and said nothing. When Hong Wan arrived, she saw little Mo being hung on the tree and beaten up by Little Tree. She was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. Yun Luofeng, this guy is your son? Yun Luofeng pondered for a moment and said, no, but he called me mother. I thought he was your son, so valiant. Hong Wan stroked her chin and looked at Yun Luofeng with a smile. Yun Luofeng, I originally thought that if we left this place this time, we would definitely be chased by the experts of the Northern Continent. Now that the Northern Continent Prefecture is in chaos because of Ling Chen's injury, I'm afraid they won't be able to care about us. So, let's take this opportunity to leave this place. Chapter 1369. She paused for a moment before she continued, by the way, how are your injuries? It's nothing serious. Yun Luofeng stretched lazily and slowly rose to his feet. Hong Wan, say goodbye to your father and we'll be leaving. Hong Wan's body stiffened. She lowered her eyelids and her lips curled into an exasperated smile. Yun Luofeng, no matter how well my father treats me now, I can never forget how my mother died. Only when my mother comes back to life will I be able to forgive him from the bottom of my heart. Actually, Hong Ling's changes during this period of time had shaken Hong Wan's heart. The only thing that she had not forgiven him was her mother's death. Her mother's death had always been a thorn in her heart. If she did not remove it, she would never be able to forgive her for the rest of her life. Yun Luofeng, do you think that the Yellow Springs exists in this world? Hong Wan raised her head and stared at the young girl. If the Yellow Springs exists, I will certainly go there and find my mother. Yun Luofeng patted Hong Wan's shoulder, silently comforting her. After a long pause, she slowly said, I'll wait for you for an hour. We'll leave after an hour. All right. She did not know when she would be able to return, so she naturally bid farewell to her father. In the study, the man stood with his hands behind his back and his back towards the door. Perhaps he had sensed that Hong Wan was about to leave, so he had been feeling restless the entire day. Suddenly, a slender, lily-white hand pushed open the study door and a beautiful woman dressed in red appeared at the door. Father. She called out softly, but there were many things she wanted to say. The middle-aged man's body stiffened and he slowly turned around. His stern eyes only relaxed when he saw his daughter. Luana, I will wait here for you. I will wait for you to prove that you were right and I was wrong. Hong Luan nodded seriously. I will prove to you that I can make a name for myself without relying on any connections. Ha ha, Hong Ling laughed out loud. This is my, Hong Ling's, daughter. You will never disappoint me. All right, you and Yun Luofeng should go. This girl is not simple. Perhaps if you follow her, you will be able to make a name for yourself. When the father and daughter parted, neither of them brought up any sad topics. Hong Luan took one last look at the middle-aged man behind her before she turned and walked out of the study. After she left, the smile on the middle-aged man's face slowly disappeared. At that moment, he seemed to have aged a few decades, and his originally straight back gradually hunched down. Maybe I've done too many wrong things all these years, but the only thing I don't think I've done wrong is giving birth to this daughter. Luana, it doesn't matter if you hate me or blame me, I'll hand over the best of the Eastern Continent to you. The entire study room responded to him with silence. Hong Luan walked out of the room and tears suddenly flowed down her face. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at the tightly shut door behind her once again. Her expression slowly became determined. "Father, after I've made some achievements, I'll definitely return in triumph." Yun Luofeng was already waiting for Hong Luan at the door. When Hong Luan appeared, she didn't ask anything. She only said indifferently, "Since we've said our goodbyes, it's time for us to leave." Hong Luan pursed her lips and smiled. "All right." Ling Continent. The Jun family. The middle-aged man sat on a chair in the study and looked at the book in his hands with a slight headache. He rubbed his throbbing temples and sighed. Where did Master and Ling run off to again? The two of them sure are carefree and unrestrained, but they left this huge Jun family for me to handle. Chapter 1370. Master, Master. Suddenly, a hurried voice came from outside the study. Without waiting for a reply, the man burst through the door. The man's face was stern. "What happened? How can you be so reckless?" "Master," the guard knelt on the ground, "I just received a letter from the Master of the East Continent. It is said that a young girl with the old Master's jade token is passing through the East Continent. I wonder if she is the person the old Master is looking for." "What?" The middle-aged man stood up, his face full of joy. "Is this information accurate? By the way, the person with the jade token is a young girl. Logically speaking, the junior sister should not be so young. Could she be the junior sister's daughter? Quick, go find the old patriarch. You must tell him this news." Perhaps he was too excited. The middle-aged man stood up, the joy on his face genuine. No one knew how much the Master had missed the junior sister all these years. Back then, the Master would not have entrusted the junior sister to someone else to take care of. When he solved the problem and went to look for the junior sister, he could not find any trace of her. "Master, this is the letter from the East Continent. Also, this is the drawing of the jade token." The guard respectfully presented the letter to him. The middle-aged man scanned the letter, then spread the drawing of the jade token in his hand. His fingers caressed the drawing of the jade token, and he said with mixed feelings, "The word Jun on the jade token was carved by the Master himself. I recognize the Master's handwriting. It seems that the jade token is not fake. By the way, did the Master of the East Continent give the young girl a portrait?" The guard shook his head. The East Continent only sent a letter and a drawing of the jade token. In fact, he did the right thing. He should not have sent the young girl's portrait. Otherwise, she would fall into the hands of someone with ulterior motives and be used to threaten the Master. Now, it is enough to know that the Master's daughter is still in this continent. We will meet again one day. The middle-aged man's voice was full of excitement. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately sent the Jun family to find the old Master's whereabouts. Middle Continent. In a mansion, an old man in a white robe was playing chess with an old man opposite him. His eyes were bright and full of vigor. Standing beside the white-robed old man was a young girl brimming with spiritual energy. This young girl was about 16 or 17 years old. She didn't have a beauty that could cause the downfall of cities and empires, but she looked very comfortable. Her eyes seemed to speak, and they were as bright as the stars in the night sky. "Haha, I've won again." The green-robed old man laughed out loud and placed the chess piece on the chessboard. He raised his head and looked at the white-robed old man. "Old man Jun, you seem to be in a bad mood recently. You can't even play chess well. What happened? Isn't it my disciple?" The white-robed old man smiled bitterly. "The Jun family has been searching for my whereabouts all over the continent recently. I reckon that my disciple wants to lay down his business. So, I took Linger to hide in your place. What do you think? After so many years, there's still no news of your daughter's whereabouts." The green-robed old man frowned and asked. Grandpa Jun sighed and shook his head helplessly. "I have been looking for her for so many years, but I have not been able to find her. Do you think she is already gone?" "Grandpa." Hearing the old man's slightly sentimental words, the young girl beside him blinked her big bright eyes and said with a smile. Chapter 1371. Don't worry, Aunt is definitely still alive. It's just that we haven't found where she is hiding. Moreover, with Aunt's age, she must have given birth to children. When that time comes, Ling will have brothers and sisters. Grandpa Jun laughed out loud. Forget about your brother. I prefer little girls. I do hope that Jun will give birth to a granddaughter for me. Compared to boys, Grandpa Jun preferred girls. If it was a boy, then wouldn't he be angered to death by his own disciple? Girls were still better. Ling was much more sensible than her father. She was also well-behaved and obedient. Grandpa, you value girls more than boys. Ling playfully stuck out her tongue and said with a smile. I still want to live for a few more years. What if I have a grandson who always angers me like your father? Grandpa Jun trembled with anger when he thought of his stubborn disciple. If he had known earlier, he would have accepted a female disciple. The old man looked at the girl standing in front of Grandpa Jun and a smile appeared on his old face. All these years, it was all thanks to Ling accompanying Grandpa Jun. Otherwise, even if he did not die from grief over not being able to see his daughter, he would still be depressed. Grandpa, Ling eyes flickered a few times and a bright smile appeared on her face. Father sent so many people to look for you. Is there something wrong? What can he do? Isn't it just to return the Jun family to me? Since this Jun family still needs me to manage it, then why did I accept a disciple in the first place? Grandpa Jun snorted coldly. In any case, he is dreaming. The old man coughed twice and looked a little embarrassed. Actually, you can train Ling to be the next generation's successor. This girl's talent is not bad. Maybe her achievements in the future will be higher than her father's. That won't do. I still want this girl to accompany me for a few more years. Do you want my disciple to accompany me? What's the point of two men staring at each other every day? Grandpa Jun rejected his good friend's suggestion. He did not want to face his disciple's face every day. Grandpa Mu, Ling will only go back to be the successor after Ling has accompanied Grandpa to find my aunt, Ling said sensibly. The green-robed old man looked enviously at Grandpa Jun. Grandpa, I really envy you for having such a sensible granddaughter. It seems that I should also accept a disciple so that I won't be jealous of you every day. Although Ling was not of Grandpa Jun's blood, Grandpa Jun had long regarded her as his own granddaughter. Otherwise, he would not have doted on her so much, to the point of grooming her to be his successor. Come. Let us continue playing chess, Grandpa Jun laughed. By the way, there seems to be quite a number of people visiting your Tianyu city recently. What happened? Old Master Mu frowned slightly. I heard that there seems to be a person called the Ghost Emperor who obtained something called the body heart. Once the body heart is consumed, one will not die for 3 days, so many people are chasing after the Ghost Emperor for the body heart. Body heart? Grandpa Jun was startled. I've heard of the heart of body. Could it be that the Ghost Emperor is in Tianyu City? That's not the case. Mu Dong shook his head. The Ghost Emperor is in the Withered Dragon Town. If you want to go to the Withered Dragon Town, you will have to go through Tianyu City. However, the Ghost Emperor is very powerful. In order to prevent people from dying in vain, countless experts have held a trial in Tianyu City. Only those who pass the trial are qualified to go to the Withered Dragon Town. Other than them, no one else is allowed to go through Tianyu City. Chapter 1372. There's such a thing. Grandpa Jun was a little surprised. Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. An ordinary man is innocent, but he gets into trouble because of his wealth. However, I am very interested in this test. Oh. Mu Dong raised an eyebrow. You want to participate as well? Grandpa Jun shook his head. The Ghost Emperor was able to obtain the heart of body. That is his own ability. What does it have to do with me? I just want to see how strong the people from the central continent are. Old man Mu, don't you want to take in a disciple? Perhaps this is an opportunity. However, let me give you a piece of advice. Do not take in a person with a bad character. Haha, Mu Dong laughed. If you are interested, we can go and watch the test. As for taking in a disciple, that is something for the future. Clearly, the two old men scoffed at the idea of these people encircling the Ghost Emperor. However, they were more interested in the test. Tianyu City. On the bustling streets, everyone was discussing the matter of encircling the Ghost Emperor. Therefore, no one saw that at this moment, on the street, a young girl in white was coldly glancing at the crowd with her evil eyes. Master, Lin Ruobai blinked her adorable eyes and asked, "Who is the ghost emperor they are talking about?" Yun Luofeng lowered his head and gently stroked Lin Ruobai's head. He smiled slightly. "Your Grandmaster." "Oh, then they want to kill Grandmaster. Do I have to go and kill them?" Lin Ruobai said this casually. It was as if killing someone was as simple as drinking water to her. No need. The most important thing now is to find your Grandmaster. It won't be too late to deal with them then. A cold light flashed in Yun Luofeng's eyes. A murderous intent spread from his eyes. Hong Luan, who was standing at the side, clicked her tongue. "I remember back in the Western continent, this man called the Ghost Emperor was hunted down by many experts of the Western continent because of his wealth. I didn't expect that the same thing would happen again in the Central Continent." Hong Luan crossed her arms and smiled. "However, the experts of the Central Continent are much stronger than those of the Western Continent. For example, there are only a few people in the Western Continent on the list. In the Central Continent, there are countless people on the list. So." Hong Luan paused and continued. "Let Hu Li and Wu stay. It's not safe for them to follow. As for Lin Ruobai, this little girl had an extraordinary power in her body, so she definitely wouldn't have any problems protecting him." "Hong Luan, what do you mean?" Hu Li's expression changed on the spot. "In any case, I've already broken through to Saint Ruler, so I have no problem protecting myself." Hong Luan glanced at him and smirked. "You can protect yourself, but what about this child named Wu?" The boy was clearly afraid of what was going to happen next. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Hu Li helplessly. Hu Li frowned. He now regretted bringing this child along. He was unable to help Yun Luofeng with anything, and instead had to supervise this child all day. "Hu Li, you and Wu stay. Xiaobai, you stay as well." "Master." Lin Ruobai bit his lip and looked at Yun Luofeng with teary eyes. "I won't drag you down." "I know," Yun Luofeng smiled, "it's just that your soul hasn't fully recovered yet. I can't let you face this kind of battle. Once your body has fully recovered, you can become my greatest support. Do you understand?" Chapter 1373. Lin Ruobai lowered her head. After a long time, she looked up and nodded. "I'll listen to you, Master. But Master, you must find Grandmaster as soon as possible." I'll wait here for you." She was an obedient child. Since her master had asked her to stay, she would wait for his return. It must be said that the current Lin Ruobai was so obedient that it made one's heart ache for her. Even if she did not want to leave, Yun Luofeng would still listen to her and stay. "Hong Luan, let's go." Yun Luofeng turned around and walked out of the city. Contrary to her wishes, she had just walked to the city gates when she was stopped by 2 guards. "The city gate will not be open to the public for a few days. Please go back." "What's the reason?" Hong Luan asked coldly as she suppressed her anger. The guards did not even look at her and did not answer her question. Instead, someone beside her reminded her, "Miss, don't you know that the road to Chenyu City has been sealed? If you want to pass through here, you will have to go through the city governor's assessment." "What assessment?" "There are 2 types of assessment. One is martial arts and the other is medical skills. Anyone who passes the assessment will be able to leave with their team tomorrow. Therefore, you should not force your way out of the city. Otherwise, you will be hunted down by the powerful cultivators of Chenyu City." Hong Luan frowned. She turned to Yun Luofeng and said, "Yun Luofeng, no matter what decision you make, I will support you. If you force your way out of the city, I'm afraid you will not be delayed for just 1 night." She was confident that she could escape. But what about Hu Li and the others? And Hong Luan? How could she let Hong Luan and the others take the risk with her? Furthermore, even if she chose to force her way out, she would have to face the pursuit of many powerful cultivators. By then, she would not be delayed for just 1 night. Where will the assessment be held? Yun Luofeng looked at the passerby and asked, "Miss, what assessment would you like to take?" "The martial arts assessment will be held at the battlefield, while the medical assessment will be held at the medical hall." Yun Luofeng, I do not have medical skills, so I choose the battlefield. Hong Luon raised her brows when she heard the passerby's explanation. All right, I will head to the medical hall. After saying this, Yun Luofeng looked at the passerby again. Please lead the way for us. Of course, this passerby was willing to lead the way for the two beauties. He smiled and made a welcoming gesture, then sent Yun Luofeng and Hong Luon to the medical hall and the martial field. At this moment, the medical hall was a boiling cauldron of voices. Countless people stopped in their tracks when faced with the difficult test. Only a few people refused to believe it and insisted on solving this difficult problem. Grandpa Jun and Mu Dong walked in from the door. Ling Er followed closely behind Grandpa Jun from the start. The people in the medical hall did not recognize Grandpa Jun, but they knew Mu Dong's identity. Even the city lord of Tianyu City had to curry favor with him. Therefore, when they saw him, the people in the medical hall immediately went up to him. Old Master Mu, why are you here? Mu Dong's expression was indifferent. I'm just here to observe your assessment. By the way, I heard that you've come up with an age-old problem for this assessment. Is there anyone who can answer this question? Old Master Mu, you must be joking. How could anyone possibly answer such a difficult question? The city lord's order is that anyone who can answer even the slightest bit of it will pass. Chapter 1374. Mu Dong nodded his head slightly. He had also heard of this age-old problem. It would be impossible for those people to answer this age-old problem. If it was just a fragment, there might still be hope. Ling Er, Grandpa Jun smiled as he looked at the young girl beside him and said, all these years, I have been nurturing your medical skills. As of now, your medical skills have reached the pinnacle of perfection. So, you can take a stroll around this medical hall. A bright smile appeared on Ling Er's face. Grandpa, it is enough for Ling Er to accompany you. Do you dislike Ling Er? Do you not want Ling Er to serve by your side? Haha, Grandpa Jun laughed out loud. You little girl, you sure are weird. You've been accompanying this old man every day. Grandpa is afraid that you'll be too bored. Mu Dong looked at the old man and the young girl enviously. The jealousy in his eyes was so thick that it could be sliced open. At that moment, a commotion suddenly came from the front. Little girl, do you even know medicine? Your answer has made a mistake. I think you are just pretending to know when you don't. Don't waste time here. Hurry up and give up your position to us. The medical hall steward heard the commotion behind him. He subconsciously wiped away the sweat on his forehead. Lord Mu, I will go and see what is going on. No need. Grandpa Jun raised his hand to stop the medical hall steward. Let's go and take a look. This. The medical hall steward did not recognize Grandpa Jun. He looked at Mu Dong with an inquiring gaze. Mu Dong smiled faintly. We will listen to Grandpa Jun. Let's go and see what is going on. There was a sea of people in front. Everyone was gathered around a rectangular table, pointing at it from time to time. In front of the table, a young girl in white held a brush in her hand. Her expression was calm. She did not even think as she quickly wrote on a piece of paper. However, the surrounding people frowned and sneered at the young girl's answer. It was unknown when Grandpa Jun had walked through the crowd and arrived beside the young girl. At that moment, the surrounding noise seemed to have disappeared. He quietly stared at the contents that the young girl had written on the paper. Heh! Suddenly, Grandpa Jun let out a cry of surprise. The combination of the BNQ's gallbladder and the crane's breathgrass can actually paralyze a person's body. This was the first time he had heard of it. Yun Luofeng had clearly noticed Grandpa Jun who was standing beside her. She gave a rare reply. The BNQ's gallbladder has the effect of causing paralysis. However, the effect of the crane's breathgrass is too strong. The effect of the crane's breathgrass is to weaken its effect. Both are indispensable. Once one was missing, the patient would die immediately after taking the flat magpie gallbladder, so that's how it is. Grandpa Jun suddenly understood and nodded his head. I know quite a number of medicinal herbs that can paralyze a patient's body. However, each of them has a strong side effect. I wonder, what are the side effects of these medicinal herbs? That is why the Heart of Frost has become especially important. Yun Luofeng's hands did not stop moving as he continued to answer Grandpa Jun's question. When applying paralysis on the patient, you must use the Heart of Frost. Its function is to stabilize the patient's blood flow, preventing the patient's blood from flowing backwards. Grandpa Jun looked at Yun Luofeng with a serious expression. He had never heard of the things that Yun Luofeng was writing. However, it had opened the door to a new era for him, giving him a feeling of enlightenment. Chapter 1375. Old man, are you stupid? You believe whatever this woman says. The person next to him couldn't stand it anymore. He sneered and said, she's just writing nonsense. How could you be so stupid to believe her words? I don't think you know anything about medicine. Let the patient take BNQ bile. What's the difference between that and letting her die? Grandpa Jun frowned and glanced at the person who had insulted him. BNQ's gallbladder is mixed with crane's breathgrass. It may really have a paralyzing effect. You have never tried it. How do you know that her method is not feasible? I have not tried it. But the moment I heard it, I knew that it would not work. Could it be that you have tried this method? He sneered again and said mockingly. Linga knitted her cute brows and anger gradually appeared on her face. However, her grandfather did not say anything. She would not act rashly. Thus, she continued to stand beside Grandpa Jun. For this old man, there is no need to try. I can calculate it in my mind. This was the confidence of a strong person. He was no longer like an ordinary doctor. No matter what the result was, he would have to personally test it. But for him, he only needed to calculate it in his mind to know if the conclusion was feasible. Mu Dong saw that the person was about to say something else. He snorted coldly. This medical hall actually allows anyone to enter, and he still dares to clamor here. Did he not see that the acupuncture technique written by my disciple is the legendary million needles technique? For a doctor, silver needles were the most important item after medicinal herb. If a doctor did not even know how to perform acupuncture, then he could not be considered a qualified doctor. Thus, while Grandpa Jun was paying attention to the combination of medicinal herbs, Mu Dong was paying attention to the set of acupuncture technique written by Yun Luofeng. The more he read, the more shocked he became. This set of needle techniques was not complete, but he could roughly tell that Yun Luofeng had used the legendary 10,000 needles technique on this question. However, wait a minute, Grandpa Jun suddenly regained his senses and looked at Mu Dong. You mean your disciple? Where is your disciple? My new disciple. Mu Dong pointed at the girl in white. That's her. Fuck. When Grandpa Jun heard that, he immediately became furious. This is the first time I've seen you act so shamelessly. When did she agree to be your disciple? It turned out that shamelessness was also a realm. Mu Dong chuckled. In any case, I've taken a fancy to this girl. Just based on this 1,000 needles technique, I can predict that her medical skills are definitely not simple. Grandpa Jun gave a cold snort. You can see it, but so can I. Let's not talk about whether or not this young lady can solve this age-old problem. Just by looking at the medical knowledge that she has written down, I can tell that her talent is absolutely top-notch. Mu Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. You already have a disciple and such an obedient granddaughter. How about you give this little girl to me? In this world, who would complain about having too many genius disciples? So, why should I give it to you? The two old friends had unexpectedly stood on opposite sides in a single night. It was all for a young girl. Old man Jun, are you trying to fall out with me? Mu Dong's face turned ashen. Ignoring their many years of friendship, he gritted his teeth and said, Don't forget, you promised me that you would accompany me here to help me accept a disciple. Now, you want to snatch my disciple? Do you still have any face left? Chapter 1376. Mu Dong, don't call her your disciple. This little girl has yet to acknowledge you as her master. Even if you have no self-respect, you shouldn't say such things at this time. Grandpa Jun paused for a moment before continuing. Besides, this little girl is indeed fated with me. This kind of thing is also unexpected. Why don't you withdraw from this? I promise I will find you another disciple. These words almost drove Mu Dong mad. He turned to look at Ling Er and said, Ling don't you care about your grandfather? He even wants to snatch my disciple. Grandpa Mu, Ling giggled and said, my grandpa is right. This lady did not acknowledge you as her master, so she is not your disciple. Furthermore, I feel that she will develop better if she follows my grandpa, don't you think so? Mu Dong's beard trembled and his eyes widened. You two old and young people are working together to anger me. I'm telling you, this girl is mine. Whoever dares to snatch her from me, I will fucking turn against them. The people in the medical hall did not dare to say a word when they saw the two old men fighting. Mu Dong had some authority in the central continent. They did not know who the white-robed old man was, but to be able to speak to him in such a tone, he must be a big shot. These two people were not people they could afford to offend. Therefore, the people in the medical hall tactfully took a few steps back and made a large space for the two old men. As for the person who had humiliated Grandpa Jun, when he felt the aura of the two old men, he almost fainted from fright. Fortunately, the person beside him held him up in time, preventing him from falling to the ground. At this time, Yun Luofeng had finished the last stroke of her brush. She turned her head and saw that the old man who had asked her questions was now arguing with the other old man. Her face revealed a puzzled expression. What happened? The two old men saw the girl who had turned around and walked towards Yun Luofeng at the same time. However, when Mu Dong saw Grandpa Jun coming forward, he directly squeezed past him. Get out of the way. Don't disturb me and my disciple. Reminisce your sister. You two have only known each other for the first time. Oh, that's not right. I don't even know you. What is there to reminisce about? Get lost. Grandpa Jun waved his hand and sent a palm strike towards Mu Dong. Mu Dong, don't force me to fight you. This time, Grandpa Jun had even changed the way he addressed himself from old man to old man, showing just how angry he was. Let's fight then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Your medical skills are indeed better than mine, but in terms of strength, the two of us have always been on par. Mu Dong snorted and fought back, not to be outdone. Yun Luofeng was a little stunned. She had been too engrossed at the back and did not know what had happened. But, when did he have a master? Don't mind me. Suddenly, a voice that was clear like a bell resounded from Yun Luofeng's side. When she turned her head, a lovely smiling face was reflected in her eyes. The girl's smile was very bright. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and was full of spirit. My grandfather has always been like this. When he and Grandpa Mu are close, they are like real brothers. Once there is a dispute, they immediately become enemies. Ling pursed her lips into a faint smile and blinked her eyes slightly. Grandpa Mu said that you know the 10,000 needle technique. Do you really know the legendary 10,000 needle technique? Yun Luofeng was startled. 10,000 needle technique? Are you talking about the needle technique that I just drew? Yun Luofeng gently stroked her chin. If you are talking about it, then I know it. Chapter 1377. This acupuncture technique was recorded in the Holy Book of Medicine. It was deeply engraved in her mind. Thus, she had casually drawn it out. Hearing this, Ling's eyes lit up. Then, she extended her hand to Yun Luofeng. Oh yes, my name is Jun Ling. Jun. Yun Luofeng was very sensitive to this surname. Thus, she paused for a moment before taking Jun Ling's hand. Yun Luofeng. On this side, the two old men were fighting fiercely. The sky was dark. Yun Luofeng had just regained his senses when he heard laughter in front of him. No wonder you haven't completed your mission after so long. So you're seducing a girl from a good family. Hong Luan's figure rushed over, her arm hooking around Yun Luofeng's shoulder. She raised her eyebrows slightly, her phoenix eyes landing on Ling. This little girl is very pretty, I like her a lot. Ling seemed to have never seen such a bold woman. Especially when this woman teased her in such a domineering manner. She was instantly frightened. She replied weakly, I'm not gay. But Hong Luan could not help but laugh. Little girl, I'm just joking with you. Of course, if I were a man, I would definitely want to touch you. As a woman, she liked such a pretty little girl. What more a man? Ling's face turned red. In her entire life, She had never been teased in such a blatant manner. Moreover, the other party was a woman. Yun Luofeng, your place is very lively. Hong Luon raised an eyebrow and smiled. How was it? Did you pass? Yun Luofeng did not speak and turned to look at the steward of the medical hall. The steward wiped the sweat from his forehead. Passed. Did he not see that Master Mu and his good friend had fought over this girl? How could he say that she had not passed? Even if she had scribbled nonsense, she had to pass. Since you passed, let's go. Hong Luon smiled and hooked her arm around Yun Luofeng's. She did not forget to turn back and pinch Linga's fair and soft little face. Little girl, we will meet again. Outside the medical hall, Yun Luofeng stopped in her tracks. She raised an eyebrow at the woman in red and asked, I've known you for so long. I've never seen you interested in anyone. In other words, she was asking Hong Luon why she was so interested in a little girl. This little girl's identity is somewhat special, Hong Luon smiled. If I'm not mistaken, she's the daughter of the Jun family's master. Jun family? Yun Luofeng suddenly remembered that her name was Jun Ling-er. Could she be from the Jun family of Ling continent? Yun Luofeng, Hong Luon turned her head. The smile on her face gradually disappeared, and was replaced by a dignified look. I'm only telling you some things because you're my friend. I don't know why you have the Jun family's jade tablet in your hands, and I don't know if it's good or bad for you. Therefore, before you find out the truth, you can't reveal it, even if it's someone from the Jun family. Hong Luon's expression was very serious. After all, no one knew if Yun Luofeng was really a member of the Jun family. What if? Is she an enemy of the Jun family? I understand. Yun Luofeng smiled faintly. Even though she planned to seek an answer for Jun Fengling, she did not intend to reveal the jade pendant before finding out the truth. Whether you're a member of the Jun family or not, you're my friend. Hong Luon clenched her fist and hit her chest. I will always stand by your side, and I will never give up. Chapter 1378. What does her status have to do with her? She only approved of this one person. Let's go. Yun Luofeng shrugged. We can leave Tianyu City tomorrow. Hong Luon did not speak. She turned to look in the direction of the medical hall. A cold light flashed across her eyes. If she and her father were wrong and Yun Luofeng was not a member of the Jun family, then, she would never let the Jun family hurt her. The medical hall. The two old men finally stopped. They were panting, their foreheads covered in sweat. However, when they turned around, they found that Yun Luofeng had disappeared. Where's my disciple? Mu Dong was stunned. Gone. Linga opened her big bright eyes. I saw that you were too engrossed in the fight just now. I thought that you liked to fight, so I didn't remind you. What? Mu Dong was stunned and asked hurriedly, then do you know if she went east or west? West. Linga was lying through her teeth. In the hearts of the elders, Linga had always been an honest child. Therefore, Mu Dong did not suspect anything and quickly chased after her. Grandpa, Miss Yun went east. She shouldn't have left for long. Hurry up and chase after her. Don't let Grandpa Mu catch up to her. Grandpa Jun laughed and patted Ling-er's little head. You black-bellied little fox. After I accept this disciple, I will allow you to return home for a few days. Grandpa, Ling-er wants to follow you. Little girl, don't think that I don't know that you have been missing your parents. I have let you down all these years. In a few days, I will let you go back and reunite with them for a while. Thank you, Grandpa. Ling-er's smile was very bright. It shone into Grandpa Jun's heart. But Ling-er's favorite thing is to accompany Grandpa on his travels. Oh right, go after Miss Yun first. Otherwise, when Grandpa Mu finds out that he has been tricked, he will definitely head east. All right, haha. Grandpa Jun laughed out loud. Dressed in a white robe, he quickly disappeared from the medical hall. At that moment, everyone in the medical hall was sweating. No one could have imagined that this innocent little girl would be a swindler. Poor Mu Dong, who told him not to have such a considerate granddaughter, causing him to be outnumbered. Unfortunately, Ling-er had overestimated Mu Dong's intelligence. After he searched the entire west side of the city and did not find Yun Luofeng, he suddenly realized that he had been tricked. Thus, on that day, the angry roar of the old man resounded through the streets of Tianyu City, lingering for a long time. Junling Tian. Junlinger, you grandfather and grandson actually joined forces to deceive me. Good. Very good. I want to sever all ties with you. Irreconcilable. At the inn. Just as Yun Luofeng and Hong Luan stepped inside, Grandpa Jun chased after them. He smiled and blocked Yun Luofeng's path. Miss Yun, your medical skills have amazed me. Would you be willing to be my disciple? Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes. A light flashed across them. I already have enough masters. I can't take another one. If you want, we can discuss medical skills. Haha, Grandpa Jun saw that Yun Luofeng did not completely reject him. He laughed heartily. It's fine if you don't want to take me as your master. I see that you are about the same age as my granddaughter. If you don't mind, you can call me Grandpa. Let me have another granddaughter. Chapter 1379. All right, Yun Luofeng smiled, Grandfather. Hearing this form of address, Grandpa Jun felt a little sad for some reason. If this girl was really his granddaughter, he would definitely be overjoyed. Unfortunately, he did not even know if Junna was still alive, nor did he know if she had given birth to a boy or a girl. Hong Luan stood at the side without saying a word. She naturally knew Yun Luofeng's purpose. This old man was a member of the Jun family. If Yun Luofeng wanted to find out more information, he had to make contact with the Jun family. Haha. Grandpa Jun laughed out loud again. His laughter was very hearty. Little girl, if you want, you can leave with me now. No need, Yun Luofeng shook his head. I still have something important to do. Once I'm done, I'll pay you a visit. If that's the case, I won't disturb you anymore. If you need anything, come find me at the Jun family in Ling Continent. Although Grandpa Jun did not manage to accept Yun Luofeng as his disciple, he had obtained a cheap granddaughter. He left very satisfied. Unfortunately, when he returned to the Mu residence, he was greeted by a storm. Junling Tian, you shameless villain. Mu Dong's face was ashen, his eyes filled with anger as he glared at Grandpa Jun. I never thought you were this kind of person. I've really misjudged you all these years. Grandpa Jun did not get angry. Instead, he continued to smile. Mu Dong, don't be angry. I did find that little girl. However, she said that she had too many masters and rejected me. Hearing this, Mu Dong felt a little better. Although he was a step too late, Grandpa Jun did not succeed in obtaining this disciple. But, however, Grandpa Jun changed the topic and continued. This little girl has recognized me as her grandfather. What? Mu Dong was furious. This time, he did not waste time talking nonsense with Grandpa Jun. He directly attacked. His sharp aura was like a long sword that suddenly stopped. Boom. Grandpa Jun's body flashed, dodging Mu Dong's attack. However, the ground where he was standing just now had a deep pit. It was obvious how much strength Mu Dong had used. Mu Dong, are you serious? Grandpa Jun did not expect that Mu Dong would actually come for real. His eyes widened as he said, if it weren't for the fact that I feel guilty towards you, I would have already taken action against you. Mu Dong snorted coldly. Leave. From now on, you're no longer my friend. Who knows, if I continue to have such a deep relationship with Grandpa Jun, I might end up getting snatched away by him. Mu Dong, the two of us have been good friends for many years. Why must we fall out over such a small matter? Grandpa Jun shamelessly walked towards Mu Dong, his aged face filled with smiles. Seeing his infuriating look, Mu Dong wanted to punch him in the face. Of course, he felt that there was no need to fall out. Wasn't it because he had beaten them to it? If he was the one who snatched the little girl first, he reckoned that the old man would start a war with him without a second word. Before I left, I took the question that Yun Las answered. The two of us can study it and see if her answers are correct. Grandpa Jun naturally knew how to make Mu Tiannan loosen up. So, he waved his hand and took out a scroll with black and white characters. Chapter 1380. Sure enough, Mu Dong's wrinkled face relaxed for a moment, but quickly tensed up again. Wait until I'm done researching this problem, then I'll settle the score with you. Don't worry, after I'm done researching this problem, This old man will definitely apologize to you, Grandpa Jun said with a smile. Right now, the most important thing is to find someone to test the method she used. For the people of this foreign world, there were very few people who could solve this problem. However, in China, a successful operation could be done. Of course, someone like Nangong Uni, who also came from China, might not be able to solve this problem. After all, many of the medicinal ingredients in this foreign world and China were different. Even if there were medicinal ingredients with the same name, the medicinal effects might not be the same. The reason why Yun Luofeng was able to write down this heart transplant surgery was because she had cleverly used the knowledge provided by the Divine Book of Medicine and combined it with what she had learned in China to solve this difficult problem. After Mu Dong heard Grandpa Jun's words, they immediately sent people to find patients with the same problem. Fortunately, although Mu Dong lived in seclusion, he had countless experts at his service. Thus, it didn't take long for them to find a patient. The treatment process did not allow for a single mistake. Thus, Grandpa Jun and Mu Dong thoroughly researched the solution and transferred several doctors from the medical hall. Only then did they start using Yun Luofeng's treatment method. However, they did not expect that this treatment would last for 3 days and 3 nights. With Grandpa Jun and Mu Dong's strength, 3 days and 3 nights of sleepless treatment, coupled with their tense mental state, did not pose much of a problem. However, the people in the medical hall could not bear it and each of them became incomparably weak. Just as they were about to collapse, a maniacal laughter rang out in the sky above the Mu residence. Success, it's really a success. This ancient problem has been solved by the hands of a young girl, ha ha ha. Grandpa Jun laughed loudly. His expression was one of joy, but it was also one of rejoicing. Rejoicing that he had a discerning eye and accepted such a genius granddaughter. Mu Dong stared blankly for a few seconds, then suddenly rushed towards Grandpa Jun. Before Grandpa Jun could recover from his surprise, Mu Dong fiercely grabbed him by the neck. "Give me back my disciple. Give me back my disciple." The doctors who were dozing off suddenly woke up. When they saw Mu Dong's crazy appearance, they hurriedly ran towards him and pulled his hand. "Old Master Mu, don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Hurry up and let go." Ahem. After Mu Dong released his grip, Grandpa Jun coughed twice. He was not angered by Mu Dong's actions and continued to smile. "Mu Dong, my granddaughter is not your apprentice. Don't try to claim that we are relatives." Mu Dong gradually calmed down. He took a deep breath and asked, "Does your granddaughter need a grandfather? I can give her all my belongings and let her call me Grandpa. That's enough." Compared to the old urchin's Grandpa Jun, Mu Dong cherished geniuses even more. In his opinion, all his possessions were merely worldly possessions. If he could exchange all his possessions for such a talented granddaughter, then it would be worth it. "Are you sure?" Grandpa Jun raised his eyebrows. "You have countless treasures in your hands. Even a single medicinal herb is priceless. Are you going to use all your belongings to acknowledge your granddaughter?" Chapter 1381. That's right. As long as she treats me as her granddaughter, I will give her anything. "No, no," Grandpa Jun hurriedly shook his head. "I haven't prepared a gift for my granddaughter. What if you surpass me? I heard that there is a medicinal herb in the Zhongju Sea that can greatly increase one's strength. Wait for me to bring that medicinal herb to my cheap granddaughter, then I will bring you to her. Jun Ling Tian, I'm telling you, if you don't bring me to that girl, I won't play with you today." Mu Dong glared angrily at Grandpa Jun. Obviously, if Grandpa Jun rejected him, he would not let this old man off easily. Seeing Mu Dong on the verge of going crazy, Grandpa Jun finally relented. "Don't forget what you said earlier. You will give her everything you have. If you don't keep your word, I will not bring you to see her." Although he could not give Yun Luofeng a gift now, how could he really refuse to give her so many treasures? Unfortunately, Mu Dong was ultimately disappointed. When they arrived at the inn, they found out that Yun Luofeng had already left a few days ago. The two old men could only return in disappointment. Grandpa Jun had just stepped out of the inn when a figure landed in front of him. The figure knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Old Master, I have finally found you." Grandpa Jun's face immediately turned grim. He said coldly, I have already said that I will not interfere with the Jun family's matters. Why are you still looking for me? Old master, this is a special matter. The guard wiped the sweat off his forehead and said respectfully, the old master has received a message. It is said that the Lord of the Eastern Continent had personally seen someone carrying a jade pendant. So, he is here to inform the Jun family. After saying this, the guard presented a piece of paper with the image of the jade pendant. Grandpa Jun's body stiffened. With trembling hands, he took the paper from the guard and slowly unfolded it. All these years, he had experienced hope and despair. In the end, he no longer dared to have any hope. Therefore, at this moment, his heart was filled with fear from the inside out. He was afraid that this jade pendant was not the one he had placed in his daughter's swaddling clothes. However, the moment he unfolded the paper, tears streamed down his face. His trembling fingers caressed the word Jun on the jade pendant. That's right, this is the jade pendant I gave to Junna back then. Junna is still alive. She's alive. How many years has it been? How many years had he spent in longing and despair? In fact, he had already given up hope. Who would have thought that he would be able to see this jade pendant in his lifetime? Did the East Continent's continent lord provide Junna's portrait? Or is that her current name? Grandpa Sheng raised his head and asked excitedly. He only said that the other party was a young girl in her 20s. He didn't say anything else. Young girl? Grandpa Jun was startled. The look of joy on his face became even more intense. Could it be that Junna has already given birth to a daughter? That young lady is Junna's daughter. This is great. This old man has another granddaughter. The pitiful Grandpa Jun did not know that Yun Luofeng was not Jun Fongling's daughter, but her daughter-in-law. Congratulations. Even though Mu Dong was still angry about what had happened before, he still walked forward and patted his old friend on the shoulder. Chapter 1382. No one knew better than him the pain his old friend had gone through all these years. If Jun is still alive in this world, it would be a matter worthy of celebration. Mu Dong. Grandpa Jun turned around and looked at Mu Dong's aged face. Do me a favor and send Linga back to the Jun family for me. Mu Dong was stunned. What do you want to do? I want to go to the East Continent and find the Lord of the East Continent to ask about her appearance and name. Grandpa Jun took a deep breath and said with a determined expression. This time, I will not return to the Ling continent until I find her. All right. Mu Dong nodded. Leave Ling to me. Go. You've been missing her for so many years. Now that you've finally found out that Jun is still alive, you must not give up. Grandpa Jun looked at Mu Dong and patted him on the shoulder. He did not say a word of thanks. There was no need for thanks between the two of them. Then, he turned around and disappeared from the bustling street in his white robes. Go back. Mu Dong looked at the Jun family's guard. I will escort Ling home safely. Yes, Lord Mu Dong. The guard cupped his fists and disappeared into the bustling crowd as well. After passing the trial, Yun Luofeng and Hong Luan followed the crowd and successfully left Tianyu City. However, they did not follow the crowd. After leaving Tianyu City, they separated from the crowd and rushed to the Withered Dragon Town as fast as they could. At this moment, the streets of the quiet Withered Dragon Town were filled with maple leaves. Perhaps it was because everyone knew that there would be a battle in the Withered Dragon Town in the near future. Thus, everyone had left, leaving the entire street desolate and silent. Inside a house, a man sat on the bed. His black robes were open, revealing his strong abdominal muscles. His smooth chest made one want to touch it. This man was very handsome. His paralyzed face was always expressionless, and his cold, black eyes were like a deep pool, incomparably deep and serene. Get out. The man's voice was bone-chilling, causing the man in green standing at the door to shiver. He cupped his fists and said, yes. At this moment, the green-robed man understood that after several days and nights of extraction, the medicinal essence of the body heart had been refined by his master. Next, he would cut open Bai Su's heart and extract her blood essence. Thinking of this, the green-robed man silently retreated and closed the door for the man. In the room, there was a solemn silence. The man flipped his palm and a shining dagger appeared in his hand. He aimed the cold blade at his chest and ruthlessly stabbed it, The intense pain caused him to groan. However, from beginning to end, he didn't even frown, nor did he show any mercy. At this moment, a surprised cry came from outside the door, causing the man's hand to tremble, and he almost lost his grip on the dagger in his hand. "Mistress, why are you here?" Bang! The room door was suddenly kicked open and Yun Luofeng rushed in from outside. What entered her eyes was the scene of Yun Xiao using a dagger to cut open his chest. This bloody scene caused Yun Luofeng's heart to tremble. She asked in disbelief, "Yun Xiao, what are you doing?" "Feng, why are you here?" Yun Xiao was slightly shaken. He had already forgotten about his pain and his gaze fell upon the young girl. Chapter 1383. Tell me, what are you doing? Yun Luofeng's voice was filled with uncontrollable anger. You said that you wanted to leave for a while just to hurt yourself. Why didn't you tell me what you wanted to do? Ever since she found out that Yun Xiao had found the heart of body, she had had a bad premonition. However, she never expected that he would cut open his own chest. But this man, why didn't he tell her anything? Why did he have to bear all of this alone? Yun Luofeng clenched her fists tightly. Her heart felt as if it had been squeezed fiercely by a hand, causing her entire body to tremble in pain. "Feng, get out." Yun Xiao frowned slightly. "Don't look." Yun Luofeng did not seem to hear Yun Xiao's words and walked towards him. "Feng." Yun Xiao clutched the dagger in his hand. "I beg you. Get out." "Yun Xiao, no matter what it is, we can face it together. Tell me, what do you want to do? Perhaps I can help you." Yun Luofeng's voice trembled as she stared at Yun Xiao's blood-drenched chest. She wanted to do something for him but she did not know what Yun Xiao's goal was. "Master." Little Mo had appeared next to Yun Luofeng at some point. He glanced at Yun Xiao and said, "There's a drop of blood in his heart. I believe that his goal is to extract that drop of blood." At first, Little Mo did not sense the blood in Yun Xiao's body. Only when Yun Xiao cut open his chest did he clearly sense it. Yun Luofeng's heart ached. "Little Mo, is there any other way?" The green-robed man who had been standing guard outside the door walked in again. He looked at Yun Xiao and then at Yun Luofeng. "Master's blood was planted by Baisu and it's a blood curse. This blood curse will make it impossible for him to stay with you forever. If he wants to break the blood curse, there's only one way. Master needs to sleep with another woman. He doesn't want to let you down, so he thought of this method." Yun Xiao's expression was cold and solemn. Even though his voice was incomparably weak, it still carried a sharp aura. "Get out." His words were naturally directed at the green-robed man. If it were not for the intense pain in his chest, the green-robed man would not have been able to complete his sentence. However, the green-robed man did not regret his words. Even if he would be thrown back and punished like Lin Qiong, he still had to tell his mistress about his master's actions. He couldn't let his mistress know nothing about his master's sacrifice. "Feng, I'll be fine soon, I beg you, don't look." Yun Xiao's dagger was still dripping with fresh blood, but because Yun Luofeng was here, he could not move at all. He could only use that pleading voice to say. However, when he looked at the young girl's face once more, his body suddenly stiffened. "You cried?" After accompanying the girl for so many years, he had never seen her shed a single tear. But now, because of him, she was crying. Once he thought of this, Yun Xiao's heart was surrounded by self-blame and guilt, to the extent that he forgot the pain in his chest and only cared about the pain in his heart. Her tears were like arrows, enough to pierce through his heart. "Xiao Mo, it's too late to find the anesthetic ingredients now." Yun Luofeng did not answer Yun Xiao's question and turned towards Xiao Mo, "So, I need your help." Xiao Mo was stunned. "Are you planning to use the spiritual energy in the divine grimoire space to supply it to Yun Xiao?" "Master, the divine grimoire space is secretly related to you. If you supply too much spiritual energy to others, it will cause the divine grimoire space to be damaged and you will die." Chapter 1384. "I don't care about that much." Yun Luofeng's eyes were filled with determination. This time, I must help him. She couldn't let Yun Xiao face everything alone. If she could save him, she wouldn't regret it even if her soul was destroyed, let alone the divine grimoire space. "All right." Little Mo nodded. "No matter what you want to do, I'll accompany you. Little Mo didn't tell Yun Luofeng that once the divine grimoire space was damaged, as the guardian spirit of the space, he would also disappear. But he wouldn't stop Yun Luofeng. As long as she wanted to do something, he would support her. Yun Xiao didn't know what Yun Luofeng wanted to do, but when he heard Little Mo's last sentence, he frowned and said, I can solve it myself. You, shut up. Yun Luofeng glared at him fiercely. I'll settle the score with you later on about what you've hidden from me. Fire, protect me. Xiao Shu, help me tie him up. Little Mo, mobilize the spirit energy in the divine grimoire space to alleviate his pain. Feng, I'm a man. This pain is nothing. You don't have to risk your life. Yun Xiao insisted on standing up, but in the next second, countless vines grew out, instantly tying the man firmly to the bed. If Yun Xiao hadn't cut open his chest at the beginning, he wouldn't have been so helpless that he was tied up by the small tree. The problem was, he never thought that Yun Luofeng would suddenly find him here at this time. Yun Xiao was anxious. His eyes were bloodshot. Let me go. Yun Xiao, this time, I won't let you face it alone. Yun Luofeng smiled. At this moment, her smile was very beautiful, so beautiful that it made people's hearts beat. Compared to death, I'm more afraid of heartache. If, this time, I really die to save you, then go to the Yellow Springs to find me. I'll wait for you there. I will be waiting for you in the Yellow Springs and blue skies, for all eternity. Yun Xiao suddenly quieted down and no longer resisted violently. If something really happened to Yun Luofeng, then so what if he went to the Yellow Springs with her? If they joined hands, they would also make a name for themselves. At the door, Hong Luan quietly looked at the two people in the room. At this moment, she suddenly understood what true love was. For her, this man would rather dig out his heart and extract his blood than do anything to betray her. Ling Li kept saying that his son was the best man in the world. Then wouldn't Yun Luofeng's husband be the best in the world? How could a person who couldn't even control the lower half of his body compare to someone as infatuated as the Ghost Emperor? However, feelings were mutual. He had given up everything for her, and she was also willing to die for this man. Hong Luan felt a little emotional in her heart. I really wonder who placed a blood curse on the Ghost Emperor. If I find out who it is that wants to ruin such a beautiful couple, I definitely won't let them off. Hong Luan seemed to hear the sound of galloping horses nearby. She gently raised her brows. Looks like those people have caught up to us. Yun Luofeng, stay here and treat your husband. Leave those who have come to disturb us to me. Yun Luofeng was startled. She turned to look at Hong Luan. She muttered to herself for a moment, then nodded and said, pay attention to your safety. You must live. Currently, the strongest people by her side were Fire and the small tree. However, the two of them were unable to leave, so those experts could only rely on Hong Luan alone. Chapter 1385. You too. Hong Luan glanced at Yun Luofeng before she turned and walked out. The man in green wanted to follow her, but Hong Luan merely glanced at him coldly and said, you are too weak. You should stay. I alone am enough to deal with the rest. Hearing the woman's merciless words, the man in green looked a little embarrassed. He had wanted to say that she was just a middle-stage Saint King, but Hong Luan slammed the door shut with a loud bang. On the street, the hooves of horses galloped in the air. Countless people were riding on horses and riding on flying cranes. There was a sea of people. These people were all above the Saint King level and were so powerful that they were unmatched. Little girl, we are here to find the Ghost Emperor. Hurry up and get out of the way. Maybe we can spare your life. When the experts saw that the person blocking their way was just a little girl at the intermediate Saint King stage, they did not think much of her and did not take her seriously at all. Hong Luan smiled and blocked the door alone. Her red robes fluttered in the wind and she was domineering and arrogant. Today, as long as I, Hong Luan, am alive, none of you can take another step in. Of course, if you want to enter, it is not impossible. You will have to step over my dead body. Ha. Hearing the woman in red's domineering voice, a middle-aged man burst into laughter. You! A middle-stage Saint King girl dares to be so arrogant. Fine, we'll kill you first, then we'll kill the Ghost Emperor. In an instant, all the cultivator's auras surged out and charged forward. Hong Luon calmly took out a red box from her space ring. Then, she slowly opened the red box and took out a fruit that was emitting a red glow. Mother, this is something that you left behind for me before you passed away. It can be considered as a protective talisman for me. But I never thought that I would need to use it so soon. Hong Luon curled the corners of her lips. Back then, you also left a message for me. Unless it was absolutely necessary, I must not use this thing. But now, I must use it no matter what. I am willing to bear the consequences myself. Hong Luon placed the fruit by her mouth. The fruit instantly turned into a ray of light and disappeared into her mouth. At the same time, her strength, which was originally at the middle level of a holy king, instantly rose. High-level Saint King, low-level Saint Venerable, mid-level Saint Venerable, high-level Saint Venerable, and finally Saint Monarch. That's right, her strength had suddenly reached the Saint Monarch realm. What's going on? Why did she suddenly become a saint? Could it be because of the fruit she consumed? A certain expert turned pale with fright and cried out in alarm. No, that's not right. Her strength isn't very stable. It should be a method that can increase her strength in a short period of time. If she can hold on for a while, when the effect of the medicine is over, we can kill her. One of them reacted quickly and said hurriedly. Hong Luon held her sword, her face expressionless. I can deal with all of you within these 2 hours. With this sentence, she had already admitted that there was indeed a time limit for the fruit she consumed, but so what? She would use the fastest speed to deal with this group of people. In reality, the fruit she consumed was cultivated by a Lord Saint 10,000 years ago using his own spiritual qi. Therefore, after consuming it, she would possess the power of a Lord Saint. It was a pity that the sage hadn't grasped the method of using spiritual qi to nourish the medicinal herbs, so this fruit was actually a failure. Not only could it increase his strength for a short period of time, but the consequences were also very serious. Kill. A cultivator waved his hand and instantly, countless people charged towards Hong Luon. Battle cries and screams filled the desolate street. Chapter 1386. At this moment, Hong Luon was like a warrior dressed in red armor with a long sword in his hand. Invincible. Countless killings. Ever since she left the East Continent with Yun Luofeng a few months ago, she had already been prepared to face a strong enemy. Moreover, for Yun Luofeng, even if she had to bear the consequences of raising her strength, she would not regret it. Inside the room, Yun Luofeng, who was wholeheartedly digging out Yun Xiao's heart to extract blood, did not know what was happening outside the room. But she believed in Hong Luon. She believed that she could definitely block those people. Yun Xiao's gaze had always been on Yun Luofeng. Perhaps it was because little Mo was constantly providing him with spirit energy from the divine grimoire space, but he did not feel too much pain. Even so, it was still a little painful. Therefore, Yun Xiao's gaze slowly shifted to Yun Luofeng's body, the scene of him and the girl in front of him reverberating in his mind, to divert his attention. Master, cold sweat dripped down little Mo's forehead. His little face was a little pale as he turned to Yun Luofeng. Although there is too much spirit energy in the divine grimoire space, and I even said that the space can provide you with unlimited spirit energy, but, in fact, the spirit energy in the divine grimoire space can be used up. I can already feel that the consumption this time is too great, and the divine grimoire space will not be able to hold on any longer. Yun Luofeng did not even frown, continue to hold on. All right. Little Mo did not speak anymore. He transferred the spirit energy from his hand into Yun Xiao's body to relieve the pain of his heart being dug out. Feng'er, enough. Yun Xiao frowned slightly. I can bear with it for now, let little Mo stop first. If you don't want me to use up too much energy, then shut up. Yun Luofeng said fiercely. When she thought about how Yun Xiao had hidden such an important matter from her, she shouted angrily with a bad expression on her face. Yun Xiao looked at little Mo, whose body was already beginning to sway, and his heart suddenly tightened. His hands that were placed on both sides of his body also clenched tightly into fists. The little tree looked at Yun Luofeng, then looked at the pale little Mo. He raised his hand to scratch his butt, and then, he took out a chrysanthemum flower from his pocket. That's right, It was indeed a yellow and tender chrysanthemum. Fire looked at the small tree speechlessly. This guy's pocket was 100 treasures bag. Why does it have everything? After the little tree took out the chrysanthemum flower, he commanded the vines to bind Yun Xiao tightly before returning to the divine grimoire space. The space of the divine grimoire, which had originally been rich in spiritual qi, now seemed very bleak. The medicinal herbs that had been picked and planted in the medicinal field had all withered, falling with the wind. As soon as it saw its food in this state, the small tree immediately became angry. It was so angry that its hair stood up and its eyes turned red. If the divine grimoire space was a person, the little tree would have beaten him up immediately. However, the little tree could not hit the divine grimoire space, so he could only think of a way to save the space that was on the verge of collapse. Most importantly, he had to save his own food. Therefore, the small tree found a good spot in the field and planted the little chrysanthemum that he had taken out from the soil. When the little tender chrysanthemum began to grow, he clapped his hands and nodded in satisfaction. The collapse of the divine grimoire space was a small matter, but losing his rations was a huge matter. How could he bear to go hungry? However, the speed of the little chrysanthemum's growth was a bit slow. The small tree was very unwilling. He untied his pants and began to pee on the little chrysanthemum. Chapter 1387. Not long after, the little chrysanthemum began to grow rapidly, growing into a chrysanthemum flower that was even taller than the tree. In reality, this was just a seed that looked like a chrysanthemum flower. The little tree was using it to save the grimoire space. Oh, no, it was using it to save his own food. As for why it looked like a chrysanthemum, the little tree had no idea. Inside the house, Little Mo and Yun Luofeng did not notice the little tree leaving, nor were they in the mood to pay attention to what was happening in the grimoire space. Therefore, they did not know that there was a chrysanthemum flower growing strong in the space. Master, I can't hold on much longer. The grimoire space cannot hold on much longer. Little Mo looked at Yun Luofeng with a pale face. If you don't cure Yun Xiao, the space will collapse soon. Usually, Yun Luofeng only used a trace of the spiritual power of the space, as if he was slowly tasting tea. Now, he was drinking it like drinking water. No matter how big the kettle was, it would not be able to withstand such drinking. Little Mo, I will succeed soon. Hold on for a little longer. At this point, Yun Luofeng was not willing to give up. Even if she gave up her life, she was not willing to let Yun Xiao endure that kind of pain. Little Mo's body swayed a little. He looked at Yun Luofeng, his bright eyes gradually showing a touch of determination. Master, do you remember the identity I mentioned to you? Little Mo smiled. My body is formed from the spiritual energy of the grimoire space. Now that a large amount of the spiritual energy of the grimoire space has been consumed by me, if this continues, you will definitely die. But... He raised his head, his eyes bright. Since my body is formed from the spiritual energy of the space, I can also turn myself into that spiritual energy and relieve Yun Xiao's pain. Little Mo. Yun Luofeng's heart suddenly tightened. The space should be able to hold on for a little longer. Didn't you say before that the spiritual energy of the grimoire space is inexhaustible? Even if it's not as exaggerated as you said, it should be able to hold on for a little longer. Little Mo shook his head. As the guardian spirit of the space, no one knows the extent of the spiritual energy of the grimoire space better than I do. I cannot use it anymore. At least, I cannot let you die. Once the space collapsed, both of them would die. In that case, it would be better for him to leave alone. He was originally a lifeless existence. It was the divine grimoire space that gave him consciousness, and he got to know Master and Whitey. Little Mo did not understand why he would think of that silly girl at this time. Little Mo. Yun Luofeng's expression suddenly changed. I don't want Yun Xiao to suffer and I don't want you to leave. So, don't do anything stupid. Master, in this life, I'm already satisfied to have known you. Oh yes, remember to tell Xiao Bai that if I can reincarnate like a human, I want to marry her in my next life. But he knew that this was merely wishful thinking. He was merely a spirit without life or soul, so how could he reincarnate? If he disappeared, he would no longer exist in this world. Feng Yun Xiao saw that Xiao Mo was about to sacrifice himself. He raised his hand and held Yun Luofeng's hand. You have done enough. Rather than letting him disappear, I am willing to endure the pain. How could Yun Xiao not understand the importance of Xiao Mo to her? If little Mo really lost her life because of this, she would be in pain for the rest of her life. Chapter 1388. For Yun Xiao, Yun Luofeng wasn't afraid of death, but she didn't want little Mo to sacrifice himself. Could it be that there was no other way? Yun Luofeng's heart clenched as he punched the ground. Damn it. There must be another way. Just then, little Mo's expression changed once again. She was already prepared to face death calmly. He had a strange look on his face. Master, I just used up all the spiritual energy in the divine grimoire space. Why did it recover? Wait. Little Mo seemed to sense something and his eyes widened in shock. Xiaoshu. When did he go to the divine grimoire space? Also, what was that big yellow chrysanthemum? No matter what, the restoration of the divine grimoire space filled little Mo with joy. This meant that he didn't have to sacrifice himself to help Yun Xiao. Little Mo, I'm almost done. Continue using spiritual energy. Yun Luofeng came back to his senses and suppressed the joy in his heart. Yes, Master. Little Mo heaved a sigh of relief. Better to live than to die. Who would want to die if they could live? Therefore, the restoration of the divine grimoire space was the best. Otherwise, he would really sacrifice himself to protect Yun Xiao. However, when he thought of what he had said before, he wanted to cry but had no tears. Master, can I not marry Xiao Bai? Yun Luofeng glanced at him calmly. It's too late. At this moment, little Mo's heart turned cold. It was all his fault. If he died, then he died. Why did he say he would marry Xiao Bai in the next life? Even though Xiao Bai was very cute without her memories, once she regained her memories, she would become a little demon again. Therefore, it was too late for little Mo to regret. Yun Luofeng no longer paid attention to Whitey, who was at the side. He focused on slowly moving that drop of blood out of his heart. Outside the room, Hong Luan's dress fluttered as she fought a bloody battle. Her footsteps never left the door. She stood firmly outside the door, not allowing anyone to enter. But she felt that time was passing and her heart was filled with anxiety. No. She couldn't let these people disturb Yun Luofeng. Even if she died, she would hold them back. Thinking of this, Hong Luan's eyes became more determined and her face was cold. There were too many experts, so many that Hong Luan was somewhat exhausted. Every time she moved alone, there would be countless people behind her. The entire street was piled with corpses like a mountain, reaching the sky. Poochie. Suddenly, Hong Luan spat out a mouthful of blood, and her pitilessly beautiful face turned ghastly pale. Why so fast? Mother clearly said that she could hold on for an hour, but only a quarter of an hour has passed. She seemed to sense the loss of power, and her expression became more and more anxious. Could it be that the era is too long ago, causing the time that can be persisted to go backwards? No. If he cannot persevere, Yun Luofeng will definitely be in danger. She bit her lips tightly and covered her chest with her hands. Give me a quarter of an hour, just a quarter of an hour, and I'll be able to deal with these people, I beg you. The fruit in her body did not respond to her pleas and continued to drain her energy rapidly. As her energy flowed backwards, Hong Luan felt a little weak and almost fell to the ground. But in order to not let those people notice that something was wrong with her, she did not fall and used all her strength to persevere. Even so, someone noticed something and exclaimed in surprise, "This woman's time limit is up. She will fall back to the middle level of a holy king soon. When that time comes, we'll be able to kill her, haha." Chapter 1389. Hong Luan stared coldly at the powerful cultivators who were charging towards her and her face turned pale. Even so, she did not take a single step back and stood firmly in front of the door like a huge mountain. Damn it. Hong Luan gritted her teeth and gradually felt her strength weakening. I wonder if Yun Luofeng has recovered. I can't hold on for much longer. However, as long as she was still breathing, she would not let these people advance an inch. As such, Hong Luan did not hesitate when she saw the crowd swarming towards her. She charged into the enemy's camp once again and killed decisively. Her red robes fluttered in the wind. However, at this moment, anyone could see that Hong Luon's strength was rapidly depleting and she was powerless to resist. Slash. A long knife slashed across Hong Luon's arm and her sleeve was torn apart. Blood splattered everywhere and it looked like the most beautiful color in the world was raining down from the sky. Little girl, are you still not going to step aside? An old man stepped forward and looked coldly at Hong Luon, who was struggling to hold on, as he spoke in an overbearing manner. Hong Luon clutched her injured arm tightly and raised her eyebrows, which were filled with a domineering aura that could not be ignored. I, Hong Luon, have been afraid of everything in my life except death. I've said it before, if you want to enter my room, you'll have to step over my dead body. Due to the loss of the medicinal effects, Hong Luon's strength had regressed from a holy lord to a holy venerate, then from a holy venerate to a holy ruler. Unfortunately, when Hong Luon's cultivation reached her original level, it did not stop there. Instead, it regressed even further until it reached the Holy Spirit stage and then the Honorable Spirit stage. The people who had come to encircle the Ghost Emperor laughed heartily when they saw Hong Luon's cultivation level deteriorate. Their arrogant laughter echoed throughout the silent street. Little girl, I never thought that the side effects of increasing your strength would be so severe. You've actually become a good-for-nothing. At this rate, Hong Luon's strength would definitely be completely lost and she would become a complete good-for-nothing. Hong Luon's heart tightened and she clutched her injured arm tightly. Even she had not expected that the consequences of forcefully consuming medicinal ingredients would be so severe. However, she did not regret it. I'm very curious. Who is this Ghost Emperor to you? Why would you risk your life to save him? The old man sneered. He looked at Hong Luon mockingly and spoke with disdain. Hong Luon raised her head and looked coldly at the group of people in front of her. There's nothing we can do. Who asked the Ghost Emperor to be my Yun Luofeng's man? If he dies, Yun Luofeng will definitely be heartbroken. So, all I can do is to protect him with my life. Furthermore, Hong Luon paused for a moment before she said mockingly, you people are truly shameless. The heart of body was obtained by the Ghost Emperor, yet you surrounded him and tried to stop him. On top of that, you even gave such a high-sounding reason. Even without Yun Luofeng, when I see people like you, I'll definitely come out to stand up for injustice too. Humph, there's no point in talking so much. Little girl, you chose to help the Ghost Emperor, so today, we will use your death to pay tribute to our brothers and sisters who died in this battle. Boom. In an instant, the auras of all the powerful cultivators arrived with a loud bang. Hong Luon gripped the sword in her hand tightly as she raised her head to look at the overwhelming crowd. Perhaps, I, Hong Luon, will really die here this time. If I were to mention my only regret in this life, it would be that I haven't had the chance to make a name for myself and prove myself to my father. Chapter 1390. This was her only regret. However, even if I die here, I will use my entire life's strength to fight for the last bit of time for them. At this moment, Hong Luon's strength was still deteriorating. Clearly, she had already decided to go all out. All the spiritual power in her body leaked out and turned into a red dragon. In an instant, it attacked the experts that were rushing over. Unfortunately, Hong Luon was too weak. Her remaining spiritual power was like a cup of water in a vast ocean. It was instantly drowned. I'm sorry. I really tried my best. However, I couldn't make a promise to you. Hong Luon's body swayed. She couldn't hold it in and fell to the ground. The long sword in her hand also fell to the ground. It made a crisp sound like a bell. Suddenly, an arm stretched out from behind and grabbed Hong Luon tightly. Hong Luon was startled. She slowly opened her eyes. Instantly, an ethereal white robe reflected in her eyes. Her black hair fluttered in the wind. It was as beautiful as a painting. Yun Luofeng, looking at the young girl who grabbed her, Hong Luon's lips curled up. Her voice was very soft and light. It slowly echoed in the noisy sky. You succeeded. She succeeded. Her promise to her was fulfilled. Hong Luon, it's been hard on you. Go to sleep first. When you wake up, everything will be settled. All right. Hong Luon obediently closed her eyes. She was indeed too tired. She was exhausted. Therefore, Even if she fell asleep before lying down, she would still be able to sleep. Xiao Mo, bring her in to rest. Yun Luofeng handed Hong Luan to Xiao Mo. Then, he turned to look at the people behind him. Feng Er. The man's cold black robe fluttered in the wind. His expression was always paralyzed. Apart from facing Yun Luofeng, he didn't show any expression to anyone else. Even if this group of people wanted to surround and kill him, they came for me. Then, let me kill them with my own hands. Boom. In an instant, the man's murderous aura surged out. It was so powerful that no one could match it. Everyone was shocked. Ghost Emperor, he broke through to the Saint Lord realm? Impossible. As long as a saint appeared on the continent, it would cause a heaven and earth anomaly. Why did the ghost the Arch silently break through to become a saint without anyone noticing? Hong Luan had become a saint because she had consumed the herbs. Hence, her strength wasn't stable and she was unable to exhibit the strength of a saint. Otherwise, not to mention a quarter of an hour, even a quarter of an hour would be enough to deal with this group of people. However, the man in front of him was a true saint. The strongest among them was only a high-level saint venerable. Run. Everyone looked at each other in dismay before turning around and fleeing. How could Yun Xiao give them the chance to leave? Boom. Just as they took a few steps forward, raging flames suddenly emerged from the ground. The raging flames caused the entire sky to be dyed red, and heart-wrenching begging sounds resounded in the sky. The Withered Dragon Town was a quiet little town. Especially after the Ghost Emperor came, all the residents had moved away. But now, the Withered Dragon Town was surrounded by flames that did not dissipate even after a few days and nights. Coupled with the ghostly wails and wolf howls that resounded from within the town, no one dared to take another step into the town even after many years. Yun Xiao. When Yun Luofeng saw Yun Xiao stumble, he quickly went forward and supported his body. Your injuries have yet to recover. In the future, leave these things to me. Leave them to me. Chapter 1391. There were too many of them. Yun Xiao turned to look at Yun Luofeng and replied firmly, I don't want you to be injured. Yun Luofeng had only broken through to Saint Ruler not too long ago. Even if she managed to kill these people in the end, she would definitely be heavily injured. And he did not want her to be injured. Suddenly, the young girl's body crashed fiercely into the man's embrace. Perhaps he had accidentally hurt himself, but the man groaned. He then raised his hand and hugged the young girl tightly. Yun Xiao, no matter what happens in the future, don't hide anything from me. She did not dare to imagine what kind of danger Yun Xiao would have encountered if she had not arrived in time. Even though he had consumed the medicinal liquid of the heart of body, he would still have fallen unconscious from the intense pain. Fainting under such circumstances would have been extremely dangerous. Otherwise, Yun Luofeng would not have taken the risk of transferring all the spiritual energy in the divine grimoire space to him. Yun Xiao thought for a moment before saying, all right. Hearing this, Yun Luofeng slowly left the man's embrace and turned to walk into the room. Let's go, I want to check on Hong Luan's condition. In the room, Xiao Mo was waiting by Hong Luan's bed. He sensed Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao's entrance and turned his head. A thread of worry flashed across his handsome, fair face. Master, Hong Luan's condition is more serious. She has consumed an item that forcefully increases her strength, causing the side effects to act up and her strength to regress. So, even if you cure Hong Luan, she will never be able to cultivate for the rest of her life. Xiao Mo furrowed his brows tightly. If it were not for his master, Hong Luan would not have paid such a painful price. Logically, they should help her recover. I remember that there is a record in the Divine Grimoire of Medicine that if an external force causes her strength to regress, there is a medicinal herb that can help her recover her strength. Yun Luofeng frowned gently and thought for a moment before saying, that medicinal herb is called the Sorcerer's Enchantment Flower. Sorcerer's Enchantment Flower? The green-robed man, who had been silent all this while, cried out in surprise when he heard Yun Luofeng's words. When Yun Xiao's gaze swept over him, he finally regained his senses. He coughed dryly and said, Mistress, I've heard of this Sorcerer's Enchantment Flower. It's said that it's the Sorcerer's Enchantment Flower that guards the clan. The Sorcerer's Enchantment Flower has never come into contact with the outside world, so if you want to obtain it, I'm afraid that it'll be very difficult. Where is the witch demon tribe? Yun Luofeng asked as he looked at Hong Luan, who was lying on the bed. Yun Xiao could tell what Yun Luofeng was thinking with a single glance. He walked to her side, his gaze never leaving the beautiful girl in front of him. I'll go with you. Yun Xiao, you have yet to recover from your injuries. Coupled with the fact that I had just stitched up your wound, you used the power in your body, causing your wound to become even more serious. So, Yun Luofeng paused, then continued, this time, I alone will be enough. As if sensing the worry in the man's heart, Yun Luofeng raised the corners of his lips. Yun Xiao, don't worry, I'll definitely come back alive to see you. Besides, after so many years, when you weren't by my side, didn't I still charge through alone? Believe me, as long as I don't want to die, no one can kill me. Yun Xiao's black eyes were fixed upon the young girl's beautiful face. He reached out his hand and his slender fingers gently stroked the young girl's fine black hair. His grim brows slowly turned gentle. I'll wait for your return. As soon as he said this, Yun Xiao suddenly grabbed Yun Luofeng's arm and pulled her into his arms. He then gently kissed the young girl's lips as if there was no one else around. Chapter 1392. The light-robed man turned his head awkwardly. Xiao Mo, Fire, and the rest quickly covered their eyes, but they still peeked through their fingers at the two people who were kissing. The two of them were as perfect as a mural, so unreal. After the kiss, Yun Xiao let go of the young girl in his arms and said softly, Go, you must be careful. Yun Luofeng nodded and ordered, Xiao Mo, Fire, let's go. She looked at Yun Xiao one last time, turned around and walked out. Not long after she left, Yun Xiao coldly ordered, Take care of this woman. Hong Luan was here alone, so she needed someone to take care of her. In this life, Yun Xiao was only willing to take care of Yun Luofeng. Therefore, he threw Hong Luan to his subordinates on the spot and strode out. The desolate town was still burning with raging flames. Yun Xiao didn't even look at these people as he walked towards the forest outside the town. When he found a secluded place, he took out a piece of jade from somewhere and pinched it. The jade turned into powder in his hand. This was what Ji Zhoutian had left for him. In that battle, they fought to their heart's content. Thus, Ji Zhoutian left behind a piece of jade. If Yun Xiao wanted to continue fighting, he could crush this piece of jade and he could appear at any time. Thus, not long after the jade was crushed, a bewitching red robe flew over from afar. The man's laughter was carefree and unrestrained, but it caused Yun Xiao's face to darken slightly. The man descended from the sky. His skin was like cream, his lips were as red as blood, his eyebrows were like a painting, and his red robe was enchanting. He was so beautiful that he didn't look like a human. Especially, the cinnabar between his eyebrows, which made his temperament even more bewitching and bewitching. If the person standing in front of him was a woman, it would be difficult for her to resist such temptation. Ghost Emperor, you want to continue fighting with me? Ji Zhoutian raised his eyebrows and raised his chin slightly. His expression was somewhat condescending, cold, and demonic. Yun Xiao was as expressionless as ever. Feng'er went to the Lick clan. Ji Zhoutian raised his eyebrows. Why are you telling me this? I hope you can go and protect her. Oh! Ji Zhoutian's lips curled into a seductive smile. You asked me to protect Xiao Feng'er. Why don't you go yourself? She doesn't want me to go. Yun Xiao paused for a moment before continuing. I don't want to do anything that would make her unhappy. Truthfully speaking, Yun Xiao was very clear about the condition of his body. He also understood that if he insisted on going, it would definitely cause his beloved woman to worry. This was not what he wanted to see. Ji Zhoutian's strength was not much different from his. If Ji Zhoutian could go, protecting Yun Luofeng's safety would not be a problem. Aren't you afraid that I'll snatch little Feng'er away when you're unprepared? Ji Zhoutian smiled as a ray of light flashed across his seductive eyes. Yun Xiao's cold eyes swept over Ji Zhoutian's seductive face. Feng'er will not be interested in someone who is neither male nor female like you. Ji Zhoutian's face sank. After a long while, a smile appeared on his face. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Feng'er would be sad, I wouldn't have let you off so easily. Same here. If it had not been for the fact that Ji Zhoutian had not threatened Yun Luofeng in any way, Yun Xiao would not have let him off either. He would get rid of any enemies around Yun Luofeng, but he would not hurt anyone who had helped him. Chapter 1393. I will protect Xiao Feng Er. Ji Zhoutian smiled. However, I really admire you. First, you dug out her heart to take her blood. Now, in order to protect her, you are willing to let another man protect her. If I were you, I would never do this. Yun Xiao said coldly, so, you can't have her. Ji Zhoutian was overbearing, but Yun Luofeng's personality was the same. If Ji Zhoutian was by her side, he would definitely fight day and night. She didn't need a strong man but someone who was willing to hide all the light for her. Without a doubt, Yun Xiao was this kind of man. On the outside, he was bloodthirsty and heartless. But only in front of Yun Luofeng, he was willing to take care of everything for her. Even if he had the world in his hands, he would give it to her. From the beginning, when he put down his dignity and became her bodyguard, it was obvious. Only a man who was willing to fight with her on the battlefield could stay by her side for the rest of her life. Ji Zhoutian narrowed his eyes and smiled. Why do I feel like she chose you because you appeared first? Ghost Emperor, I admit that at first, I only approached this girl because she was an old friend. However, the closer I got to her, the more charming she became. Even though I've never been with her, I've had people report everything she's experienced to me. He slowly walked towards the Ghost Emperor with a smile on his pitilessly beautiful face as he warned in an overbearing manner, therefore, you'd better not do anything to let Xiaofeng down. Otherwise, I'll take her away and you'll never be able to see her again. In reality, Ji Zhoutian had a good impression of Yun Luofeng. As for love, thinking of this, Ji Zhoutian laughed at himself. He never thought that he would fall in love with anyone. You won't get the chance. Yun Xiao's tone was very firm. He would never give Ji Zhoutian this chance. I hope so, haha. Ji Zhoutian laughed wildly. He waved his red sleeves and walked down the mountain. In the secluded valley, the sound of his wild laughter still resounded, Sorcerer Valley. In the valley, a middle-aged man sat on a stone bench and was reading a book. At this moment, a clansman hurriedly reported, Patriarch, the Saintess is here. The Saintess is here. The Patriarch was stunned. He stood up from the stone bench and saw a woman in a white dress slowly walking over. This woman was dressed in plain clothes, but she was devastatingly beautiful. She wore a sapphire blue pearl hairpin in her hair, which was the symbol of the witch race's saintess. The holy maiden had great power in the witch demon tribe. Even the tribe leader had to be courteous to her. This was because the ancestor had left behind a legend that the holy maiden could change the witch demon tribe. If he found the saintess, he would definitely treat her with courtesy. His authority was above tens of thousands of people. Therefore, the arrival of the saintess seemed grand and mighty. A group of maidservants dressed in the same white dress followed closely behind, setting off her alluring temperament. Saintess, why are you here? The Patriarch frowned and asked. The saintess's temper was not very good. However, due to the rules left by the ancestors, they could only obey her. However, the saintess was afraid that the other women in the valley would be inferior to her beauty, so she immediately dismissed all the beautiful women in the valley. Instead, she recruited a group of average-looking people. Chapter 1394. Clan Leader. The woman in white's eyes flashed as her lips curled into a smile. Yesterday, I had predicted the future of the witch demon tribe. It is said that a woman named Yun Luofeng will appear in the future and destroy the witch demon tribe. Valley Master, you should immediately send someone to the Wuhui continent and kill Yun Luofeng. When she said this name, the woman in white's eyes flashed with a bone-piercing hatred. It was obvious that she hated Yun Luofeng to the bone. The Valley Master did not notice the strange look on the woman in white's face. He gently furrowed his brows and asked, Saintess, are you sure that the woman named Yun Luofeng will destroy the witch demon tribe? Yes, I am the Saintess. Since I have said this, it must be true. Don't you want to protect the peace of the witch demon tribe? The woman in white scoffed coldly and ordered in a cold voice, if you still regard me as the Saintess, go and kill Yun Luofeng. I will ensure the peace of the witch demon tribe for 1,000 years. After saying this, the woman in white flung her sleeves and stepped into the meteor. She quickly disappeared from the middle-aged man's sight. The middle-aged man's face was ashen. He clenched his fists tightly and used all his strength to quell the anger in his heart. I am the clan leader of the witch-demon tribe, a saint. Now, I am being ordered around by an ordinary little girl. If it wasn't for your status as the saintess, I would have thrown you out of the witch-demon tribe long ago. Speaking of the saintess, she had only arrived at the witch-demon tribe not too long ago. In order to find the saintess, the witch-demon tribe had been searching for many years. They never expected to find her in the Wuhui continent. The woman in white did not go far. She walked to the side of a stream and stared at her reflection on the surface of the water. The corners of her lips curled into an eerie smile. Look at how glorious I am now. No matter how powerful you, Yun Luofeng, are, you are only a small tower master in Endless City. I, on the other hand, have become a high and mighty saintess. In this lifetime, you will never be able to surpass me. If Yun Luofeng was here, he would certainly be able to guess that this woman was the fish that had escaped the net of the Ou family in Endless City, Ouya. She was also a woman that Nangong Uni had once pursued. Back then, the Ou family had been exterminated by Yun Luofeng. Ouya had gone to her fiancé's clan, and had thus escaped this calamity. Afterwards, she had been deeply afraid that Yun Luofeng would come looking for her fiancé's clan. Therefore, she had stolen a pearl hairpin from her fiancé's younger sister, and had planned to secretly leave. Who would have thought that her stealing the hairpin would be discovered by her fiancé's younger sister? In order to hide her identity, she pierced her fiancé's younger sister's throat and hurriedly escaped. Because she was being chased, she didn't dare to pawn the hairpin, so she kept it with her. But what she didn't expect even more was that this pearl hairpin was actually a keepsake of the witch-demon tribe saintess. Ouya gently stroked the pearl hairpin in her hair. The smile on her face grew even more complacent as a cold light flashed across her beautiful eyes. In fact, apart from the hairpin, the tattoo on her body was the reason why she was able to get away with it. At that time, she had only seen a moon symbol on her fiancé's sister's chest and felt that it was very beautiful, so she had someone tattoo it for her. It was this tattoo that confirmed her identity as the saintess, Yun Luofeng. My current position isn't something that you can surpass. In the future, I will certainly return the damage that you've caused to my Ou family, and that damned Huang family. Didn't I just throw myself into Huang Yingying's pearl hairpin? Is there a need for them to exterminate me? Chapter 1395. Besides. Ouya paused for a moment before she smiled icily. If Huang Yingying had not discovered that I had stolen the pearl tea and had planned to send me to the torture chamber for punishment, I would not have accidentally killed her. From the very beginning, Ouya had never asked herself if she was responsible. Instead, she had pushed all the blame onto others. Naturally, these words came from her heart. If the sorcerer demon tribe were to find out that she had stolen the hairpin, not only would she lose her position, she would also die a horrible death. That year, when I was in the Ou family, I had to continuously disguise myself and face everyone with my best appearance. Only then could I stand out from the crowd. But now, as the saintess of the sorcerer demon tribe, I no longer need to disguise myself. My position is the highest. If anyone dares to disobey me, I'll just kill them. A murderous glint flashed across Ouya's eyes. Then, she smiled in satisfaction. It was obvious that she was very satisfied with her current life, at the Sorcerer Valley. At the foot of the mountain was a bustling small town. The people were simple and did not look flourishing. Xiao Mo, let's go and find out about the situation in the Sorcerer Valley. Yun Luofeng gently stroked his chin as a light flashed across his eyes. It was a good thing that the townspeople were simple, and Yun Luofeng soon found out about the situation in the Sorcerer Valley. It was said that there were many dangerous places in the Sorcerer Valley. If one were to rush in blindly without understanding the terrain, one would certainly die. Coupled with the venomous poison used by the sorcerer demon tribe, even if one was not in danger, one would still die from poison. This was the terrifying strength of the sorcerer demon tribe. Xiao Mo, it looks like we need to make our preparations before we head to the sorcerer demon tribe. Yun Luofeng's eyes flickered as the corners of his lips curled into a lazy smile. Now, let's find a place to rest. When the old man next to her heard Yun Luofeng's words, he chuckled and said, "Miss, We don't have an inn in this town, so if you want to rest, you can come to my house. After all, there's no one else in my house. Aside from me, there's only a little girl that I've taken in some time ago." Yun Luofeng thought for a moment before he gently nodded. "All right." This old man's power was very ordinary and would not pose a threat to her. Even so, Yun Luofeng did not let down her guard and continued to raise her defenses at all times. "Miss, this is the old man's residence." The old man pushed open the broken door and welcomed Yun Luofeng and little Mo inside. At this moment, there was a young girl sitting in the room. Her face was covered by a veil, and her eyes were dull and lifeless, filled with sadness. Perhaps it was because she heard the sound of the door opening that she raised her head slightly. In that instant, the white-clothed girl standing at the door entered her sight. She stared blankly for half a second, then suddenly stood up and dashed towards Yun Luofeng as fast as she could. Yun Luofeng did not sense the young girl's murderous intent. Hence, she did not make any movements. Instead, she silently watched the masked young girl charge towards her. There seemed to be something wrong with the young girl's throat. She made yi gestures. Her eyes were filled with excitement, as if she wanted to tell Yun Luofeng something. Yun Luofeng looked at her indifferently and asked, "You know me?" Hearing this, the young girl nodded her head forcefully. Her eyes shone brightly. Soon after, she took out a piece of paper out of nowhere and wrote a few words on it. "Yun Luofeng, I finally found you." Chapter 1396. At first, Yun Luofeng had thought that the young lady had mistaken her for someone else. Only when the young lady had written her name did she confirm that the young lady in front of her was indeed looking for her. "How do you know my name?" Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows as her demonic eyes slowly swept over the young lady's body. She was certain that she had never seen her before. The young lady continued to write on the paper. "I am a member of the Huang family. Nangong Yuni asked me to come here and find you. He said that you could help me." "Nangong Yuni?" Yun Luofeng was startled. Back then, after she had destroyed the three great families, only Ouya of the Ou family wasn't in Endless City. Because of this, she had sent someone from the medical tower to the Huang family. As for the outcome after that, she wasn't sure because she had already left the Wuhui mainland. If she hadn't guessed wrong, the young lady in front of her was the daughter of the Huang family, Huang Ingying. She was the younger sister of Ouya's fiancé. Huang Ingying. Yun Luofeng recalled the name and said those three words with certainty. Huang Ingying hadn't expected Yun Luofeng to know of her existence. Her eyes were filled with excitement as she quickly wrote down the cause and effect on the paper. After reading the contents of the paper, Yun Luofeng fell silent. Back then, when Ouya came to seek shelter with the Huang family, we didn't know what had happened to her in Endless City. When the news from Endless City arrived, Ouya had already stolen my pearl hairpin and planned to leave secretly. This beaded hairpin was left to me by my mother. It is said that it has been passed down from generation to generation. My mother was originally from a clan in the 7 continents. My mother's clan was once powerful in the 7 continents, but as time passed, each generation was worse than the previous one. In order to ensure peace, the family moved to the Wuhui mainland. So, when Ouya stole my pearl hairpin, I felt very angry and went to find her to settle the score. Because Ouya gave people the impression that she was kind, I could understand her stealing the hairpin and running away. However, I didn't expect that in order to not let anyone know about her actions, she didn't hesitate to kill me to silence me. Coincidentally, on that day, Nangong Yuni brought people from the medical tower to capture Ouya and discovered me on the verge of death. It was the people from the medical tower who saved me. Even so, because my throat was severely injured, I was unable to speak. But the young girl paused for a moment, then changed the paper and wrote down the results of the incident. After Ouya left, the people from the medical tower and the Huang family started to hunt her down. Who would have thought that in less than a year, 2 people would come to the Huang family and annihilate the entire Huang family? It was also at that time that I understood that Ouya had actually gone to the 7 continents and became the witch race's saintess. Because Ouya thought I was dead, I was able to escape this calamity. Ouya had become the holy maiden of the Lik tribe. Yun Luofeng's face suddenly darkened. Did something happen to the medical tower and the Yi family? If Ouya destroyed the Huang family, her next target would be the medical tower and the Ye family. Huang Yingying shook her head. After that group of people destroyed the Huang family, they left. The medical tower is fine for now. However, if we don't destroy Ouya, it is very likely that she will attack the medical tower. In reality, after Ouya had sent people to destroy the Huang family, it wasn't that she didn't want to destroy the medical tower. It was because she had just become the witch race's saintess and didn't know the status of a saintess in the witch race. Therefore, she had sent the 2 servant girls sent by the clan leader to take care of her to destroy the Huang family. Chapter 1397. The strength of these 2 maids was not bad. After all, they were from the witch demon tribe. Their strength was also at the Holy Spirit realm. However, there were many Holy Spirit realm experts in the Wuhui continent. Just these 2 maids were not enough to fight against the medical tower. Ouya found out that the Holy Maiden's position was above the clan leader's. She excitedly went to find the clan leader and asked him to send people to destroy the medical tower. No matter how strong the medical tower was, no matter how talented Yun Luofeng was, he could not fight against the sorcerer tribe. Miss Yun, I beg you, help me. I want to get revenge on Ouya. In the 7 continents, only you can help me. If you help me get revenge, I am willing to listen to your orders for the rest of my life. After writing this last paragraph, Huang Yingying raised her head and looked at Yun Luofeng with pleading eyes. Right now, Yun Luofeng was her last life-saving straw. She would hold on to him tightly and never let go. I will kill Ouya. Yun Luofeng glanced at Huang Yingying and said, but not for you. To prevent Ouya from hurting my family. To cut weeds, one must remove the roots. That day, after Ouya escaped, she understood that if she did not get rid of him, he would become a disaster. Thank you. Huang Yingying's throat could not make a sound, but she mouthed these 2 words. She did not care why Yun Luofeng wanted to kill Ouya. She only knew that Yun Luofeng could get revenge for her. That alone was enough. Huang Yingying, do you know why Ouya became the holy maiden of the sorcerer tribe? Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and asked in a lazy voice. Huang Yingying shook her head. This was not something she could understand. Of course, she did not know that Ouya became the holy maiden because of her. Your throat injury is not light. Yun Luofeng looked at Huang Yingying from head to toe and said to the elder and little Mo behind him, you 2 go out for a while. I will treat her. To be honest, Huang Yingying felt very innocent. Although her brother was Ouya's fiancé, based on Ouya's actions in Endless City, even Nangong Uni could be deceived, let alone others. Therefore, Yun Luofeng did not have a bad impression of the Huang family. Most importantly, Huang Yingying's injury had something to do with her. Back then, she was the one who wanted to kill Ouya. That was why Ouya was so desperate that she stole Huang Yingying's hairpin, intending to use it for travel expenses. She did not expect that she would be discovered by Huang Yingying, causing her to suffer such a calamity. Logically and emotionally, Yun Luofeng should have cured him. Little girl, you. The old man was stunned. He wanted to say something but was pulled away by little Mo. Yun Luofeng raised his hand and waved. With a ripping sound, Huang Yingying's clothes were torn apart. Instantly, the dazzling array of wounds on her body appeared before Yun Luofeng's eyes. These scars won't heal in less than half a month. I'll treat your throat first. If Yun Luofeng used spirit medicine, these scars would quickly recover. The problem was that all the spirit herbs in the divine grimoire had been eaten by the small tree, and not a single one was left. Therefore, she could only buy ordinary herbs to treat her now. Huang Yingying's little face blushed. She lifted the veil that covered her face and looked at the scars on her body with a gloomy expression. These scars had been left behind on her journey. She had originally lived like a princess, but for the sake of revenge, she had indeed gone to great lengths. Chapter 1398. Furthermore, from now on, she would be the only one left in the Huang family. She would no longer be the pampered Miss. Huang Yingying, will stay here for 3 days. In these 3 days, I'll help your throat recover. The wounds on your body, I'll heal them as soon as possible. The young girl's voice caused Huang Yingying to raise her head. Her eyes were filled with gratitude. She had originally only wanted Yun Luofeng to help her take revenge. She hadn't thought that she would actually heal her wounds. Everyone in the world said that the Tower of Medicine's Tower Master, Yun Luofeng, was ruthless, cold and merciless. He killed decisively and left no roots behind. But at this moment, Huang Yingying discovered that this beautiful young girl in front of her was a very good person. She really didn't know why the people outside wanted to slander her like this. Could it be because of jealousy? That's right, it was definitely jealousy. Because of jealousy, they slandered such a beautiful young girl into a bloodthirsty and merciless demon. What is it? Yun Luofeng discovered Huang Yingying's strangeness and raised his head to ask. Huang Yingying hurriedly shook her head. She felt a burst of warmth in her heart. Ever since her family had passed away, no one had ever treated her so well. 3 days. Time passed in a flash. 3 days later, in the early morning, Yun Luofeng was sitting and sipping tea. A young girl in an orange dress lifted the curtain and slowly walked out of the room. Her voice was still a bit hoarse, but she could already speak. Thank you. Her first sentence was to thank Yun Luofeng. You've pretty much recovered. Let's go. Yun Luofeng looked at Huang Yingying and said, Right, how did you come to the Seven States continent? It was the Chen family master. Huang Yingying blinked her eyes and said in a hoarse voice, The Chen family master said he was your friend and could help me. He brought me to the Seven States continent. Chen Yuqing. Yun Luofeng froze. If Nangong Yuni helped Huang Yingying, that would be fine. After all, Nangong Yuni was kind-hearted and liked to meddle in other people's business. But what kind of person was Chen Yuqing? That man looked like an immortal on the surface, but his heart was extremely cold. He definitely wouldn't meddle in other people's business, even if Huang Yingying and he had a common enemy. What else did Chen Yuqing say to you? Yun Luofeng took a sip of tea and asked. Huang Yingying carefully looked at Yun Luofeng. The Chen family head said that if you help me take revenge, then I will be loyal to you in the future and cannot betray you. Make Huang Yingying swear loyalty to her? Yun Luofeng frowned slightly. Huang Yingying's talent was not strong. Even among her peers in the Wuhui continent, she was only considered average, let alone the 7 continents. Could it be that there was something special about her? Let's go. Since Chen Yuqing said so, she must have her reasons. However, he wasn't here, so she didn't even have the chance to ask. All right. Huang Yingying smiled. Her smile was very beautiful, causing people's eyes to light up. Young ladies, are you leaving now? The old man knew that Yun Luofeng would be leaving tonight, so he asked reluctantly. He had been alone for too long. 2 girls had finally come, but they were about to leave. Yun Luofeng thought for a while, then said, When I return here next time, I will send someone to accompany you. At this moment, Yun Luofeng thought of the book she had obtained from Zhu Qian. That book could create a puppet with a life of its own. However, after so many days, she had never been able to try it. Chapter 1399. Because in order to make a puppet, one must have an item. That item was the licker's bone, therefore, she came to the Lick clan not only for the licker's flower, but also for the licker's bone. After saying this, Yun Luofeng left with Huang Yingying and little Mo. He didn't even turn his head back. But, the moment she stepped out of the door, a familiar figure dressed in red entered her sight, causing her expression to darken. The man in front of her was dressed in a red robe. His blood-red lips held a smile that could turn all living things upside down. His face was peerless, like a demon. He was so beautiful that it made people forget to breathe. Ji Zhoutian, why are you here? Ji Zhoutian smiled. Taking a walk. Take a walk. Take a walk from the West Continent to the Central Continent. Did he think she was stupid? Then continue your walk. Huang Yingying, Xiao Mo, let's go. Huang Yingying was stunned by Ji Zhoutian's appearance. When she heard Yun Luofeng's words, she came back to her senses and hurriedly chased after them. Miss Yun, who is this sister? She's so beautiful. Sister. Ji Zhoutian's face darkened and he glared at Huang Yingying with a dark gaze. If she wasn't Yun Luofeng's woman, He would have killed her just because of those 2 words. Xiaomo burst into laughter. Huang Yingying, this person isn't a woman. He's a man. A man. Huang Yingying felt goosebumps all over her body. She had thought that this beautiful person was a woman and even praised his beauty. She never thought that it was a man. A man who looked like this was too scary. Feng Ji Zhoutian saw that Yun Luofeng was about to leave. His figure flashed and his red robe blocked Yun Luofeng's way. He laughed maniacally. I admit that I came here to find you. You're willing to tell the truth? Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and looked at the man in front of him with a faint smile. Then why did you come to find me? The Ghost Emperor found me. Ji Zhoutian looked at Yun Luofeng with a complicated expression. He begged me to protect you. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng's heart skipped a beat. He looked down and his lips curled into a smile. This man was always like this, silently preparing everything for her. As such, how could she not be touched? To have him by her side in this life, what more could she ask for? Yun Luofeng, how do you think I compare to the Ghost Emperor? Ji Zhoutian coquettishly raised his finger. Just as he was about to hook Yun Luofeng's chin, she slapped it away. He's a man. Is he a man? What does that mean? Just as Ji Zhoutian was dumbfounded, Yun Luofeng added, You're neither a man nor a woman, a transvestite. This is the difference between the 2 of you. Ji Zhoutian's face darkened. He forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and kept reminding himself that this girl was Zhu Qian's successor. After a long time, he held back the urge to fly into a rage. He curled his lips devilishly and said, The 2 of you are really of one mind. Even your words are the same. Yun Xiao had just declared that he was neither a man nor a woman, and Yun Luo and Maple Leaf had said the same thing. Could it be that he really wasn't like a man? Ji Zhoutian looked at himself and felt that he was full of masculinity. Why did Yun Luofeng think that he was neither a man nor a woman? You can follow me if you want, but... Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes and looked at Ji Zhoutian with a smile. You don't need to do anything if I can handle the situation. Chapter 1400. If she could solve it herself, she wouldn't want others to help her. Ji Zhoutian laughed. You are Zhu Qian's successor. I definitely won't solve everything for you. I'm here to ensure your safety. After all, I don't want you to be killed before you grow up. The sorcerer tribe lived at the top of Sorcerer Mountain. In the 3 days that Yun Luofeng was in the small town, besides treating Huang Yingying, she also understood the situation of Sorcerer Mountain and made sufficient preparations. However, just as she walked to the foot of Sorcerer Mountain, she heard a voice. The clan leader is really something. He actually sent us to the Wuhui continent to kill people. I don't even want to step into that broken place. Sure, lower your voice. Don't let the Holy Maiden hear it. I heard that someone from the Wuhui continent offended the Holy Maiden. That's why the Holy Maiden sent the clan leader there. Anyway, it's just a small force. We can complete the mission quickly. Wuhui continent. Holy Maiden. Boom. Yun Luofeng's aura surged and her evil eyes flashed with murderous intent. While those people were still discussing, suddenly, a snow-white figure descended from the sky and landed in front of them. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of them, they were stunned and asked, Miss, what do you want? You want to go to the Wuhui continent? The girl's expression was cold and her murderous aura spread. May I know who you are going to kill? Those people sensed Yun Luofeng's aura and after being stunned for a moment, they laughed wildly. A low-level Holy King woman dares to cause trouble for us? Do you really think that we brothers can be bullied? I can tell you that a bastard from the Wuhui continent who is courting death has provoked our Holy Maiden. That bastard is the Tower Master of the Medical Tower. This time, we are under orders to destroy the Medical Tower. Bang! Suddenly, Yun Luofeng raised her hand and a cold wind rose. That wind was like an invisible hammer that chiseled the person who spoke. That person was caught off guard and took a few steps back. His face was livid. Damned girl, how dare you attack me? Brothers, let's go and kill this girl. Yun Luofeng slightly raised her evil eyes. Her evil voice rang out at the foot of the Witch Demon Mountain. I'm sorry, I'm the Tower Master of the Medical Tower that you've been talking about. Everyone's expressions swiftly changed. This time, they didn't waste their breath and all charged towards Yun Luofeng. A strong gust of wind blew, and his white robe fluttered wildly. Yun Luofeng stood among the crowd, her expression unchanging. Her eyes were very arrogant, as if she didn't care about this group of people in front of her. Looking at this dangerous scene, Huang Yingying was so nervous that she could not even speak. She clenched her small fists tightly and stared unblinkingly at Yun Luofeng. Little Mo didn't say anything either. Her big bright eyes followed the girl's figure. Only Ji Zhoutian was very relaxed. Not only did he pull out a chair from his space ring and lie on it, he even brought out a plate of fruits. He gently pinched a grape with his slender fingers and placed it gracefully into his mouth. He watched the battle unhurriedly. On the battlefield, the girl's body was dyed with a murderous aura, and the long sword in her hand emitted a cold light. When those people arrived in front of her, she had already moved. Chapter 1401. Her figure was as fast as a gust of wind, whizzing past. Other than the sound beside their ears, it was impossible to capture her movements. Everyone was stunned. They had not expected that Yun Luofeng, who was only a low-level Saint King, would be able to move at such a fast speed. By the time they had regained their senses, the young girl had already appeared behind one of them. The sword in her hand had a piercingly cold glint. It was fast and sharp. If that person had not reacted in time and turned around to block, his head would have been chopped off by the sharp sword. Damn it! That person broke out in a cold sweat. He was already a mid-level Saint King. How could he be defeated by a low-level Saint King? However, before he could recover from his shock, Yun Luofeng's attack was like a meteor shower. It came crashing down and did not give him any chance to react. Fart! The two swords collided and a powerful force penetrated his body, causing him to retreat a few steps. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face instantly turned pale. He lifted his head in shock to look at the young girl in white who had appeared in front of him. Whoosh! 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 The rest of the people rushed towards Yun Luofeng from behind, their attacks mercilessly aimed at the young girl. Unexpectedly, the young girl seemed to have eyes on the back of her head. She suddenly turned around and waved the sword in her hand. It was extremely sharp and could cut through iron like it was mud. One of the people was caught off guard and his chest was slashed by the sword. Blood flowed freely and he was in an extremely sorry state. This girl does not look like a low-level Saint King. Her strength is at least between a mid-level and a high-level Saint King. Coupled with her speed, we are no match for her. One of them finally came to his senses and said hurriedly, "Quick, let's go back and call for reinforcements." Hearing this, everyone no longer had any thoughts of fighting and turned around to escape. However, they had only taken a few steps when a person in white floated over and blocked their way. The young girl was still smiling, her demonic aura overflowing. "You want to leave? Where do you want to go?" "Girl, we are from the Witch Demon Valley." One of them suppressed the panic in his heart and said, "If you fight with us, you will be making an enemy of the Witch Demon Valley. You have to think carefully." Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows slightly. "You mean that if I let you go, the Witch Demon Valley will let me go?" Hearing this, that person thought that Yun Luofeng intended to let them go. He hurriedly nodded, "That's right. If you let us leave, the people of the Witch Demon Valley will definitely let you go." Since that's the case, Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes. "Then you can leave." As soon as she finished speaking, the people from the Witch Demon Valley understood what she meant. They let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Miss, if you let us go this time, our Witch Demon Valley will definitely not blame you. Brothers, let's go first." Once they returned to the Witch Demon Valley, they would ask other experts to kill her. Perhaps it was Yun Luofeng's words that made the people of the Witch Demon Valley lower their guard. They laughed and walked towards the direction of the Witch Demon Mountain. They didn't even look at Yun Luofeng and walked past her. Just as they walked past Yun Luofeng, suddenly, a long sword pierced through them from behind. One of them didn't even have time to react before the sword pierced through his back, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. Until the moment he died, he didn't understand what had happened. "Damned girl, what are you doing?" The others reacted and their faces instantly turned pale. They asked, You let us go, why are you going back on your word? Chapter 1402. Yun Luofeng smiled lazily. I did let you go, but, did I say that I would let you go? She did say that she would let them go, but she did not say that she would let them go. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed and they glared at Yun Luofeng. You're shameless. Yun Luofeng smiled. You're not strong enough and you can't leave. Are you blaming me? At this moment, everyone realized that Yun Luofeng and his people had no intention of letting them go from the beginning. You're really not afraid of the Witch Demon Valley? Even now, they had not given up on using the Witch Demon Valley to threaten her. But they never thought that Yun Luofeng knew that they were from the Witch Demon Valley from the beginning. If she was really afraid of the Witch Demon Valley, why would she attack them? Although the Witch Demon Valley was powerful, she was determined to make an enemy out of them. Your Witch Demon Valley wants to kill me. Even if I let you go, the Witch Demon Valley will still send stronger people to kill me. Since that's the case, why don't I drag a few of you down with me? Yun Luofeng's lips curled up and he smiled evilly. Let's go. One of them gritted his teeth and charged at Yun Luofeng. Countless vines sprouted from the ground. These vines seemed to have a life of their own as they searched for the path of the Witch Demon Valley members and pierced through their chests. Yun Luofeng's fingers caressed the vines as a demonic smile appeared on her face. The small tree's weapon is still better. Based on her strength alone, these people could not hurt her. Similarly, she could not kill everyone in a short amount of time. Just now, she was able to easily kill one of them because that person was too careless and allowed her to sneak up on him. That was why she used the small tree's weapon. Killing without leaving a trace. Let's go. Yun Luofeng looked at the stunned Huang Yingying and shrugged. If she was a pampered young miss, Huang Yingying would have been scared silly. But after these days of experience, she understood that this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Showing mercy to the enemy was being cruel to yourself. If someone wanted to kill her, they had to act first and kill the enemy. Therefore, Huang Yingying was shocked because of the strength that Yun Luofeng had displayed. You're too slow. Ji Zhoutian slowly stood up from his armchair with an infuriating smile on his coquettish face. I've been waiting for so long that my patience has almost run out. You've finally dealt with these people. Yun Luofeng rolled his eyes. It's better than you lying down and watching the show. Ji Zhoutian smiled and said, You were the one who told me not to interfere. But I didn't let you watch the show either. Ji Zhoutian raised his eyebrows. With a wave of his hand, he put away all the items he had taken out and strolled to Yun Luofeng's side. Do you need me to help you deal with the people from the Witch Demon Valley? Ji Zhoutian's devilish smile became even wider. If you want my help, how about kissing me? Sure. Yun Luofeng crooked a finger at Ji Zhoutian. Come here. This time, it was Ji Zhoutian's turn to be stunned. Isn't little Feng infatuated with the Ghost Emperor? Why did he agree to her request so easily? However, he looked at the girl's smiling red lips, and for some reason, he moved his face closer to hers. Then, while Ji Zhoutian was still in a daze, Yun Luofeng had already lifted his leg and kicked his balls with a bang. Chapter 1403. Thus, Ji Zhoutian's face instantly turned green. The pain made him break out in a cold sweat. My leg has already kissed your balls. How does it feel? Yun Luofeng looked at the ashen-faced Ji Zhoutian with a faint smile. If you want to do it again, I don't mind. Ji Zhoutian couldn't stop sucking in cold air before he suppressed the rage in his heart. He gritted his teeth. Yun Luofeng, if I die without descendants, will you take responsibility? Yun Luofeng didn't answer him. She only glanced at him and said, I don't like it when people tease me, because I like to tease people more. Ji Zhoutian endured the pain and looked at Yun Luofeng. Then I don't mind being teased by you. Hearing this, Yun Luofeng smiled. Sorry, even though I like to tease people, I only tease Yun Xiao. In this lifetime, the only person she had ever taught was Yun Xiao. Aside from her, there was no one else. For some reason, Yun Luofeng's words made Ji Zhoutian furrow his brows. He felt a strange emotion flash through his heart, but he didn't know what it was. Little Feng you can be nicer to me. Ji Zhoutian took a deep breath and looked at Yun Luofeng seriously. After all, I'm quite useful. At least I can fight for you. If you treat me better, I can help you even more. Yun Luofeng said with a smile. I already held back earlier. Otherwise, I'm afraid you would really die without descendants. Even though Ji Zhoutian was very strong, there were some parts of a man's body that were always the weakest. Of course, with Ji Zhoutian's strength, no one else could hurt him except Yun Luofeng. Because, before anyone could get close to him, they would already die without a complete corpse. Then I really have to thank you for showing mercy. Ji Zhoutian sneered. Otherwise, I would have no descendants in this life. Hearing this, Yun Luofeng raised his brows. You're Zhu Qian's old friend? That's right. Ji Zhoutian didn't hide it from him from the beginning. So, he admitted it now. You didn't give birth to the younger generation of the Ji family? I don't even have a woman, so how can I have younger generations? They are the descendants of my brothers and sisters. Oh, in that case, you're an old virgin who has lived for 1,000 years. What's the difference between that and having no descendants? Ji Zhoutian was stunned. He actually felt that what Yun Luofeng said was very reasonable. All these years, he hadn't left behind a son or daughter. What was the difference between that and having no descendants? Ji Zhoutian, I have a few questions for you. You've lived for 1,000 years. How strong are you? These words caused Ji Zhoutian's expression to stiffen. He awkwardly turned his head and said, This is not something you can know. Even if I told you, I'm afraid you wouldn't understand. Also, you haven't touched a woman in the past 1,000 years. Mph, those rouge girls. You were stunned the moment you saw me. Why would I be interested in that kind of woman? Ji Zhoutian was very arrogant. How could those vulgar and coquettish sluts from the outside world be worthy of him? Most importantly, Ji Zhoutian was already used to his own beauty. Those women were not as beautiful as him, so it would be strange if he took a fancy to them. As for a man's own desires, it wasn't that he hadn't had them before. But when he saw those women, he instantly lost his sexual interest. If that was the case, he might as well use the Five Fingers Lady to settle it. Chapter 1404. Master, we should go now. Little Mo pouted. As a loyal supporter of Yun Xiao, he did not want his master to talk to Ji Zhoutian. Let's go. Yun Luofeng shrugged and turned around. The sorcerer tribe. The patriarch was giving instructions to someone when he realized that Ouya had rushed over. The moment she arrived, she asked, Patriarch, I asked you to help me. Can you help me? The tribe leader naturally knew what Ouya was talking about. He nodded. I have already sent a few holy kings to the Wuhui continent. What? When Ouya heard this, she cried out in shock, You sent a saint king? Why not holy venerables? The clan leader was already very dissatisfied with Ouya. When he heard this, his face immediately turned cold. Holy venerables cannot be sent out at will. Moreover, the most powerful person in the Wuhui mainland is only a holy spirit. Sending a holy king is enough. Clan leader, you don't understand. Ouya's expression was rather anxious. Yun Luofeng's talent is very strong, and I haven't seen her for a long time. During this period of time, she must have improved a lot again. A few saint kings might not be able to capture her. The tribe leader said unhappily, Holy venerables cannot leave the Sorcerer Valley at will. If a few holy kings are not enough, I can send a few more. Ouya's eyes darkened. She wanted to say something, but the tribe leader spoke again. By the way, holy lady, when are you going to receive the inheritance? In the sorcerer tribe, there was a special inheritance for the holy lady. It was said that the inheritance would test the holy lady's bloodline. If she did not have the bloodline of the holy lady, she would immediately become a holy king. If the holy lady went to the inheritance, she would definitely be very powerful after leaving. Tribe leader, isn't it too rushed to go to the inheritance now? The holy lady was startled and said, I want to wait a little longer. You want to wait, but the sorcerer tribe cannot wait any longer. The holy lady must receive the inheritance as soon as possible in order to bear the responsibility of protecting the sorcerer tribe. The tribe leader frowned. A great opportunity to improve her strength was right in front of her. He really did not understand why the holy lady kept rejecting it. Oyuya rubbed her forehead and said, "Chieftain, I'm also helpless. I was injured by Yun Luofeng, and now I have a hidden injury. If I go to the inheritance, I'm afraid I won't have the energy to accept it. It would be bad if I affect the witch demon tribe." Hearing this, the tribe leader frowned again. The sorcerer demon tribe only knows how to poison insects. We don't have any medical skills. Moreover, the sorcerer demon tribe doesn't interact with other people, so we can't find a doctor for you. Clan leader, don't worry. I have my own medical skills, and I am confident that I can recover from the hidden injuries in my body. Also, Oyuya was startled, and then her lips curved up. If you capture Yun Luofeng for me and force him to treat me, I will recover quickly. The patriarch fell silent. Under normal circumstances, people above the holy venerate level would not leave the sorcerer demon tribe. If this concerned the entire sorcerer demon tribe, then he had no choice but to send a holy venerate out. Okay, I will ask the holy venerate to go and capture Yun Luofeng immediately. Oyuya lowered her eyelids, and her smile carried a hint of pride. Chieftain, Yun Luofeng and I have a grudge. He might not be willing to treat me. Moreover, he might frame me to get rid of the treatment. He might say that there is nothing wrong with my body. I hope the chieftain won't believe him. You can leave. I will take care of this. The tribe leader thought for a while and then said to Oyuya. Chapter 1405. Oyuya did not say anything else. She turned and walked out. When she turned around, the smile on her face deepened. She thought to herself, this shaman demon tribe member is so gullible. When he saw the hairpin and the crescent moon tattoo, he believed that I was the holy lady. Now, he believes me with just a few words. If it had been anyone else, Oyuya would not have succeeded. However, the shaman demon tribe had never interacted with humans. They did not know how to scheme, which was why they were so gullible. She had made up such a lie because she knew that there were no doctors in the shaman demon tribe. After all, if she really accepted the inheritance, her identity would be exposed. Unfortunately, Huang Yingying was already dead. Otherwise, she could use her family's secret blood exchange technique to exchange Huang Yingying's blood with her own. That way, she would be able to enter the inheritance. Oyuya felt a little sad. It seemed that she had to think of another way to get through this. At that moment, Yun Luofeng and the others had reached the top of the Witch Demon Valley. Then, they saw a large bronze door. This is the Witch Demon Valley. Yun Luofeng thought for a moment. A light flashed across her eyes. Let's go. She had to enter the Witch Demon Valley. Whether it was to save Hong Luan or to deal with Oyuya, there were two people standing guard at the entrance of the Witch Demon Valley. When they saw Yun Luofeng and the others following closely behind, their expressions suddenly changed. Who are you? How dare you come to our Witch Demon Valley? Just as Yun Luofeng was about to speak, Ji Jotian stepped forward. His red robe fluttered in the wind. He looked wild and demonic. Inform the leader of the Witch Demon tribe that Ji Jotian from the Western Continent College has come to visit. Ji Jotian was not only famous in the Western Continent. Even people from other continents had heard of his glorious deeds. However, no one expected that this man, who had been famous in the mainland for so many years, would be so young. After saying this, Ji Jotian turned around with a smile. He stared at the young girl's beautiful face. Under normal circumstances, I do not like to fight. Unless he didn't fight, once he did, he would destroy an entire clan. What happened? At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded from inside the door. Immediately after, a woman in white walked out respectfully under the accompaniment of the maids. As soon as the woman stepped out, she saw the people standing in front of her. Her expression immediately changed. Yun Luofeng, why are you here? And you, Huang Yingying, you're still alive. Oyuya did not know Ji Jotian, so she did not know how terrifying the red-robed man before her was. Huang Yingying's eyes reddened the moment she saw Oyuya. She glared at Oyuya with eyes filled with anger. If she had not known that she was no match for Oyuya, she would have rushed forward and torn this woman to shred. Oyuya, You killed my parents and destroyed my entire family. I'm here today to take revenge on you. Revenge? Oyua sneered. You want to take revenge on me? I'm the witch race's holy maiden. Who do you think you are? A lowly commoner dares to seek revenge on me? But, the heavens are really helping me, you're still alive. At that moment, Oyua did not seem to be ashamed that she had stolen her identity. She even spoke as if it was a matter of course. It was as if she really was the witch race's holy maiden. Chapter 1406. Huang Yingying clenched her fists tightly. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she glared at Oyua's sneering face. Her fists were clenched tightly, and her entire body was trembling. Oyua, I've not only come here to avenge my Huang family, but I've also come to retrieve my mother's belongings. Return the pearl hairpin in your hair to me. A trace of panic flashed across Oyua's eyes, but she quickly calmed down. Her lips curled into a sarcastic smile. Huang Yingying, this hairpin was originally mine. You were the one who wanted to steal it from her and failed. Now, you dare to claim that this hairpin belongs to your mother. Oyua's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. You! Huang Yingying's face turned red with anger, and the hatred in her eyes intensified. Men, arrest these bandits for this saintess. Oyua waved her sleeves and ordered coldly. The two guards at the door looked at each other, but they did not listen to Oyua's orders. Oyua's expression immediately turned cold. Did you not hear what this saintess said? Take down these people immediately. This. The guard hesitated for a moment before replying. This man is Ji Zhoutian, the dean of the Western Continent College. Ji Zhoutian was the man who had caused a sensation in the entire Western Continent. He had single-handedly killed many powerful cultivators in the Western Continent, causing the Western Continent's strength to lag behind for many years. Who would dare to provoke such a terrifying existence? Western Continent. Oyua sneered disapprovingly. I heard that the Western Continent is ranked the lowest among the 7 great continents. Do you think that the sorcerer tribe of the Central Continent would be afraid of a power in the Western Continent? Oyua had already figured out the division of power in the 7 continents since she arrived. The Western Continent was undoubtedly at the bottom of the 7 continents. How could a bottom-ranked continent compare to the others? This was also the reason why she did not take Ji Zhoutian seriously. Thirsty. The corners of Ji Zhoutian's lips curled up, and his beautiful face was filled with a ghastly coldness. After that, he raised his hand, and before Oyua could react, a surge of energy suddenly entered her body and instantly sent her flying with a loud bang. Oyua's eyes widened in shock. She had never imagined that this man would attack her in the sorcerer tribe. I hate women's tongues the most. If it weren't for the fact that you are the witch race's holy maiden, I would have already taken your tongue. This man was extremely beautiful, but his voice carried a bone-chilling coldness. It was as if an aura from hell had enveloped Oyua's heart in an instant. Who dares to act so impudently in my witch-demon tribe? Suddenly, a cold voice seemed to pierce through time and space, reverberating in the void. After hearing this voice, Oyua's eyes flashed with surprise and she hurriedly said, "Clan leader, come and save me." As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man dressed in a snow-white robe slowly descended from the sky. His hands were behind his back and he looked like an immortal. His jet-black hair fluttered gently in the wind and his cold eyes gradually fell on the few people outside the mountain gate. Oyua crawled up from the ground. Although Ji Zhoutian had not used much force in that attack, it had caused her internal organs to ache uncontrollably. It was as if there was a force rampaging through her body. Clan leader, that woman in white is the Yun Luofeng I told you about. I did not think that she would have the guts to come here. Oyua gritted her teeth. The one beside her is called Huang Yingying. Back then, her brother was my fiancé. However, Huang Yingying's hands and feet were not clean. She wanted to steal my pearl hairpin. After I found out, the Huang family still protected her. In a rage, I broke off the engagement. Chapter 1407. You're lying. Huang Yingying shouted angrily, my mother gave me the hairpin. You stole it from me and you dare to accuse me. She had never expected that Ouya would not only steal her jewelry but also shamelessly frame her. She was claiming that she was the one who had done something wrong. Back then, father and mother were really blind to find such a marriage for big brother. Me. The clan leader scoffed, "Little girl, you're so young yet you've done such a thing. You even dared to steal our Holy Lady's sacred object. This hairpin is the symbol of the Holy Lady of the Lick Demon tribe. If you stole it, wouldn't you be pretending to be our Holy Lady?" Ouya proudly raised her chin and looked down at Huang Yingying. She was already the Holy Lady. As for Huang Yingying, she wouldn't be able to do anything. "This hairpin was given to me by my mother." Huang Yingying bit her lips and her eyes turned red. "It's not a keepsake from the Lick Demon tribe's holy maiden. It's the only memory I have of my mother." "What a joke." The clan leader sneered, "You said that this hairpin is yours. Then do you have a moon symbol on your chest?" Ouya had expected the clan leader to ask this question. She had even thought of an excuse. She would say that Huang Yingying had seen that her moon symbol was very beautiful and had asked someone to tattoo it on her. Of course, there was another way to verify the identity of the Holy Lady, the inheritance. However, the clan leader would not let her go to the inheritance before she could determine whether Huang Yingying was real or not. During this time, she had ways to exchange blood with Huang Yingying. "You? How did you know?" Huang Yingying was stunned. She looked at the clan leader in astonishment. "I did have a symbol on my chest, but because I was attacked by a spiritual beast, its claws tore a piece of flesh off my chest and went straight to the bone. My wound has not healed yet, so the symbol cannot be seen." The clan leader was stunned. He never thought that Huang Yingying would have a moon symbol on her chest. While he was silent, Ouya's mocking voice slowly rang out. "Huang Yingying, you know that I'm the witch demon tribe saintess. You also know that the hairpin and the moon pattern are the symbols of a saintess. That's why you wanted to steal my hairpin and make up this lie to replace me. Unfortunately, you underestimate the witch demon race too much. The chief isn't so stupid as to be hoodwinked by you so easily." The members of the sorcerer tribe did not interact with the outside world. They were stubborn, so when the chief heard Ouya's words, he was furious. "The few of you are truly audacious. You even dare to deceive my shaman demon race. Why were you attacked in the chest by a spirit beast? And even caused the moon pattern to be destroyed? You think I'll believe your nonsense? Ridiculous." If Huang Yingying had appeared with the pearl hairpin at the beginning, even if her moon pattern had been destroyed, the clan leader would have believed her. However, people usually had preconceived notions. Ouya had appeared first, which was why he did not believe Huang Yingying's words. Huang Yingying was speechless. She glared at Ouya angrily and hatefully. If looks could kill, Ouya would have been executed by 1,000 cuts long ago. Looks like the matters of the witch demon race are getting more and more interesting. Ji Zhoutian's phoenix eyes flickered and his lips curled into a playful smile. He lowered his head and whispered in Yun Luofeng's ear, "Are you interested in watching a good show?" Chapter 1408. Huang Yingying was slow and did not know what was going on. However, Yun Luofeng and Ji Zhoutian sensed something from their conversation. The hairpin that Ouya stole was a token of the witch demon tribe. Did that mean the original holy maiden of the witch demon tribe was Huang Yingying? Why are you interested in these things? Yun Luofeng rolled his eyes at Ji Zhoutian. "Oh." Ji Zhoutian stroked his chin and smiled. "Because I feel that there is a better solution than fighting. Plus, I have a gentle personality. Fighting and killing are not suitable for me. I feel that we should reason with them." "Speak human." Ji Zhoutian's expression darkened. "All right, I prefer to beat a dog when it's down." Yun Luofeng's lips curled. Before she could speak, the man's low and seductive voice rang out again. "Plus, if we expose Ouya's true identity and make Huang Yingying the holy maiden, the witch demon tribe will give you anything you want." Yun Luofeng sighed. "I finally understand why Chen Yuqing asked me to help Huang Yingying." "Chen Yuqing?" Ji Zhoutian's beautiful face darkened even more. "Who is this guy?" "Xiaofeng you really know how to provoke men. First, you have the Ghost Emperor. Now, you have Chen Yuqing. Since you've provoked 2 people, don't you mind provoking me as well? Yun Luofeng glanced at the beautiful man next to him. I'm not interested in ladyboys. Ladyboy? Ji Zhoutian's face darkened even more. Was he that unmanly? Clan leader. Just as Ji Zhoutian was thinking about how to deal with Yun Luofeng, Ouy's angry voice rang out again. Originally, I asked you to help me find Yun Luofeng because her medical skills can cure my illness. Now, I have a better way to cure my hidden illness. This method is Huang Yingying. She raised her chin proudly. Give her to me. I will soon be able to accept the inheritance and develop the witch demon tribe. Unsurprisingly, Ouy's words moved the clan leader. Hadn't he endured this woman for so long for the witch demon tribe? As long as the witch demon tribe's inheritance could continue, what couldn't he do? Ahem. The clan leader coughed dryly and turned to look at Huang Yingying. Miss, you, before he could finish speaking, a burst of light laughter suddenly resounded, and that laughter carried a hint of ridicule. Today, I've watched a good show. Next, will the Lick Demon tribe force an innocent girl into submission? The clan leader frowned and turned to look at the inhumanly beautiful man beside him. This is a matter of our Lick race. I hope you don't meddle in other people's business. Clan leader. The 2 guards couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off their foreheads when they heard their clan leader's words. They reminded him carefully, he is Ji Zhoutian. I don't care who he is, I can't stop him today. Suddenly, the patriarch came back to his senses, and his eyes widened in shock. Wait, you said his Ji Zhoutian? West Continent College's Ji Zhoutian? Sure. In that instant, his face turned pale, his lips trembled, and his eyes were filled with shock. Ouya was dumbfounded. She couldn't understand why Ji Zhoutian's name would be so shocking that even the clan leader felt terrified. Was the Western Continent College that awesome? Chapter 1409. You're Ji Zhoutian, Principal Ji? The clan leader broke out in a cold sweat. He did not understand why this god of plague would appear here. That's right, the current West Continent was not worth mentioning. That was because all the top cultivators in the West Continent had died many years ago. The person who had killed those top cultivators was Ji Zhoutian. Therefore, this name was not only a nightmare for the people of the West Continent, it was also the same for people from other places. He had already been blacklisted by the mainland. Some people even claimed that anyone who heard the surname Ji or came into contact with Ji Zhoutian could not be touched. Of course, there was a reason why the people of the mainland felt so threatened. It was because a cultivator had accidentally stepped on the plants that Ji Zhoutian was taking care of and was torn apart by him. This bloody scene had never been forgotten by the people of the world. But didn't Ji Zhoutian go missing? Why would he appear here? So it's Principal Ji. The clan leader smiled. I didn't know that you were here, that's why I was so rude. Please forgive me, Lord Principal. Ji Zhoutian narrowed his beautiful phoenix eyes. I'm very old. Ah. The clan leader was stunned. He felt the dangerous aura from Ji Zhoutian and hurriedly shook his head. No, Lord Principal, you're very young. You've never aged. Ji Zhoutian did not like people calling him a woman. What he disliked even more was people calling him old. He looked so young. What was so old about him? I came here for a stroll with my students. Who would have thought that we would meet a crazy woman who would bite anyone she saw? Ji Zhoutian's gaze swept across Ouya's body. A dangerous aura was released once again, so, I don't want to see this crazy woman while I'm here. The clan leader was stunned. What did Ji Zhoutian mean? He wanted to stay. Furthermore, he could stroll to the witch demon tribe. He didn't even need to draft a lie. Principal Ji, the clan leader laughed awkwardly, my witch demon tribe is too small. I'm afraid that you won't be able to live comfortably. It's fine. My students like to live in this kind of place. They can enjoy the scenery, and when they have nothing to do, they can abuse others. Ji Zhoutian turned to Yun Luofeng with a smile. Am I right, little Feng? Ji Zhoutian's words were very clear. I came to the witch demon tribe to cause trouble for you. Do as you see fit. Since that's the case, Principal Ji, please. The patriarch finally relented. It was not a wise choice to offend this god of plague here. Men, prepare 4 rooms. He slowly came back to his senses and coldly ordered. Yes, Patriarch. Immediately, someone welcomed Ji Jotian, Yun Luofeng, and the others in. Their attitude was very respectful, afraid that they would accidentally offend this god of plague. Ouya looked at their backs unwillingly. Chief, where did this man come from? Isn't he just a mere dean of the Western continent? Do you need to be afraid of him? A mere dean? Hee. The clan leader laughed coldly. His lips curled into a mocking smile. Do you know that the Western continent used to be the last among the continents, but its strength was not that different from the other continents. Later on, it suddenly fell behind for many years. The one who caused this was Ji Jotian. The clan leader took a deep breath. You will never know how terrifying this man is. I can say that on this continent, there are not many people who dare to provoke him. That's right, the witch demon tribe is very strong, but I don't dare to provoke him. Chapter 14:10. Ouya's eyes widened in shock. How could this gorgeous man possess such terrifying strength? Holy lady, I know you have a bad temper, but you can't provoke him. Absolutely not. If he wants to play, let him play for a few days. You can decide after he leaves. Ouya lowered her eyes. She did not answer the clan leader. Because in her heart, she had a new goal, the shaman demon tribe. On the small path, Yun Luofeng turned his eyes slightly and his gaze fell on the man's profile. From his side, he saw the man's slightly raised lips. It was devilishly charming and incomparably gorgeous. Ji Jotian, when did I become your student? I am the dean of the West Continent College. You are a student of the West Continent College, so I am not wrong. Yun Luofeng lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then, he nodded and said, Indeed, I can be considered your student. Xiaofeng I will support you in the Sorcerer Demon tribe. You can play however you want. Ji Jotian turned to look at the young girl next to him. However, if you want to obtain what you want, you will have to rely on your own hard work. The Shaman Demon tribe feared him, but they might not hand over the tribe's treasure unless he could destroy the Shaman Demon tribe and take the treasure. But now, he clearly did not intend to do that. Seeing that Ji Jotian was about to take 2 steps closer to Yun Luofeng, Little Mo suddenly passed from behind and stood between the two of them. He looked at Yun Luofeng with a smile and said, Master, I'm hungry. Ji Jotian was well aware of Little Mo's actions, but he did not point it out. There was a trace of playfulness in his phoenix eyes. Huang Yingying. Yun Luofeng stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the silent girl. He asked, That pearl hairpin, was it left behind by your mother? Did she say anything else? Huang Yingying tilted her head and thought for a moment. Then, she shook her head and said, I only know that this pearl hairpin has been passed down from my mother's maiden family since ancient times. It is only passed down to daughters and not to wives. I don't know the specific reason either. My mother did not tell me anything. After saying this, Huang Yingying raised her head and fixed her gaze on Yun Luofeng. Miss Yun, can you help me retrieve the hairpin? It's a memento that my mother gave me. Yun Luofeng's lips curled up devilishly. Not only will I get the hairpin back for you, but I will also give you the position that belongs to you. A position that belonged to her? Huang Yingying blinked her eyes in confusion. What did that mean? But she was smart enough not to ask Yun Luofeng. She believed that no matter what Yun Luofeng did, he was helping her. Inside the luxurious boudoir, Ouya sat quietly by the table, her eyebrows tightly knitted. No one knew what she was thinking. Her silence made the maidservants hold their breaths as they carefully waited upon her. Saintess. Suddenly, a maidservant walked in from outside the door and reported respectfully, This servant has found out the specific location of those guests. Good, very good. Bring me to see Ji Jotian now. Ouya rose to her feet as her lips curled into a smile. However, before that, I need to make some preparations. At this moment, Ji Jotian was lying on an armchair with a fruit plate next to his hand. His slender fingers were gently picking up grapes, his movements elegant and alluring. Ouya had just pushed the door open when she saw this tempting scene. Chapter 14:11. The man's beauty was out of this world. His eyes shone with a demonic light and his unparalleled beauty seemed otherworldly. Instead, he looked like a demon who had cultivated to become a demon. "Get out." From start to finish, the man did not even lift his head. His voice was cold and murderous, terrifying and frightening. Ouya forced herself to calm down. As long as she could get close to this man, she did not mind giving up her status as the Holy Lady. "Young Master Ji, I'm here to apologize for what happened today." Ouya lowered her head and said apologetically, "I did not know that Yun Luofeng and Huang Yingying were your friends. If I had known about their relationship with young Master Ji, I would not have bothered with them no matter how big of a mistake they made." In order to show off her mainland, Ouya continued, "So, for young Master Ji's sake, I have already forgiven them." "Oh." Hearing this, Ji Zhoutian raised his head with interest. "Are you saying that Xiao Feng'er made a mistake?" Hearing Ji Zhoutian's reply, Ouya was pleasantly surprised, but she did not show it on her face. "Actually, it's not a big mistake. It's just that back in Endless City, there was a man who pursued me. That man's name was Nangong Yuni. I did not know that Yun Luofeng liked Nangong. Because of that, I offended her." Ouya lowered her head, her expression filled with sorrow. "In order to take revenge on me, she killed over 500 people in my family. Because of that, I hate her to the bone." Hatred flashed in Ouya's eyes. This hatred was not fake. However, she did not hate Yun Luofeng for destroying the Ou family. Instead, it was because of Yun Luofeng that she was in such a sorry state. If she had not become the Holy Lady of the Lick Demon tribe by chance, she would have died a long time ago. Ji Zhoutian smiled. "Are you saying that Xiao Feng'er has taken a fancy to Nangong Yuni?" "From what I know, Xiao Feng'er already has a fiancé, the Ghost Emperor. It's precisely because of this that I feel disdain towards Yun Luofeng," Ouya said hatefully. "This Yun Luofeng already has a fiancé, but she still goes around fooling around. She's completely unscrupulous. Even the few old men in the medical tower are involved with her. This matter is known by everyone in Endless City. Dean Ji, you're not someone from the Limitless Continent, so you don't know what Yun Luofeng has done over there." Ji Zhoutian did not answer Ouya's question. "Do you know, on the Wuhui continent, there is a clan called Ji Clan? Ji family?" Ouya was stunned. She had indeed heard of the Ji family. Ji Zhoutian asked her what she meant. "Wait a minute. Ji family?" Ji Zhoutian's surname was also Ji. Could it be that he was from the Ji clan? "You are the Ji family's patriarch." Ouya's face was pale and she was on the verge of collapsing. There shouldn't be such a coincidence. How could the principal of the West Continent Academy be the Ji family patriarch? "No." Ji Zhoutian's red lips parted slightly as she spat out these two words. Hearing this, Ouya heaved a sigh of relief. She mocked herself in her heart. How could I have connected Ji Zhoutian with the Ji family? However, Ji Zhoutian's following words were like throwing her into the 18th level of hell, causing her body to turn incomparably cold. "The Ji family's family head is merely my subordinate." Bang! Ouya staggered a few times. Her hand held onto the doorsill as she calmed the panic in her heart. What did you say?" Ji Zhoutian glanced at her evilly. "Furthermore, after Xiao Feng'er went to the Endless City, I sent people to investigate her. Do you think that her actions can be hidden from me?" Ouya's lips lightly trembled. She was so panicked that she could not say a single word. Chapter 14:12. "Now, can you get lost?" Ji Zhoutian's words were merciless. He felt that if Ouya looked at him, his stomach would churn. Ouya didn't dare to say anything else. She turned around and left hurriedly. The moment she turned around, tears of grievance flowed down her face. "Holy Lady." When she stepped out of the door, a servant came up to her respectfully. "The clan leader wants you to see him." "Clan leader?" Ouya thought for a moment and nodded. "I understand. You can leave." "Yes, Holy Lady." Hearing this, the maid retreated. Ouya didn't hesitate and walked towards the clan leader's cultivation room. At this moment, a middle-aged man's back was facing the door. When he heard the door open, he turned to look at the woman. "Did you go to find Ji Zhoutian?" Ouya nodded. That's right. I did go to find him. Hearing this, the clan leader's expression changed. His voice became stern. You're going to drag the entire witch demon tribe down. Who do you think Ji Jotian is? How dare you provoke him? Ever since Ouya came to the witch demon tribe, she had never heard the clan leader speak to her in such a tone. Instantly, her expression darkened. I don't think Ji Jotian is as scary as you say. He's not a bloodthirsty person. Even though Ji Jotian's oppression made it hard for her to breathe. However, didn't this man let her leave safely in the end? Ji Jotian didn't hurt you? The clan leader looked at Ouya strangely. Impossible. Ji Jotian is cruel. If you say something wrong, he will immediately kill you. Ouya was stunned. Ji Jotian was that cruel? Then why did he say that Yun Luofeng was his student? Why did he let her go after she humiliated Yun Luofeng? Could it be Yun Luofeng wasn't that important to him? Did he not hate her? Otherwise, why would he let her go? Oh right. The clan leader seemed to remember something and asked, can that woman called Huang Yingying really help you recover? Ouya frowned slightly. How could I lie to you? Clan leader, as long as you hand Huang Yingying over to me, I will be able to receive the inheritance in less than 3 days. However, this Huang Yingying seems to be someone that Ji Jotian brought over. If we rashly attack her, Ji Jotian will probably be angry. Clan leader. Ouya smiled. I only want Huang Yingying to help me. I don't want to hurt her. I won't anger Ji Jotian. Besides, if Huang Yingying is unwilling, I won't force her. All right, the clan leader nodded. I'll send someone to look for Huang Yingying later and bring her to your room. But you must remember, you can't touch her or force her. Patriarch, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Ouya slightly lowered her eyebrows and curled her lips into a smile. As long as Huang Yingying fell into her hands, she would not have a good life. Moreover, she could do it without leaving any traces. No one would find out what she had done to Huang Yingying. In the guest room, Huang Yingying was just about to go to bed to rest when 2 maids suddenly pushed the door open and said, Miss Huang, our saintess has feelings for you. Ouya? Huang Yingying's expression turned furious once again. Why is that woman looking for me? I won't go. Miss Huang, our saintess has said that this is a personal grudge between you. She hopes that you can resolve it privately. Otherwise, the friend you brought over will be in danger. Chapter 14:13. Huang Yingying's face paled. She calmed herself down and sneered, I don't believe you. The sorcerer tribe doesn't have the guts to hurt Miss Yun. Miss Yun was protected by Ji Jotian. How could she have fallen into the hands of the sorcerer tribe? The servant girl lowered her eyes and continued, Do you remember the youth you brought up the mountain? Unfortunately, this young man is already in the hands of our holy maiden. You must make a trip there. Youth. Xiaomo. Huang Yingying recalled the youth's face and paled. He is Miss Yun's follower. Aren't you afraid of Miss Yun's anger? Also, why should I believe you? I want to find Miss Yun. Our holy lady has no need to lie. If you don't come with us, the youth will die. Huang Yingying trembled. She wanted to find Yun Luofeng, but the 2 servant girls were stronger than her. She couldn't break through their encirclement. She gritted her teeth. I'll go with you, but you can't implicate innocent people. The 2 servant girls' expressions were cold and they didn't speak. They surrounded Huang Yingying from both sides, afraid that she would break through and find Yun Luofeng. They didn't think that Yun Luofeng would hear that Huang Yingying was taken away by the 2 servant girls. Master, that woman called Huang Yingying left with the lick. Should we go and stop them? Milk Tea told him everything she had heard and asked. Master, that woman called Huang Yingying left with the lick. Yun Luofeng glanced at Xiao Mo, who was enjoying his food, then back at Milk Tea. Using Xiao Mo to threaten Huang Yingying? I didn't think that Ouya would use such despicable methods. Master, then we, Milk Tea, follow Huang Yingying. I'll catch up later. Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes. Also, I'm curious. Why is Ouya looking for her now? Bang! Huang Yingying had just been brought to the door by the 2 servant girls when she was pushed back. She staggered and almost fell to the ground. Huang Yingying. Ouya, who had her back to her, slowly turned around when she heard the voice. Her beautiful face lit up with a smile. Long time no see. Should I thank you for coming? Huang Yingying bit her lip. Xiao Mo is innocent. Where did you take him? Let him go. Innocent. Ouya smiled coldly. Don't forget, it was Yun Luofeng who destroyed everything I had. The people around him naturally deserve to die. Besides, I didn't capture him in the first place, so how could I let him go? Huang Yingying's face paled, and the anger in her eyes intensified. You lied to me. Huang Yingying, you're really stupid. People like you just need a few words from others. Ouya smiled coldly. Back then, weren't you the one who chased after me and called me sister-in-law? Huang Yingying was so angry that she wanted to kill someone. Ouya, why did you use innocent people to bring me here? It's very simple. I want you to cooperate with me to do something. Ouya raised her eyebrows slightly and said condescendingly. Bah. Huang Yingying spat. Don't even think about it. Huang Yingying, your nature is very kind. You definitely won't be willing to drag others down because of yourself. Ouya was not angry. She smiled as she walked towards Huang Yingying. If you don't want to drag Yun Luofeng down, then listen to me. Chapter 14:14. Huang Yingying looked at Ouya, who was walking towards her, and involuntarily took a few steps back. Her eyes were filled with anger. Lady Yun has young Master Ji by her side, you can't hurt her. Poochie. Ouya seemed to have heard a funny joke and could not help but laugh out loud. Her eyes were filled with mockery. Huang Yingying, the reason why our clan leader didn't touch Ji Zhoutian is indeed because he is strong. However, no matter how strong he is only one person. Do you really think that the sorcerer demon tribe is afraid of him? Besides, the one patriarch wants to touch isn't Ji Zhoutian, but Yun Luofeng. Hearing Ouya's words, Huang Yingying's face turned even paler. She regretted dragging Yun Luofeng into this. Compared to the cunning Ouya, Huang Yingying was innocent. It was because of her innocence and kindness that she was deceived by lies. What do you want me to do? Huang Yingying lowered her eyes and asked through gritted teeth. There is something wrong with my body. I need your blood to cure me. As long as you are willing to exchange your blood with me, I will let Yun Luofeng and the others leave safely. Ouya approached Huang Yingying again. She raised her chin high and said arrogantly, Huang Yingying, even if I don't need Yun Luofeng to threaten me, with my status as the Witch Demon Tribe's holy maiden, it's your honor that you can help me. She then scrutinized Huang Yingying, who was still hesitating, and continued, if you help me this time, I'll write off the grudge between you and the Huang family for trying to kill me. How about it? You are shameless. Huang Yingying's eyes turned bloodshot. You annihilated my entire Huang family, and you expect me to beg for your forgiveness? You asked for the death of the Huang family. Ouya's lips curled into a cold smile. If you hadn't stopped me from leaving, I wouldn't have accidentally stabbed you. The Huang family wouldn't have chased after me, and I wouldn't have annihilated the entire Huang family. Until now, Ouya still pushed the blame to Huang Yingying. She had only stolen a hairpin. Was there a need for Huang Yingying to be so angry? They even wanted to hand him over to the disciplinary hall for punishment. Since she was heartless, then don't blame me for being heartless. Ouya looked at Huang Yingying, who was trembling in anger, and said coldly, I'll give you half a minute to think about it. Think about it carefully. Are you really going to drag Yun Luofeng down because of you? You have always been kind-hearted. If you drag them down because of you, how can you bear to live your entire life? Huang Yingying fell silent. She had come to seek revenge on Ouya with the conviction that she would die. Her only mistake was that she shouldn't have trusted Nangong Yuni and Chen Yuqing, believing that Yun Luofeng could help her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been dragged into the water. The sorcerer demon race was too powerful. No matter how talented Yun Luofeng was, he would not be a match for the sorcerer demon race. Huang Yingying bit her lip and raised her head to look at Ouya. She clenched her fists tightly and said, I have one more request. Return the hairpin to me. All right. Ouya sneered. Return it to her? Dream on. I got this hairpin with my own ability, so why should I return it to her? Huang Yingying lowered her eyes and didn't say another word. If this matter didn't involve Yun Luofeng, she believed that with her talent, she would one day be able to avenge her. Huang Yingying, let's begin now. Ouya took a deep breath. After she ordered the servant girl to wait at the door, she took out a few silver needles from her bag and pierced them into her and Huang Yingying's fingers. Chapter 14:15. Pain. Huang Yingying could feel the piercing pain in her bones and the feeling of her blood flowing backward. She could not help but panic. Are you regretting it? Ouya sensed Huang Yingying's sudden change in emotions and sneered, unfortunately, you no longer have a chance. Soon, our blood exchange will be successful. When that time comes, I will be the rightful holy maiden, haha. Rightful holy maiden? What did that mean? Huang Yingying's eyes flashed with confusion. She was about to speak when she realized that blood was flowing from her fingertips. The panic in her eyes deepened. Bang! Suddenly, the door was kicked open by a foot. A person dressed in white flashed in and pulled Huang Yingying up from the ground. He then raised his leg and kicked Ouya in the chest forcefully. Fart! Ouya spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body slammed against the wall, and her face turned ashen from the pain. Are you okay? Yun Luofeng lowered her head and glanced at Huang Yingying. She saw the silver needles on the girl's fingers and frowned. She shot a cold glare at Ouya, who was lying on the ground. You want to exchange blood with her? The girl's voice was cold and harsh, like a dagger stabbing into her heart. Just now, Milk Tea had informed her that Huang Yingying had been taken away by Ouya. She had asked Milk Tea to follow them before coming here herself. She had wanted to know why Ouya had taken Huang Yingying away, but she had not expected that she would want to exchange blood with her. What was Ouya's motive for doing this? Huang Yingying hurriedly grabbed Yun Luofeng's sleeve and shook her head. Anxiety flashed across her pale face. Don't worry, Yun Luofeng sensed the girl's worry and said calmly, I won't let her hurt you. I won't let her hurt you. Huang Yingying was stunned. She raised her head in a daze and looked at the girl's beautiful side profile. Warmth flowed from the bottom of her heart. Ever since her family had passed away, no one had said such words to her. She did not want to implicate Yun Luofeng with just this sentence. So, she persisted and stood up. She pulled Yun Luofeng's hand tightly and looked up at Ouya. Miss Yun, I'm doing this voluntarily. You don't have to worry about me. Ouya, do you really think that I would willingly exchange blood with you? You probably don't know, but I've already secretly smeared poison on my wounds. Once my blood enters your body, I'll definitely die with you. This is the price you have to pay for destroying my Huang family. Ahum, Ouya coughed lightly and stood up with a smile. A fierce light flashed in her eyes. Yun Luofeng, did you hear that? She did all of this voluntarily. I didn't force her. Little Mo, Yun Luofeng shouted coldly, watch her for me. Yes. Hearing this, Little Mo quickly stepped forward and pressed Huang Yingying's shoulder to stop her from moving forward. What are you doing? Let me go. Shut up. Little Mo glared at Huang Yingying and said angrily, you stupid woman, it's enough for you to stay in your room. Why did you come out and cause trouble? My master already had his own plans, but you ruined them all. Huang Yingying felt wronged and tears welled up in her eyes. Wasn't she afraid of dragging them down? Stay here and don't move. My master will take care of the rest. After saying this, Little Mo softened his tone but could not help but raise his hand and slap Huang Yingying's head. Also, grow some brains in the future. How can a fool like Ouya catch me? I can kill her with one slap. Chapter 14:16. Huang Yingying did not dare to move. Her eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Little Mo pitifully. Why was this guy so fierce? Although she knew that Little Mo did not want her to die, she was still afraid of him. Little Mo's deliberate act of fierceness was undoubtedly more useful than trying to reason with her. At least she stopped obediently and was no longer as stubborn as before. Ouya. Yun Luofeng's gaze stopped on Ouya and he slowly approached her. The medical tower has been looking for you for so long and I've finally found you. Ouy's expression changed and she took a few steps back. Don't come any closer. I am no longer the eldest daughter of the Ou family. I am the sacred lady of the sorcerer tribe. You better be polite to me in the sorcerer tribe's territory. Bang! As if he did not hear Ouy's words, Yun Luofeng lifted his leg and kicked her in the chest, sending her flying. This kick is for Nangong. You can choose not to accept Nangong, you can dislike him, you can even ignore him, but you have no right to humiliate my brother. He kicked her again. This time, Ouya spat out a mouthful of blood and her face turned pale. This kick is for Xiao Bai. When Xiao Bai was injured, the Ou family also had a part in it. Ouya tried to stand up but Yun Luofeng did not give her the chance. He lifted his leg and kicked Ouya's body to the ground again. Then, he stepped hard on her chest. This kick is for you on behalf of the entire Huang clan. Even though I have nothing to do with the Huang family, their death is inextricably linked to me trying to kill you. I have to avenge them. As for this last kick, Yun Luofeng lifted his leg again and kicked it down forcefully. This is for Huang Yingying. Ouya's mouth continued to bleed and her eyes became unfocused. She regretted impulsively looking for Huang Yingying. Who knew that Yun Luofeng would follow her so quickly? Stop. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the door. The clan leader looked at Ouya, who was lying in a pool of blood, and his eyes gradually turned bloodshot. He shouted angrily, I was kind enough to let you stay, but you actually dared to attack my holy lady. This time, no matter who comes, I will kill you. The holy maiden was the hope of the witch race. He would not allow anyone to harm the holy maiden. Even if he had to risk everything, he had to ensure her safety. Boom! A powerful aura gushed out and instantly enveloped the entire room. A sudden gust of wind blew, and the tables and chairs in the room were destroyed in an instant, like a pile of ruins on the ground. No. Huang Yingying's expression suddenly changed and turned deathly pale. She was not as powerful as Yun Luofeng and Xiao Mo, so she could not resist this gale. Therefore, under this gale that was as sharp as a blade, her clothes were shredded into countless pieces. Huang Yingying was so frightened that she hurriedly covered her chest. Her expression was one of anger and shame. At the same time, the clan leader's fierce and swift attack rang out against her and Yun Luofeng. However, the moment the clan leader saw Huang Yingying, he was stunned. No matter how fast she had blocked the attack, he still saw the moon tattoo on her chest. His face turned from shock to deathly white. TCH, the dignified witch race leader likes to bully the younger generation? An evil laugh seemed to pierce through the sky and fell into the room. In an instant, the clan leader's attack was neutralized and the entire room returned to peace. Chapter 14:17. At the door stood a man in a gorgeous red robe. His almond-shaped eyes were filled with a teasing smile as he slowly stepped through the doorway. In the past, the clan leader would have explained the reason for Ji Zhoutian's arrival to him. Now, his gaze was fixed on Huang Yingying's chest and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Why? Why is this happening? The clan leader's lips trembled. Why is there a pattern on your chest? Huang Yingying was dumbfounded. She turned towards Yun Luofeng. Miss Yun, shouldn't my injury take half a month to recover? It's only been 10 days. Why is this happening? The moon on your chest has healing properties. Little Mo glanced at Huang Yingying and said, however, you did not activate this power previously so your injury has not healed for a long time. If I'm not wrong, Ouya wanted to forcefully exchange blood with you. This triggered your power and allowed your injury to heal. When Huang Yingying had revealed the moon pattern, Ouya had nearly fainted from shock. She never thought that something like this would happen. At that moment, the clan leader raised his hand and tried to touch the moon. Ah! Huang Yingying screamed in shock and quickly hid behind Yun Luofeng. She cried out angrily, "You old pervert, what are you doing?" Indeed, the moon pattern was a woman's private area but the clan leader wanted to touch it. It would be strange if he did not become a pervert. Little Mo Yun Luofeng glanced at Little Mo and called out to him. Little Mo immediately understood Yun Luofeng's meaning and slowly walked towards Ouya. Stop! Ouya's expression changed and she shuffled backwards. Little Mo had been with Yun Luofeng for a long time and was not someone who had tender and protective feelings towards women. When he saw that Ouya had dared to dodge, his handsome face darkened. "If you move again, I'll make you wish you were dead." Ouya did not dare to move and looked pleadingly at the clan leader. However, the clan leader's attention was completely focused on Huang Yingying. Little Mo easily removed Ouya's clothes and handed them to Huang Yingying. "Hurry up and put them on before some old pervert tries to take advantage of you." Hearing this, Huang Yingying blushed and glared at the chief angrily. "Which one of you is the real one?" The clan leader's voice trembled even more as his gaze swept across Huang Yingying and Ouya. "Patriarch." Ouya gritted her teeth and said, "I am the Lick race's holy maiden. This woman is a fake. Back then, she saw that my moon tattoo was very beautiful, so she specially got someone to embroider it. You can't trust this woman." Yun Luofeng's cold gaze swept over Ouya. "Who is real and who is fake is already obvious. If you are real, why did you exchange blood with Huang Yingying?" "Blood exchange?" The clan leader looked at Ouya suspiciously. "Why would you exchange blood with someone else?" "Patriarch, don't listen to this woman's nonsense. My mouth is dry." Ji Zhoutian frowned and waved his hand. Before Ouya could finish her sentence, her body was thrown out. His almond-shaped eyes turned to the tribe leader. "I'm afraid the shaman demons have their own ways of distinguishing the real from the fake." The patriarch was taken aback. There was indeed a way, but, at the thought of this, the clan leader steeled his heart and said, "Ouya, since you claim to be the real one, you should accept the inheritance with me now." "Patriarch," Ouya's expression completely changed. "I've already said that I have a hidden illness and cannot accept the inheritance." Chapter 14:18. Your body has yet to recover, so it will indeed affect the inheritance. However, in order to prove whether you are real or fake, this is the only way. The clan leader paused and continued, "Men, bring the saintess to receive the inheritance." The inheritance only recognized the Holy Lady's bloodline. If anyone tried to force their way in, they would definitely be killed. No. Seeing that the two shamans were about to forcefully drag her off the ground, she finally panicked and screamed shrilly. "I don't want to receive the inheritance. I don't want to receive the inheritance." The clan leader, who had only been suspicious of Ouya, immediately turned cold when she heard this. "Ouya, you really have guts. You even dared to deceive my Lick tribe. Men, capture this impersonator of the Holy Maiden and deal with her later." Ouya's body went limp and she collapsed on top of the two shaman guards. Her eyes were filled with despair. It's over. This time, she was completely finished. Yun Luofeng. It was all Yun Luofeng's fault. If not for her, she would have been the shaman tribe's holy lady forever. Huang Yingying would have been killed by her outside the mountain gate and none of this would have happened. So all of this was Yun Luofeng's fault. Yun Luofeng, Ouya, swear that I won't let you off even as a ghost. Haha. Ghost. Yun Luofeng smiled faintly. Sorry, you won't have the chance to become a ghost. At that moment, Huang Yingying's body staggered a few times and she fell to the ground. Yun Luofeng quickly caught her and hurriedly checked Huang Yingying's wound. After she checked the situation, her face darkened. Holy Lady. The clan leader quickly walked to Huang Yingying, her eyes full of worry. What happened to the Holy Lady? She poisoned herself and planned to die together with Ouya. So this was her motive for exchanging blood with Ouya. She wouldn't let Ouya live even if she died. Poison. The clan leader's legs went limp. Can she be saved? Yun Luofeng nodded lightly. She took out a purple herb from her spatial ring, squeezed out the juice from its leaves and smeared it on Huang Yingying's wound. She's fine. She'll recover after resting for a while, but... Yun Luofeng looked up at the clan leader. The Huang family was exterminated by the shaman demon race. In other words, Huang Yingying might not acknowledge her identity as the Holy Maiden. The patriarch understood what he meant. He hung his head in frustration. One wrong step leads to a series of wrong steps. If it weren't for my stupidity, Ouya wouldn't have been able to take advantage of me. It's only right that the saintess is angry, but I will do my best to move her. Little Mo, let's go. Yun Luofeng handed Huang Yingying over to the shamans and left with Little Mo. She had been plotting how to expose Ouya. He didn't expect it to be this easy. Ouya reaped what she sowed. If she did not want to exchange blood with her, she would not have stimulated Huang Yingying's hidden power, let alone allowed her to recover from her injuries and give herself away. As the saying goes, if you don't court death, you won't die. Little Mo, did you already know that Huang Yingying was the holy maiden of the shaman demon race? I didn't know. Little Mo shook her head. I only knew that Huang Yingying's moon pattern could heal her injuries. Their voices gradually faded into the distance and disappeared. The night was like water. The clan leader stayed by Huang Yingying's bed and never left. Chapter 14:19. Slowly, the woman on the bed opened her eyes. When she saw the middle-aged man standing guard in front of the bed, her face paled in shock. Damn pervert, what are you doing? Get lost. Holy maiden, the clan leader stepped forward with a grin. I was worried about your injuries, so, I'm not your holy maiden. Huang Yingying bit her lip. You've got the wrong person. Since Ouya is fake, then you must be the real holy maiden. Don't worry, I've already locked up the 2 servant girls who destroyed the Huang family. You can deal with them at any time. When she heard this, Huang Yingying's body stiffened. She lowered her head and thought for a moment. Then, she said, I want to see them. All right. Seeing that Huang Yingying's emotions had eased, the clan leader was overjoyed. He said, Guards, bring the holy maiden to the dungeon. The dungeon was dark, damp, and lifeless. Ouya and the 2 servant girls were locked up in the dungeon. Their hair was disheveled, and their faces were full of despair. Creak. The dungeon door was pushed open. A ray of sunlight shone in from the outside, causing the people in the dungeon to look up. It's you. When Ouya saw Huang Yingying walk in, her expression changed drastically. Huang Yingying, I should have killed you before I left. At first, she had been glad that Huang Yingying had not died. That would have given her the chance to receive the inheritance. But she had been too stupid. She had only thought that the clan leader would not let Huang Yingying enter the inheritance so easily. She had never expected that the clan leader would use her as a test. She had not expected that Ji Zhoutian would be by Yun Luofeng's side. If not for Ji Zhoutian's existence, Yun Luofeng would have died outside the mountain and Huang Yingying would have fallen into her hands. Ouya, you stole my hairpin and destroyed my entire family. Now, it's time for you to receive your retribution. Huang Yingying looked at Ouya hatefully. But don't worry, I won't let you die too quickly. I'll torture you to death. Other than that, nothing else could dispel the hatred in her heart. After saying that, Huang Yingying turned to the 2 servant girls and clenched her fists tightly. Do the 2 of you still remember what you said when you attacked my Huang family? At that time, my brother hid me and ordered me not to make a sound, but I still saw the scene of my family lying in a pool of blood. Weren't you guys very arrogant? Didn't you say that crushing my Huang family was as easy as crushing an ant? Come on, if you have the ability, come and pinch me to death right now. Huang Yingying's voice trembled as she vented her boundless hatred at this moment. You also said that the people of the Wuhui continent are all ants. Even if you are just maids, you are more respected than any of us. Huang Yingying clenched her fists tighter and tighter, her entire body trembling. Actually, I understand. You've been too aggrieved all these years. You've been ordered around by others, so you've vented all your frustrations on us. Do you think that with your strength, what right do you have to be ordered around by others? The people of Wuhui continent are not as strong as you, but they can live so freely. The 2 maids curled up into a ball and shivered. Their hearts were filled with regret and hatred. If they had left a trace of affection and not killed them all, perhaps they wouldn't have suffered such a fate. Haha. Huang Yingying laughed as a stream of tears rolled down from the corner of her eyes. It's a good thing that I can finally avenge my family. Guards, turn these people into human sticks and soak them in salt water. Let them die from the pain. Chapter 14:20. Ouya's eyes widened in fear. She hurriedly grabbed onto the bars of the cell and said in a trembling voice, Yingying, you can't be so cruel. You've always been kind and pure. How could you do such a thing? You're not like you at all. Hearing this, Huang Yingying smiled mockingly. Do you want me to let you go? Dream on. No matter how cruel I am, you forced me to do this. Once she had finished speaking, she did not look back at Ouya, who was screaming behind her, and quickly walked out of the dungeon. At this moment, her tears fell uncontrollably. She looked up at the sky. Father, brother, I've finally avenged you, but my heart still hurts. So what if I've avenged you? You'll never be able to return. Suddenly, an oppressive aura came from behind her, causing Huang Yingying's body to stiffen. She turned around and looked at the pitilessly beautiful man in red robes, her eyes filled with respect. Young Master Ji, what's the matter? I hope that you can become the Witch Demon Tribe's holy lady. Ji Zhoutian's voice was very cold, completely different from the way he spoke to Yun Luofeng. But, if you want to help Xiaofeng you can only become the Witch Demon Tribe's holy lady. This man had always been cruel and heartless. He did not care about Huang Yingying. He had made her the holy lady because she could help Yun Luofeng. Huang Yingying nodded gently. All right, I'll be the holy lady. This was the only way she could repay her kindness. Her mother had once taught her that a drop of kindness must be repaid with a gushing spring. If it wasn't for Yun Luofeng, she would not have been able to avenge herself. Furthermore, the people who destroyed the Huang family had already been punished. She could only let go of her hatred and become the holy lady. After Huang Yingying spoke, Ji Zhoutian's figure suddenly disappeared, leaving only a gust of wind to prove that he had been here. Young Master Ji treats Miss Yun quite well. Huang Yingying pursed her lips and smiled. Unfortunately, Miss Yun already has a fiancé. Her fiancé is the ghost emperor that everyone on the mainland knows. The next day. Dawn. The clan leader was just discussing matters with the Witch Demon Tribe's elder when a snow-white dress suddenly entered the room. The clan leader could not help but stand up. Miss Yun, you're here? Yun Luofeng nodded slightly. I came here to tell you my goal in entering the Witch Demon Tribe. Actually, I came to the Sorcerer Demon Tribe for the Sorcerer Demon Flower and Sorcerer Demon Bone. The clan leader was taken aback. I can give you the Sorcerer's Enchantment Flower, but the Sorcerer's Bone. At the mention of the Licker's Bone, the clan leader paused for a moment before continuing. All right, since you've helped the Saintess, I can give you both of these items. Patriarch. The Sorcerer's Enchantment Flower was the Sorcerer Demon Tribe's clan protecting treasure, but it was not impossible to give it away. However, the Sorcerer's Enchantment Bone was too important. After all, the Sorcerer's Enchantment Bone was the remains of their ancestor. It was extremely important. You don't need to say anything more. Our Witch Demon Tribe has the Holy Maiden, and we will soon regain our strength. Although the remains are the spiritual symbol of the Witch Demon Tribe, they are not very useful. Our ancestor has already reincarnated. How about I give it to her as a gift? Yun Luofeng's lips curved into a smile. Then many thanks. She had thought that there would definitely be a battle with the Witch Demon Tribe. She never thought that she would get what she wanted so easily. Miss Yun, I have another request. The clan leader was stunned. You have a good relationship with Dean Ji. If the Witch Demon Tribe is in danger before the Holy Maiden grows up, I hope that Miss Yun can ask him for help. Chapter 1421. All right, I agree. Yun Luofeng agreed readily. She would ask Ji Zhoutian for help for the Shaman Demon Tribe. As for whether Ji Zhoutian agreed, that was not her problem. Also, the tribe leader paused for a moment before continuing. The Shaman Demon Bone is hidden in a rather secluded place. Only Miss Yun can retrieve it. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and looked at the tribe leader with a faint smile. The tribe leader's expression was slightly awkward. That place was set up by our ancestors. It's too dangerous and we can't enter. In reality, it wasn't that they couldn't enter, it was that they didn't dare. Take me there. Yun Luofeng didn't expose him and smiled. All right, the tribe leader smiled. Miss Yun, please. Yun Luofeng turned and walked towards the door. Just as she stepped through the door, she was blocked by a gorgeous figure in red. The man's smile was extremely beautiful. Xiaofeng, are you going to leave me behind? Since I promised the Ghost Emperor, I will definitely send you safely out of the Shaman Demon Tribe. Yun Luofeng looked up at the man's evil face and laughed. Ji Zhoutian, I owe you again. Don't misunderstand, I'm just bored. It's much more interesting to be by your side. It's not just to protect you. The man's phoenix eyes shone with an evil light, but his expression was disapproving. How could Yun Luofeng not understand that this guy was afraid that she would feel too burdened? That's why he said those words on purpose. Although I can't repay you with my body, I will return the favor I owe you in the future. Ji Zhoutian lowered his head and looked at the girl's bright eyes. He suddenly laughed. It's getting late. Let's go. Yun Luofeng nodded and turned to the tribe leader. Tribe leader, I need to trouble you with something. If I don't return for a long time, send the sorcerer's enchantment flower to a girl called Hong Luan in Withered Dragon Town. She's waiting for the sorcerer's enchantment flower to heal her injuries. Don't worry. If you don't return in 3 days, I'll send someone to deliver it to her. Thank you. Yun Luofeng slowly turned around and looked at the blue sky not far away. He muttered to himself, Yun Xiao, wait for me. Wait for me to obtain the lick bone, then I will return to see you. At that moment, Yun Luofeng had not expected that she would be gone for such a long time. By the time she left that place, several years had already passed. The lick bone was hidden in an illusion. After the patriarch sent Yun Luofeng and Ji Zhoutian into the illusion, he was just about to turn around when a huge explosion came from outside the mountain gate, causing the entire mountain to shake a few times. What happened? The patriarch was shocked. As soon as he finished speaking, several figures floated in the air, scrutinizing the clan leader who was standing below. Tribe chief, I have come here for your sorcerer demon tribe's sorcerer demon bone. If you do not wish for your sorcerer demon tribe to be trampled to the ground, you better hand over the sorcerer demon bone. Lick bone. Did these people come for the lick bone? The lick bone was a remnant left behind by their ancestors. Why did so many people want it? The patriarch's eyes flickered. The lick bone of our sorcerer demon tribe is long gone. Please leave. Ha ha. In the air, the grey-robed elder laughed. His voice was sinister. Do you think I will believe your words? If you don't want the lick bone to be trampled to the ground, immediately open the illusion and let us in to find the lick bone. Chapter 1422. Illusion Realm. The tribe leader was shocked. How did these people know that the shaman demon tribe had an illusion realm? However, when he thought of Yun Luofeng and Ji Zhoutian, who had entered the illusion realm, the tribe leader gritted his teeth. I won't let you in. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and he attacked the elder in the sky. The old man's lips curled into a mocking smile as he looked at the tribe leader in disdain. Boom! Just as the tribe leader's fist was about to reach the old man, he suddenly felt powerless and fell from the sky, creating a deep crater in the ground. Tribe leader. The shaman demon's expressions changed drastically as they rushed to the tribe leader's side. Cough cough. The tribe leader coughed dryly and coughed out a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth and said, How could this be? Why did the poison in my body backfire? The shaman demon tribe specialized in poison, and every poison required a poison to be planted in the body of the person who used it. This poison was known as the main poison. Tribe leader, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to harm you. You're too old-fashioned. Right at this moment, an old man walked out from the crowd of sorcerer demons. He walked toward the opposite side of the sorcerer demons. Did you do something to my main poison? The tribe leader's eyes were ruthless as he shouted angrily. The other shaman demon tribe members also glared at the old man angrily as if they wanted to cut him into pieces. Tribe leader, you forced me to do this. If I hadn't worked so hard for the shaman demon tribe for so many years, you wouldn't have promoted me to an elder and I wouldn't have betrayed you. The old man sneered and turned to the people in the sky. Lords, I know how to open the illusion realm. Also, a young lady has already entered. There's a man beside her, his name is Ji Zhoutian. Ji Zhoutian? The grey-robed old man was expressionless and his tone was eerie. West Continent Academy's Ji Zhoutian? He's indeed powerful, but unfortunately, I have a way to deal with him. Open the illusion realm for us now. I must obtain the shaman demon bone. Stop! The tribe leader shouted angrily. He clutched his chest and gritted his teeth. If you dare to let them in, I won't let you off. I've already pledged my allegiance to the Poison Valley. So what if you don't let me go? The old man laughed mockingly. Clan leader, I still have feelings for you. That's why I didn't give you a poison that would kill you immediately. Instead, I'll let you slowly exhaust your life force until you die. This process can take up to 3 years, or even 5 years. During this period, you won't be able to use your strength, and it will be extremely painful. If it was anyone else, they might not have been able to plot against the Witch Demon Valley Patriarch, but the Patriarch trusted the people of the Witch Demon Valley too much. As for why Yun Luofeng did not notice that the clan leader was poisoned, this was because the poison was not in the clan leader's body, but in the main GU. Unless she already knew about this old man's conspiracy and specially checked the clan leader's body, only then would she be able to find out. If one did not look for it specifically, it would be very difficult to find it. The traitor old man stepped forward and used the same method to open the illusion once again. Immediately, a ray of light enveloped the sky, and everyone from the Poison Valley and the traitor entered the illusion. Patriarch. Everyone went forward and helped the Patriarch up. They asked worriedly, what should we do now? Once they enter the illusion, the lick bone will definitely fall into their hands. Chapter 14:23. Where did the Holy Maiden go? The clan leader asked. The Saintess seems to have gone to the dungeon. She won't be able to hear anything from here. That's good. The Patriarch let out a sigh of relief. Have the Holy Maiden take the Sorcerer's enchantment flower and leave the Sorcerer Demon tribe. Go to Withered Dragon Town to find Lady Yun's friend. Also, have her stay outside for a while. Do not let her return to the Sorcerer Demon tribe. Patriarch. Everyone's expression changed drastically, as if they already knew the reason behind the Patriarch's order. The Witch Demon race can no longer hold on. If the Holy Maiden is alive, the Witch Demon race will have hope. The Patriarch sighed. He insisted on standing up and said with a bitter smile, I didn't expect that something like this would happen as soon as the Saintess returned. Patriarch, about the inheritance, it's too late. If something happens to the Witch Demon tribe in this period of time, the Holy Maiden will definitely be in danger. So, we can only send her away as soon as possible. But, we can't hide the fact that Miss Yun has entered the illusion realm. The Saintess will find out about what happened to the Witch Demon tribe sooner or later. Hearing this, the clan leader sighed once again, we'll hide it from her as long as we can. Of course, we can still tell her about Miss Yun going into the illusion, but we can't let her know that the people from the Poison Valley have also entered the illusion, and we can't let her know that I was poisoned. Yes, Patriarch. All of you can leave. Send a few more experts to protect the Saintess. Even if it means risking your life, you must keep her alive. The Holy Maiden was the only hope of the Liches. Even if the Shaman Demon tribe was annihilated, she had to live. Understood. In the end, after a selection process, the 2 strongest people in the clan were chosen to protect Huang Yingying. Originally, when Huang Yingying heard that Yun Luofeng had been sent into the illusory realm, she insisted on staying. The clan leader could only reason with her and move her emotions. In the end, Huang Yingying reluctantly agreed to go to the Withered Dragon Town to deliver the medicinal ingredients. Everyone in the Witch Demon tribe had hidden the truth from her, so she had been kept in the dark. When she finally understood everything, it was already a few years later. Illusion. In a valley. The wind was gentle, the sun was bright, and the mountains were verdant and the water was clear. The few white clouds were like a fairyland, beautiful beyond compare. Yun Luofeng gently stroked his chin and muttered to himself for a moment, I still don't know where the lick bone is hidden, but I have a feeling that the more dangerous the place, the more likely it is to be found. Roar. Suddenly, a ferocious roar came from the grass to the side. Ji Zhoutian quickly pulled Yun Luofeng to his side, and a gale shot out with a wave of his hand, piercing through the head of a male lion. Ji Zhoutian glanced at the young lady in white next to him and said, although this is an illusion, you'll also lose your life if you die in the hands of the spirit beast. Yun Luofeng nodded, I understand. However, I'm curious as to what created this illusion. This illusion is a world of its own. Even the spirit beasts are so real. There's someone here. Ji Zhoutian frowned. He pulled Yun Luofeng to the side of the grass and whispered in her ear. In reality, when Ji Zhoutian sensed someone else, Yun Luofeng also sensed it. What surprised her was that there was someone else in this illusion besides her and Ji Zhoutian. Then, who was it that had come? Just as Yun Luofeng was pondering, an aura approached them from afar. When Yun Luofeng saw the appearance of the person approaching, he suddenly noticed that Ji Zhoutian's breathing had become ragged, and his aura was surging out of him. Chapter 14:24. Through the lush green leaves, Yun Luofeng could see a white baby face reflected in his eyes. It was a youth dressed in a white robe. He was about 15 or 16 years old, and his bright eyes were like the starry sky. His handsome and cute face looked harmless. His figure was tall and slender, and his proportions were perfect and exquisite. He had a head of silver-white hair, and he looked especially alluring under the blue sky. If this youth appeared anywhere else, perhaps no one would pay attention to him. However, this was the mystic realm where the lick bone was. It was extremely dangerous. How could an ordinary person appear in a place like this? Moreover, Yun Luofeng felt Ji Zhoutian's raging aura. Her heart unconsciously skipped a beat. I sensed that someone had come to this mystic realm. I didn't think it would be you, Ji Zhoutian. The young man's fair face was filled with a bright smile. His eyes were still as harmless as ever, and his voice was soft and cute without the slightest hint of aggression. Xiaofeng. Ji Zhoutian saw that he had been discovered by the youth. He slowly stood up and whispered, "Hurry and leave. Leave this place. The further you escape, the better. Don't come looking for the lick bone again." Just as Yun Luofeng was in a daze, Ji Zhoutian's voice became more serious. He shouted, "Hurry and leave. Leave." The youth smiled. His smile was like a demon recruiting you. It made your hair stand on end. "You think you can leave after coming to this place?" A gust of wind rose around the youth. He raised his chin arrogantly and sneered at Yun Luofeng. At the same time, Yun Luofeng felt an invisible hand restraining her. Her heart seemed to be under great pressure, making it hard for her to breathe. This youth was too strong. He was so strong that he didn't belong to this world. Ji Zhoutian brushed his sleeves and walked in front of Yun Luofeng, blocking the youth's pressure. His face, which had always been frivolous, had a rare solemnity on it. "This is a grudge between us. She is innocent. Let him leave." "Innocent?" The youth sneered. His lips curled into a mocking smile. His eyes were arrogant and overbearing. "This woman is Zhu Qian's successor. You dare to say that she is innocent? Anyone related to Zhu Qian should die." Boom. The young man's aura spread out, covering the sky and covering the earth, enveloping the entire secluded valley. "However, I don't understand why my juniors would allow you all to enter the remnant." "Junior?" Yun Luofeng caught on to those two words. She gently raised her beautiful face and used all her might to ask, "Are you the ancestor of the shaman demon tribe?" The shaman demon bone was the remains of the shaman demon tribe's ancestor. Why was the shaman demon tribe's ancestor still alive? Hey! The young man stared at Yun Luofeng in shock. His eyes were filled with doubt. "Even though Ji Zhoutian, that bastard, helped you resist a portion of the coercion, how can you still speak when I'm suppressing half of it? Interesting. This girl is really interesting. If you weren't Zhu Qian's successor, I might have accepted you as my disciple. Unfortunately, you just had to be related to Zhu Qian." The youth seemed to feel some regret. He shook his head as if he really felt pity for the relationship between Yun Luofeng and Zhu Qian. "Mo Qian Cheng." Ji Zhoutian stood in front of Yun Luofeng. His red robes were like a demon's and he was pitilessly enchanting. "Zhu Qian has already turned into a pile of bones. Why can't you forget him? Could it be that your love for Zhu Qian runs deep into your bones and you hate him to the bone?" Chapter 14:25. "What did you say?" The young man was clearly angered by Ji Zhoutian's words. His eyes burned with anger. "Ji Zhoutian, do you believe that I won't kill you right now? Everything I say is the truth." Ji Zhoutian didn't seem to care about the angry young man at all. His lips curled into a disdainful smile. "Back then, you revealed your feelings to Zhu Qian in front of everyone. Zhu Qian's sexual orientation has always been normal, so when he rejected you, you became angry out of humiliation. That's why you became his enemy. You even helped those people deal with Zhu Qian. The young man's body trembled slightly. His white face turned even paler. Ji Zhoutian, you bastard. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. All these years, he had always thought that he no longer loved that man. But now, Ji Zhoutian's words had torn apart his self-righteous facade. He was so angry that he lost all reason and began to attack Ji Zhoutian. Xiaofeng run. Ji Zhoutian took advantage of this moment to push Yun Luofeng away and faced the young man's attack. At that moment, a powerful force spread out from the two of them, and the entire valley was destroyed into ruins. Their fists collided in the wind. The force tore their clothes to shreds, revealing their fair skin. Of these two people, one was handsome and cute with a tall figure. The other was a peerless demon with unparalleled elegance. Any woman who saw this scene would feel their heart palpitate uncontrollably and their saliva dripping. Unfortunately, Yun Luofeng's gaze was focused on their battle. He didn't appreciate the two's figures. Ji Zhoutian, 1,000 years ago, you were stronger than you are now. Why have you regressed after 1,000 years? The young man took 2 steps back. His bloodshot eyes stared coldly at Ji Zhoutian. You haven't improved much either. Ji Zhoutian's smile was wild and domineering. His red robe was like a demon. Based on what you just said, I could kill you 1,000,000 times over. The young man gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with hatred. If you could kill me, you would have done so earlier. However, I'm afraid you can't kill me right now. Ji Zhoutian laughed wildly. He didn't think much of the young man before him. The youth snorted coldly and said, Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? This place was set up by Zhu Qian to trap me. I can't go too far away from the cave. If I leave that place, I can only use 1/10 of my strength. Therefore, you'd better not step into my territory. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. He would not let off anyone related to Zhu Qian. If it was 1,000 years ago, you wouldn't be a match for me. Ji Zhoutian glanced at the angry young man and said arrogantly, You said it was 1,000 years ago. Although I have been trapped in this place for the past 1,000 years, I have never stopped cultivating. Although my cultivation speed is very slow due to the restrictions, it is still not enough. But I still improved. You've regressed a lot. The young man looked at Zhu Qian coldly. So, this time, you'll definitely be defeated by me. The young man knew that he couldn't deal with Ji Zhoutian in this place. Therefore, he looked at him one last time before his white robe flashed and he quickly headed towards the top of the mountain. After he left, Yun Luofeng felt the aura that had locked onto her disappear. However, her expression didn't relax. Instead, it became even more serious.